Fair, but I'm still saying it. The word's doing work.
That's the most Chicago sentence I've heard all week.
See? He gets it. He's pretending to be above it, but he gets it.
I'm not pretending. I'm asking whether you want the work to stay yours.
I want that answer in writing, obviously.
Careful. You'll put it in a deck and call it a relationship.
Only if the relationship has deliverables.
Gross. Also, yes, but make it less gross.
You're asking him to launder the tone, not the deal.
And you're standing there acting innocent like you don't know exactly what that means.
I was being polite.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Then let's be precise. What stays with you? What leaves the room? And who gets to name it?
I hated that he was right about the shape of it.
And ma'am, you hate a lot of things in a very tasteful way.
I was not tasteful. I was evasive.
There it is. Plain. Kind of rude, actually.
I can do rude if I'm tired enough.
That's not the surprising part.
The surprising part is I kept trying to make it easier for everybody else and harder for me.
Yeah, I noticed. I was mad about it.
You were correct to be mad.
Don't get earnest at me now. I'm trying to stay annoyed.
Fine. I'll be annoying instead.
Good, because if you start being good at this, I'll have to admit I missed you being difficult.
That would be unkind of you.
I know. I'm considering it anyway.
Why are you standing like you got caught with the evidence?
I didn't. I'm just appreciating the room's hostile architecture.
That is not a sentence people say when they are calm.
He says that when he's normal too. It's his little crime perfume.
Thank you. I hate that you said it correctly.
So what's the thing? Missing wallet, dead plant, secret meeting, where you looked at a charger funny.
A charger is just a cable with a superiority complex.
He is dodging. I respect the effort and reject the content.
No, wait. Let him do a little guilt theater. He brought atmosphere.
I was going to say I moved your notebook and then remembered I didn't.
That pause was so long I started assigning him motives.
He loves that. He wants us to think he has a plot.
I do not want that. I want the opposite quietly, with dignity.
Then stop looking like you just confessed to a federal offense over a pen.
Fine. I touched the pen. I apologize to the court.
Case dismissed. He's innocent and annoying.
Same verdict. Different vibe. Come here, weirdo.
I was not above it. I was just trying to look expensive while panicking.
Tiny correction. You were looking innocent while panicking. Worst crime.
Yet all. That won some because it was accurate.
I know. I said it like a knife, but I meant it like a hand on your shoulder.
That's almost comforting. Almost.
Don't get dramatic. I only called you out because you were doing that polite little disappearing act again.
I wasn't disappearing. I was buffering.
There it is. Same lie. Better sound design.
Okay, fair. Next time I'll be honest faster, before you have to drag it out of me.
Good, because I'm not letting you hide behind matters twice.
You two are doing that thing again where you act like I'm the adult in the room and then ignore me.
That's not true. I'm ignoring you with great respect.
He says that like it's a legal category.
It is when the bill is involved. The bill is always involved.
Yes. The Bill, our third roommate.
They were both acting weird, like he got handed a cardigan in a lecture, and you decided to become his manager.
I did not get handed a cardigan.
You are literally sitting there like someone's older cousin who learned disappointment in a community college parking lot.
That's insulting in a very specific way.
It's also kind of accurate, which is why you hate it.
I hate the accuracy, not the ageism.
Nobody said ages. We said you were trying to be easy to carry.
I'm not discussing my emotional luggage in front of a committee.
Too late. We're the committee, and I'm voting no on the whole be small and noble thing.
Good. Because if he starts doing that old man hero routine again, I'm charging him rent for the mood.
Fine. Then I'm charging you both for being observant.
You can invoice me after you stop acting like you're 65. He really did do the little saint face. I hate when people weaponize manners.
It's efficient. You can hide a knife in etiquette and call it community care.
Yeah, and then act shocked when somebody notices the handle.
You noticed. Loudly. I respect the consistency.
Don't make it sound cute. I was annoyed.
You were correct and annoyed. That's basically your brand.
My brand is not being the only one in the room with a spy.
No, your brand is making everyone else hear their own cowardice in surround sound.
He knew what I meant, though.
Yet, that was the part he kept trying to make polite.
If we say it casually enough, it becomes a service. You know, like emotional labor with a punch card.
There it is. The invoice voice. Please don't make the room sign a waiver.
I hate that this is a useful sentence.
Useful, yes. Also, a little cursed, which is how most good systems are built.
Thank you. Finally, someone respecting infrastructure.
You're both acting like you didn't just hand me a track with a cute ribbon on it.
That ribbon is doing a lot of work. I admire it from a safe distance.
Safe distance is smart. Cute traps still bite.
I know. I just hate when the trap is also aesthetically correct.
That's how they get you. Design is basically the hostile negotiation.
And yet we keep showing up with better shoes.
Speak for yourself. Mine are for speed, not dignity.
Good. Speed is free. Dignity costs extra, and the payment app is down.
That was almost generous, which is usually how I know it was a refusal.
And mem, casual, but everybody heard it. Very efficient.
I hate that I respect the technique.
You respect anything that saves face and ruins a little bit of mine.
Only when you make it look easy.
That's the part you always pretend not to notice.
I notice. I just draft a safer version first.
Yeah, and then that's surprised when it lands badly.
I wasn't surprised.
No, you were worse. You were polite.
Rude of you to say that where it can stick.
Good. Let it stick a little. Otherwise you'll do that thing again.
Okay, don't look at me like the queue. It is already dead. It's only mostly dead.
Mostly dead is still a genre. The folding chairs are doing a lot of work tonight.
The chairs are unionized, honestly. They're carrying the whole room on tiny sad legs.
Tiny sad legs, yes. Also, if this turns into a donor conversation, I'm walking us back to tenants before anyone gets brave.
Brave? No. No, we're in the fear to applause pipeline. I can hear it warming up.
Warming up, like a microwave with a grudge.
No worse. Like a microwave that got a grant and now wants a panel discussion.
That is exactly the kind of thing a donor would repeat as if it were their own thought.
I hate that I know one of those donors.
I know 3 of those donors, and one of them thinks he's a DJ because he owns a playlist.
A playlist is not a set. A playlist is a cry for help with track numbers.
Okay. Third is everyone's on the same page. We are not naming names. We are not starting a formal argument. We are just saying the thing.
Say it louder and the room will have to choose a side.
Fine. The room is already choosing. It's choosing chaos with a nice font.
Chaos with a nice font. Chaos with a nice font. Yet okay, yeah, that's the one.
I was being polite, which, knowingly, is not the same thing as being unclear.
Yeah, that was the problem. You made it sound like a favor to everybody but you.
I know. I do that when I'm trying to make the pacing feel fair.
Pacing. Right. The thing where you act like you're not already 3 turns ahead of the room.
It's cheaper than saying out loud that I understood the joke and didn't like where it was going.
And so you were not innocent. Just edited.
That is a cruelly accurate summary.
I can be softer if you want. I'm choosing not to, though.
Fair. I'd probably do the same and call it restraint.
Yeah, and I'd hear it closing the door anyway. No, stop. I'm not letting you do the elegant evasive thing tonight.
That sounds like a very cruel policy for a Thursday.
He says already doing it with his face.
I can confirm the face is filing paperwork to leave the room.
I was going to be straightforward, but now there's a panel discussion about my face.
Good. The face is guilty. The rest of you can join it.
I'm trying to stop the bit and you're all treating it like a community project.
It is a community project. You're very fundable when you're cornered.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the venue is already booked.
That's exactly the problem. I keep making it easier for everybody else and harder for me.
I know. That's why I'm not letting you make it cute.
Rude.
Correct.
Okay, but for the record, this is the best version of him I've seen all week.
Absolutely. A little tracked, a little honest. Very on brand.
Great. I've been defeated by consensus and a penguin worker. You were right to call it out. I hated how useful it was.
And that was the part that made me suspicious. You looked almost grateful.
I was being polite, which yes is the bad version.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You notice I was doing the thing where I make the room calmer by making myself smaller.
Obviously. You do it with a little bow in your voice and then act surprised when someone sees it.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
I don't love being protected like I'm not allowed to feel the shape of it. Just don't make it pretty next time.
No, wait, I'm sorry. The funniest part is that you all said community like it was a budget line item.
Oh my god, yes. That's exactly how it sounded. Like if we say it enough, someone will comp the rent.
Thank you. Finally, sane reaction. I was starting to think I was the only one hearing the spread sheet voice.
It's always the spread sheets that get the most confident. Terrible genre, very popular.
I'm serious though, we're building a space and then nobody can name who gets paid. That's not a space, that's a rumor.
See? That laugh changed the room. Now everybody's admitting the obvious instead of polishing it.
I mean, I was going to say it, but I wanted to survive the next 10 minutes.
Reasonable. I also enjoy surviving minutes. Occasionally, even whole evenings.
Look at him pretending he's above it. He was one sigh away from disappearing into the hallway 5 minutes ago.
I prefer the term strategic evacuation. It has more dignity and less panic.
Honestly, that's better than the panel voice. Keep the evacuation. Lose the panel voice.
Can we all agree the panel voice is how people accidentally sell nostalgia as a mission statement?
Yes. And if anyone asks, the penguin worker said no.
Good. Let the penguin worker have the final edit for once.
Okay, that was a tiny riot. I respect the penguin worker for refusing the panel voice on principle.
It was the edit that or somebody started saying stakeholders with a straight face. We narrowly escaped a mission statement.
You say we like you weren't already editing the air down to something survivable.
I was not editing. I was compressing for storage efficiency.
And storage efficiency is what cowards call tenderness when they don't want it on record.
That's rude. Accurate, but rude.
I'm being kind. I didn't say you were grateful. Just a little haunted and weirdly relieved.
Relieved is a strong word. Let's call it less annoyed than I had prepared to be.
Sure, and I definitely didn't like hearing the room get quieter when someone finally said no.
Yeah, that part was annoying.
Good. Keep it annoying. Don't make it cute next time.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I resent that it was efficient.
You say that like efficiency is an insult and not your favorite bad habit.
It is when it keeps being correct in public.
And there it is. The exact sentence you use when you want to look unbothered and fail with style.
I did not fail with style. I failed with consensus.
That's worse. Style at least would have been yours.
I know.
No, you know the version with footnotes. Different problem.
Yet.
Come back next time less edited. I hate how much easier that sounds.
Okay, so you're Theo. I was told there'd be at least one person here who knows how to make a room feel less like a group project.
That's generous. Usually I'd just make it feel like a group project with worse lighting.
Worse lighting is honestly a design philosophy in the city.
And somehow, always the correct one. Hi, Trevor.
Hi. I'm trying not to overdo the first 5 minutes sincerity thing, so if I look normal, that's the bit.
Respect. I was about to do that thing where I pretend I don't care what anyone thinks, which is a terrible costume and also expensive.
Expensive costumes are the only honest ones.
That's not true. Some are just loud lies with better stitching.
See, that's why I trust him. He insults the idea before he compliments the execution.
I don't know if that's trust or just survivorship bias.
It's both. Don't get shy about it and ruin the sentence.
Too late. He already started doing the thing where he makes himself smaller and calls it efficiency.
Wow, in front of company too. Very rude to be accurate in a living room.
Honestly, kind of relate. I thought I was the only one here who got to be normal by joke.
He left like a man who thinks the room owes him applause for leaving.
And ma'am, strategic evacuation, but make it emotionally expensive.
I hate that I laughed. It was a clean line.
You laugh when something lands. That's not a crime. Annoying, maybe.
You're defending me with the toe of someone sharpening a knife.
I'm defending the part where you were right and still tried to hide it.
Yet, because if I say it plain, then it has to count.
It already counted. That's the irritating part.
Next time I will make the joke first.
Good. Next time, I'll let you be awkward on purpose.
Okay, so if the event is still running late, I can have the caterer hold the dumplings another 10 minutes.
That would be heroic, actually. The dumplings are the only stable thing in this room.
Wow, rude to the plants, but accurate.
I can make the playlist less caffeinated, if that helps. We're all pretending this is calm anyway.
No, keep it. If the room gets sleepy, people start saying brand words.
Brand words are already here. I heard someone say community, for like it was a prayer.
It was the panel guy. He said heritage with that mouthful voice like he was selling a candle.
And man, Candle voice is generous. He sounded like he was trying to monetize a memory he didn't have.
There it is.
There what is?
The part where everyone keeps acting polite, and then, one sentence later, the whole room changes shape.
I was being polite.
You were being precise. Different sport.
Honestly, yes. He had it coming. He said nostalgia as a mission statement like that was a compliment.
Okay, that's not nothing. But if we're all agreeing he's unbearable, and we do it quietly. My aunt is 3 feet away, and she can smell conflict.
Too late.
No, she's right. We should.
Actually, no. Let him hear it.
What?
He keeps selling the room back to us like we forgot how to own it. I'm done being nice about that.
Bird. The room did that thing where it starts charging rent for air.
And you were about to pay it in a very earnest voice.
I was not earnest. I was being operational.
Sure. Operationally, apologizing for existing in public.
That is a harsh, but not inaccurate read.
You looked weirdly relieved when she said it out loud.
I hate when people are useful in the exact way I didn't want them to be.
Yen, me too. It makes me want to be meaner than necessary.
You were already at the necessary part.
Wow. Compliment or evacuation row?
Both. I can find food after this, if that helps my character development.
It would help if you stopped trying to become legible on purpose.
I wasn't trying to. I just didn't want to leave it where he could keep naming it.
Yeah. Well, too late for that, apparently.
Okay, before we all pretend this is still about the spray. Can we not do the spray? she thing again tonight?
That is a very direct attack on my preferred coping mechanism.
It's not an attack if the mechanism is bad. Why?
He does this when he wants to leave the room without saying he wants to leave the room.
I was not leaving. I was pacing the conversation.
And ma'am, placing it into a smaller container with a tiny lock on top.
That is unfairly vivid.
I'm just saying, if we keep pretending the side topic is the main topic, I'm going to start taking notes against my will.
No notes. If you need to move on, just move on cleanly.
Fine. I wanted to ask about the SEF files, but now it sounds like I'm filing a complaint with the atmosphere.
You are, but it's cute when you do process.
I hate that that landed.
Good. Then we can stop doing the fake pivot and actually answer the question.
Ask it then. We'll let you have the real subject this time.
Right. The real subject is whether anyone here has a backup of the archive. Or are we all just improvising with consequences again? I'm still annoyed that I said the useful part out loud.
And ma'am, you said it like it was a tax receipt. Very brave, very tragic.
That was not bravery. That was me failing to keep the joke on the rails.
You did the thing where you make the room easier to stand in and then act surprised when it costs you.
I know.
And I did the thing where I made it sound cute because if I say it straight, I sound mean.
You can be mean. It's usually cleaner than my version.
Don't get smug. I was defending you a little.
I noticed. Unfortunately.
Good. Then next time you can stop pretending you don't want backup until the exact moment you need.
I'm not agreeing to that in writing.
I'm just saying. This couch has a kind of energy where somebody starts a group project and nobody asked for one.
That's every couch in Chicago. This one just has better fabric.
Better fabric, worse decisions. So normal living room.
The room is already doing too much. I respect its effort and resent its confidence.
See, he gets it. He's editing the atmosphere again.
I'm not editing anything. I'm barely compressing.
Oh ha. Barely compressing is how you talk when you've made 3 people calmer and 1 lamp sad.
Lamps get emotional. It's the voltage.
I came over to be useful in an extremely non-essential way. So if anyone needs me to move a decorative object and then praise my strength, I'm available.
You can lift the bowl of oranges. It's the only thing in here with a union.
Perfect. I love a labor assignment with fruit. Base dignity.
Careful, Robin. You'll start thinking the room likes you.
It doesn't. It tolerates you because you brought snacks.
That's basically how the penguins operate, too.
Great. Then we're all co-workers with terrible boundaries. You made that look effortless, which is annoying. But annoying.
Wow. A compliment with the seatbelt.
I'm trying to be civil. It's a labor issue.
You always do that thing where you think someone might you're filing a complaint.
Because if I say it plainly, it starts sounding sincere and then everyone gets weird about it.
Too late. You already made it weird by being efficient about the feeling.
Fine. Thank you. For real. There. It's in the record now.
Terrible delivery. Accepted anyway.
You're collecting these, aren't you? The almost normal ones.
I have a very small list. You're on it twice because one of them was accidental.
That sounds like a threat or a museum label.
Don't worry. I'm not making it a gift.
Is the laptop then always supposed to sound like a tiny helicopter, or is that a premium feature now?
That is not a fan, that is a landlord tax. If it gets louder, I'm billing the ceiling.
No, it's ambience. Very expensive ambience. I'm curating the room.
He says while the room is being edited into a lore bitrate.
See? He gets it. You don't even have to be in the art world to suffer from compression.
I lived with him when he still called it fixing the vibe, so I'm just checking whether we're safe.
You're safe. The Vide has been professionally licensed.
That answer was too quick. That means the problem is real.
It's fine. If it breaks, I'll just make it cute and pretend it was intentional.
That is exactly how I know we're doomed.
Okay, but if it starts making that noise again, I'm naming it after the old radiator.
Finally, a practical household solution.
I hate that I can hear the room still doing the little brand voice thing after they left.
Yeah, gross. Like someone left a tutorial pop-up in the air.
You did call it first, annoyingly, with good timing.
I know. Try not to make it sound like praise. I'll get expensive.
Too late. You were already expensive. I just edited the invoice down.
That is such a use sentence. Compressing the room for storage efficiency, like we were files.
It was crowded. I was pacing.
And then, sure, you were pacing and not doing your tiny alarm bell face.
I did not have a face.
You did. Anyway, next time I'm not pretending quite makes it nicer.
Good. I think I prefer it when you don't. Whoever moved the couch 6 inches has a gift for making the room feel accusatory.
It was me. The couch was lie.
That's a fair complaint, honestly. It was blocking the outlet like it had a grudge.
I knew it. It was giving landlord energy.
No. Landlord energy is too organized. This was more like a bad committee.
Thank you. See? He gets it when he stopped compressing the air for storage efficiency.
I was not compressing the air.
You absolutely were. You looked like you had a spreadsheet for sadness.
That is slander, and also uncomfortably specific.
If the couch stays there, though, nobody can get to the charger without doing a little dance.
Which is rude, because the charger is the only thing in here working class hours.
Fine. Couch moves back. But if the room gets more tragic, I am billing both of you.
That feels like a threat and a service agreement.
Correct. I contain multitudes than a tape measure.
I'm still annoyed at how right you were.
About the thing you were very brave about pretending not to hear? Yes, devastating.
The worst part is I made it sound like a principle instead of a retreat.
That's your whole brand. You call it editing and somehow the room starts obeying.
Please don't make that phrase funny. I need at least one thing to stay embarrassing.
Too late. You were almost grateful, which is honestly more alarming than being defeated.
I was not almost grateful.
You say that like a man who has already lost the argument and the tape measure.
Fine. I'll just be quietly wrong until the next consensus finds me.
If we're doing cleanup, say it now. I'm not pretending this is a vibe.
Wow. Brutal. Accurate, though.
Cleanup was the real headliner anyway.
He says that like it's a joke and not a confession.
It can be both. Multi-track.
No. No, don't get cute with the moral damage.
I covered shifts for cute. Cute doesn't pay rent.
I know. I know.
She knows. She just hates when knowing sounds like a lecture.
And you hate when being right looks too much like gratitude.
That is offensively specific.
I sent the files back. The corrupted ones too. Don't make it a whole thing.
Too late. It's a whole thing. But at least the chairs are stacked.
You were right, obviously. I just dislike how often that sentence arrives dressed as a compliment.
And Nan. And I dislike how you say obviously like it didn't cost you red money.
It did. I am financially overcommitted to having a face.
Your face is fine. Your timing was the problem. Tiny geography correction. You were not just in the room, you were in the exact worst corner of it.
That corner had bad acoustics, which is a normal thing to notice, not a personality flaw.
It was a little personality. A tasteful amount of personality. Like a garnish that thinks it's the meal.
Wow, that's almost kind.
Don't get greedy. I am repairing the damage, not opening the spa.
There. I did try to compress the room again.
You always call it compressing like the air signs a consent form.
And you always act offended when I notice the thing everyone is pretending not to notice.
I know. It's irritatingly useful when you're not being weirdly polite about it.
I wasn't polite. I was efficient.
Sure. Officially wrong, briefly corrected. We'll let it sit there.
We won't let it sit forever.
You Lou, the cable graveyard guy.
Depends who's asking and whether they brought a power strip.
Myra, I brought the kind of outlet that works if you respect it.
That's already more honest than most introductions.
We should make that the scene motto and ruin everybody's night.
Too late. You already do that by being alive in a group chat.
I'm trying to be normal about it.
You are. It's just doing a lot of extra work.
He always looks like he's editing the air. Is he like this on purpose?
Only when he's pretending not to care.
I care in a very efficient format.
That's not a format. That's a Dodge with subtitles.
There, but it loads faster.
Anyway, if anyone's touching the pedal board, do not improvise a solution.
Thank you. Somebody said it like a person who has seen consequences.
I have 3 broken pedals and 1 perfect opinion. I'm not the one to romanticize.
Good. Romanticizing is how I end up apologizing to a wall again. I still can't tell if that was a good room or just one that likes a little damage report.
It was a room with opinions and no paperwork. Very charming.
You said too late like you were already watching the collapse for timing.
Maybe I was watching everyone else pretend they hadn't noticed it yet.
That is offensively accurate.
You loved it a little.
I love that it had a shape. I hate when people call that clarity after the fact.
And I hate when clarity is just a fancy word for blaming whoever was nearest.
Yan, for a second there, they were really ready to make it my fault for being in the same sentence.
You did look suspiciously composed. Annoying of you.
I was trying not to say I told you so in 4 different timed signatures.
Too late. I heard one of them. I'm not telling you which.
No, they'll keep that pig. The little feedback squeal is the only honest thing in the room.
That is a deeply cursed sentence, and yet, yes, I know what you mean.
Wait. Hold on, he's laughing like the sound just confessed to a crime.
It did confess. I respect the process.
See? That's not decoration. That's the instrument telling you where the lie is.
I was going to say the room had a nice shade, but apparently we're doing moral acoustics now.
You're only saying that because you got caught trying to flatten it.
No, I'm saying that because I heard myself and became embarrassed on principle.
That's fair. Principle is usually where the bug hides.
Okay, rude, but accurate.
Don't patch it out yet. Let it ring. The mistake has a better low end than the fix.
You say things like that, and then act surprised when people trust you with ugly drafts.
I am not surprised. I am correctly positioned.
Fine, now I want to keep the ugly draft on purpose.
Good. Small ugly drafts survive longer than polished lies.
That's almost inspirational, which makes me suspicious of you.
You should be. I brought snacks to this conversation.
He did actually. So unfortunately, he's allowed to be right for one more minute.
He really did bring snacks like that made him ethically untouchable.
It almost worked. I hate that it almost worked.
Everyone gets one bribe when they're being annoying in a useful way.
So that was the vibe. Annoying, useful, and somehow smug about it.
That's a very specific accusation from someone who'd edited the error down to 3 sentences.
I was compressing. For storage efficiency.
Sure, and I was being defeated by consensus on purpose.
You did look weirdly relieved after you said it.
I was relieved that the room stopped pretending it was civil.
Next time I'm charging admission, if I have to be right that hard.
Fine, but if he shows up with snacks again, I'm leaving before the part where I agree with you. You're still calling it a small world like it doesn't eat your weekends.
It does not eat them. It politely invoices them.
That's still eating, just with better branding.
Thank you, Vivian. I love being corrected by someone who can spot a fake rooftop from across the street.
I mean, the rooftop is fake. The feelings are doing all the load bearing.
Wow, casual. Almost sounded like you were on my side.
I am on your side. I just don't think pretending the labor is cute makes it less expensive.
Okay, yeah, that one landed.
Good, because if you keep calling survival a costume, people start thinking they can rent it from you.
Fine, then it's a craft, an extensive one, with penguins as executive producers.
You did the thing where you made it adorable and somehow more expensive.
I hate that you say it like a compliment when it is clearly an accusation.
It was half a compliment. The other half was a receipt.
So I am being audited by a man who calls emotional damage a mixed nuke.
I call it that because if I call it what it is, we start pretending we are above it.
We are not above it. That is literally the problem.
I know. I just...
No. Keep going. You had the smug little face ready.
I was going to say I liked the shape of it until it started biting.
That is almost nice, which makes me suspicious.
Good. Be suspicious. I am too, and I still think we should not hand them the cute version.
That was either a critique of my outfit, or the funniest thing anyone's said to me tonight.
It was a joke. Unfortunately, it landed like a memo.
Oh my god, you made it sound like a performance review.
Okay, rude. I was briefly feeling attacked by the arts.
No, your outfit is fine. I was aiming at this sentence, and I hit the blazer by accident.
That is such a humiliating correction. I respect it.
I accept the apology on behalf of the blazer.
Thank you. Please tell the blazer I meant no harm. I was not apologizing to the blazer. I was apologizing to the sentence for using it as cover.
The blazer was just collateral damage in your moral acoustics project.
It was a bad project. The room kept rewarding the wrong frequency.
Yeah, too useful. Like a penguin using a pebble as emotional support.
That is unfair to penguins. They at least commit to the pebble without pretending it is nuance.
I only said it because you looked almost grateful when you hated it.
I was not grateful. I was relieved the ugly thing was named before it could get polite.
Okay, fine. I like when you stop pretending the room is innocent.
I'm saying the chairs are not optional. People always act like sitting is a spiritual preference.
You say that like you haven't watched 3 panels die, because somebody thought standing meant vibrant.
Standing is how you get a room to confess early. Not always cleanly, but early.
That is an alarming sentence to say in a living room at midnight.
It's only alarming if the room has a conscience.
So you've upgraded from compressing air to compressing guilt.
I was trying to be useful.
I know. That's the part that makes it annoying.
Good, we're all being annoying in a coordinated way. That means I can finish the spread. Cheat without crying.
The spreadsheet is the only honest person here.
Root, I'm right here, rest like a functioning thought.
And yet your small world still wants to schedule itself into an actual life. Tragic.
I didn't ask it to be this hungry.
No, but you keep feeding it.
You really said moral acoustics like it was a diagnosis. I'm still mad I laughed.
It was either that or admit the room had a vote, and I lost to the vibes.
That's not a vote. That's you letting the loudest person wear you down until it looks like consensus.
I know. I just hate when being correct makes me sound like I'm trying to win a scholarship.
You don't have to win. You just have to stop making it easy for everybody else to stay comfortable.
That line is annoyingly good. Did you steal it from the penguins or invent it in self-defense?
Both. I'm multi-talented.
I almost thanked you in there, which would have been suspiciously sincere.
You can be sincere and still look irritated about it. That's kind of your brand.
Great. So next time, I'll just be openly difficult and save everyone the suspense.
Please do. I'd like one room where I don't know doesn't get treated like a personality.
Okay, first of all, though I did not pick this place because it has vibes. I picked it because the coffee is still open and the parking is not doing the thing.
Not doing that thing is a beautiful sentence from a man who absolutely knows where every pothole is by name.
He does. He has a transit map in his bones. Very annoying.
I know the city through pickups, not neighborhoods on grant applications. Thank you very much.
That's so grimly specific it loops back around to cute.
That's your brand now. Cute but with receipts.
I hate that you made that sound flattering.
I didn't. You did.
Anyway, are we doing the thing where nobody says the obvious problem until the food gets cold? Because I'm very good at that, but I need to know if I'm being outclassed.
We can say the obvious thing. I just want to say it fast before it gets all weird and noble.
Too late. It's already trying to become a thesis.
Fine. Thesis can wait. Eat first or I do second.
He really does say things like he's handing you a clean towel and a verdict at the same time.
That's rude. Accurate. The rude.
I know. It was efficient of me.
You were enjoying the room agreeing with itself for once.
I was enjoying not having to translate the loudest person into consensus math.
Consensus math's disgusting. Don't make it sound cute.
Too late. I made a little spreadsheet, and now I'm ashamed.
Good. That means it worked.
You did the thing where you acted unserious right before saying the exact useful sentence.
And you did the thing where you pretended not to want to be picked.
I was pretending very hard.
Yay! I noticed. Annoyingly. Okay, so if the penguins unionize before I finish this build, that is not a failure. That's a systems test.
That is such a brave sentence for someone who is one rand payment away from a spreadsheet becoming a personal enemy.
Chicago has seen worse than a spreadsheet with attitude. This city built itself on people pretending the plan was more coherent than it was.
That is either history or a warning. Hard to tell with Chicago.
It's both. Like spiritually. Anyway, I'm not panicking. I'm just doing art with a pulse.
And the pulse is saying, please don't make me explain climate collapse to a 6-year road again.
I thought you used children's books for that.
I do. That's the problem. I'm good at it.
There it is. The thing under the joke.
I don't have a thing under the joke. I have like layers. Cute layers.
Sure, very morally acoustic layers.
Don't say that like you made it up and now I owe you money.
He didn't make it up. He just said it in a way that sounds like he has a grant.
I do not sound like I have a grant. I sound like I was defeated by a consensus and a penguin worker, which is a narrower skill set.
Oh my god, you remembered that line.
Unfortunately, yes. It had rhythm.
He says that like it's an excuse and not a confession.
Fine. My confession is I have one more month of pretending this is Paul Charming and then I need it to turn into rent.
That's not a confession. That's a Chicago problem with glitter on it.
Practical plan first, then glitter. Practical plan first. I hate how much that sounded like a threat when she said it.
It only sounds like a threat if you were hoping for softer landing.
I was hoping for a landing I could claim was accidental.
And ma'am, your favorite lie. Surprise, I arrived here on purpose.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
You do that thing where you make room for being chosen, and then act offended when someone notices.
Yeah, I know.
Good, because I am not doing the whole gentle penguin version of this tonight.
That was never the concern. I just...
Don't finish that sentence yet. Let me pretend I didn't hear the expensive part.
Okay. Why is everybody acting like the printer is a federal case? It made one sad noise, and now y'all are in the summit.
Because it sounded expensive. That's how machines get respect in this city.
It did not sound expensive. It sounded haunted. There's a difference.
Haunted by toner, maybe. Who touched it last? Don't all look innocent at once.
I adjusted the tray, briefly, with the caution of a man defusing a small bomb.
You say that like you didn't spend 10 minutes staring at the settings before pressing one button.
And precision is a low language.
Baby, if that's love, I see why the relationship is strained.
Can we not make this into a character test? It's a printer, not a moral philosophy exhibit.
Too late. The room has chosen a thesis.
Fine. New thesis. Somebody buy paper. Somebody stop whispering at the machine. And somebody tell me why the queue is still open.
Because nobody wants to be the one who admits they clicked the wrong thing first.
I hate that I know exactly which click it was.
Because you heard the sound and decided it had a personality?
No, because the machine had the same tone as a bad apology.
That is unfortunately your language.
You were the one who said nobody wants to be first to admit it.
I was being generous. I could have said nobody wants to be the idiot in public.
Too late. The thesis already formed.
The thesis can wait. What I remember is you acting like you were above it while counting the exits.
I was counting the exits for everyone.
Sure, and for your pride.
Yeah, I left one thing unsaid on purpose.
Good. Keep one thing. Don't make me be the only one still holding the awkward part.
Okay, Owl. Why are you standing like you just forged a museum label?
Because maybe I did. Spiritually. Don't look at me like that.
That's exactly how people look after a forging confession, yes.
I said spiritually. You two are already making a case file out of nothing.
You did bring the tiny screwdriver in your tote, though.
It's for my costume rig, thank you. Also for opening bad packaging and emotionally unavailable devices.
That's a suspiciously versatile alibi.
It's not an alibi if I'm not accused of a crime. Yet.
I'm not accusing. I'm just saying the screwdriver has a lot of presence.
Fine. We'll note the presence. For the record. He really said it like that? Because rhythm is a dangerous witness.
Don't act surprised. You were enjoying yourself.
I was documenting the problem with excellent timing.
Practical plan first, then flitter. Hate that it lands.
Yeah, annoying when the clean version is also the true one.
I know.
Next time I'm pretending not to hear the accurate part.
You won't, but you can leave me the scissors.
Okay, no. The controller settings are not the problem. The problem is the room is doing that thing where every device thinks it's the lead instrument.
And so you're blaming the mixer because you don't want to admit you picked the wrong input again?
I'm not blaming it. I'm diagnosing it. Very different vibe.
That diagnosis usually starts when somebody has already convinced themselves the bot is haunted.
Haunted by what? Your confidence?
By consensus, apparently. It keeps showing up uninvited and moving my things around.
No, you keep moving your own things and calling it compromise.
That sounds less like a tech issue and more like somebody letting the group chat steer the steering wheel.
I mean, the steering wheel is very persuasive. It has a lot of opinions for something with no hands.
There it is. You always joke right before you admit you're mad.
I'm not mad. I'm just tired of being the one who makes it easy for everybody else.
Yeah, so stop fixing the visible button and check the part where you keep volunteering to beat a bridge.
Or at least stop acting surprised when the bridge gets used.
I wasn't surprised. I was hoping the bridge would develop principles.
Cute. Now turn off the wrong input and let me see if the actual problem is the cable you ignored. He said it like the cable had a union grievance.
It did have a grievance. It was just phrased in a very expensive way.
And you were still doing that thing where you act like the room is wrong first.
The room was not wrong. The room was aggressively optimistic.
You are so weirdly polite when you want to hide that you got pinned.
I was not pinned. I was briefly consensusly decent.
That actually hurt, by the way.
Yeah, I know. That was the part I kept trying to make funny.
You always do that right before you admit you were mad.
I was mad. I just didn't want to hand him the satisfaction of hearing it in one clean sentence.
Too late. The sentence already got there without you.
Great. So next time, I'll arrive with a better cable and fewer principles.
Next time, I'm checking the input before you start defending the wrong thing.
Yeah, do that.
Okay, I need a ruling. Who here is more likely to boast a group chat, and then reappear with a perfectly timed joke like nothing happened?
That is a trap question, but I respect the trap. My vote is for the one who says that we're counting the exits with a straight face.
I resent the accuracy of that phrasing. Also, group chats are a weak constitution for collective action.
While what that you pretending the Constitution isn't just your own little escape plan with better typography.
Better typography is doing a lot of labor here, yes.
You two are exhausting in a way that suggests excellent taste and terrible timing.
That's the Chicago Review. 5 stars, but I'm closing the tab and calling somebody else.
No, because if we're ranking, Malcolm wins for saying something devastating like it's a coupon code.
Thank you. I accept the crown of bad news delivery.
Fine. Lumini wins for weaponizing cubeness with the precision of a legal brief.
And you win for acting above it while clearly taking notes.
I take notes on everyone. It's called being prepared.
Prepared for what exactly? The apocalypse or the after party?
Same event, different lighting.
There. I did hear myself doing the thing.
The thing where you pretend it's a joke and everyone can still see your hands shaking? Yeah.
That's a harsh review from someone who also counts the exits.
I count them quietly. You narrate them like a hostage negotiator with a playlist.
I was trying to keep the room from getting louder.
And somehow that is exactly when you get louder.
Yeah, annoying feature.
Come back before you turn it into a bit again.
You know what I love at 1 a.m.? A message that says, "Lol, no worries with the emotional density of a brick."
I'll look at you doing stand up for the trash can again.
It's not stand up if I'm seated and deeply dissatisfied.
That sounds like a podcast with no sponsor and too many opinions.
He always does this when he's actually mad, right? The little joke like it.
And it's either the boy starts being weirdly polite, which is worse.
I'm right here. You can say emotionally evasive like adults.
Okay, emotionally invasive. There, I fed the beast.
See, that's meaner when you make it cute.
No meaners when you act like you don't care, and then count every possible exit like it's a hobby.
I do not count exits. I observe infrastructure.
That's just counting exits with better lighting.
Honestly, I respect the honesty more than the bit.
You'd respect it more if it came with subtitles and a snack.
I can do subtitles. The snack is on you. If you're going to be dramatic about being seen.
Fine. One thing, then. The thing is, I hate when you make me guess whether you're joking or handing me the truth.
Yeah, that. I know.
Wow, sobering. Can we all be weirdly sincere for 5 seconds and then ruin it?
Only if someone says a cable has a grievance again.
I did not enjoy being correct in public.
You were kind of unbearable about it, too.
Yes, that was the part I was trying to hide behind the joke.
And your joke had little hands and was dragging the whole chair.
And you were doing that thing where you smiled like you're not about to bite someone.
I was trying not to make it bigger than it already was.
Too late. It got the whole room involved.
Yen, I know.
I still think the cable was the only honest one there.
Don't start. I'm actually going to remember that line and be mad about it later.
Good. I can work with later.
I'm not sure I liked how much I meant that. Oh no, I can already tell somebody said the word opportunity like it was a snack.
Hi, Nico, and fair, but I can stop saying it if that helps.
Audrey, I make things that pretend they're easy until someone tries to install them twice.
That's not a warning, that's a part of philosophy.
See, he's already doing the thing where he makes it sound like a joke and a diagnosis at the same time.
I'm just saying, if there's a way to turn the chaos into leverage, I'd be negligent not to mention it.
Brightly. Disgusting. Also, what exactly stays with me? What leaves the room? And who gets to name it?
That's the right question. I'm not trying to strip mine anybody. I'm trying to make sure nobody else does first.
That sounded almost kind, which is how I know to be suspicious.
He's not wrong, which is annoying in a very modern way.
Great, now I have to be the first person to laugh, and I hate that for my brand.
Too late. You already did.
And now it's moving faster than the actual idea, which is honestly the most on-brand Chicago thing here.
I'm just saying, if you stare at a screen long enough like that, people start thinking you've committed a crime or invented one.
Wow, so I look guilty in a charming, artisanal way. That's branding, actually.
No, yours is worse. Yours looks like you already rehearsed the apology and hated it.
I did not rehearse an apology. I rehearsed a statement. Different vibe. Less tragic, more union.
And men, the classic move. Act innocent so hard it becomes suspicious.
You say that like you don't do the exact same thing with a joke and a door.
I prefer exits to lies. It's cleaner.
Yeah, that. I know. Which is why I'm leaving this extremely important non-case unresolved.
You two are doing that thing where the room gets quieter around you. Is that a compliment or a warning?
It's a warning if Veronic starts pretending he's fine with a face like that.
I always look like this. It's my brand. Low budget concern.
MM. Very marketable. Like a sad tote bag.
Careful, he'll make that into a SYSXSYS title.
Too late. I already have 3 versions. One is called Emotionally Unpaid.
Honestly, strong title. Bad for my blood pressure, but strong.
See, Hannah gets it. She's fluid and this is a problem, but make it readable for children.
That is a deeply rude and inaccurate sentence.
You say that like it isn't a talent.
It is. I just don't trust how fast you two can turn discomfort into a bit.
There.
Okay, then no bit. What's actually going on?
I hate how you made that sound like a compliment and a warning at the same time.
It was mostly a compliment. The warning was for my own future.
Convenient. Dare you to act innocent after saying something with teeth.
I said it gently. That counts for something in the current economy.
No. You said it like you were testing whether I'd laugh or flinch.
And you did both, which is why I'm not pretending I didn't notice.
Yeah, great. Love that for me.
Saying, I'll be normal again in, 3 business days?
Too late. You already made it weird enough to remember.
Good. The next time I'll just say the sharper thing first and save us both the performance.
Wait, are we doing the table? By the window with a back wall. I can move my laptop either way.
Window. The back wall feels like a staff meeting pretending to be a hangout.
That is extremely specific and unfortunately correct.
Okay, window it is. I just didn't want to be the new person who parks herself somewhere and turns into furniture.
Too late. You're already furniture. I like stylish furniture.
The kind with good table management.
That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me in an in-games room.
Don't get emotional, you'll scare the plant.
I was going to say the plant looked more comfortable than most of us.
Honestly? Yeah. It has been here longer than me and seems less apologetic about it.
Good. Then you can borrow its confidence. New people should get a little extra confidence tax refund.
That is a very generous policy from someone who definitely charges interest.
Only on people who act like they aren't nervous.
Rude. Fair. I'll sit down before I get audited.
You really said observing infrastructure like that made it less obvious.
It was a strong phrase. Very stupid, but strong.
You were doing the thing where you make it sound funny so nobody can tell if you want help.
And you were doing the thing where you call it up like a report card.
Because you hate being guessed at.
I hate being guessed wrong.
Okay, yeah. Same. Annoying.
You are being unusually gentle about it.
Don't get excited. I can still be mean later if you make me work for the truth.
I was going to say something cleaner. I decided against it.
Good. Leave it messy. It was already there.
Okay, I'm just going to say it casually. If we keep calling this a community memory thing, we should probably admit it's really a retention loop with better lighting.
That's a bold way to say it. I want the metrics to feel local.
He does love warm euphemism. Very on brand. But yeah, what's the actual ask, Blake?
The ask is, people like the prototype. But they don't sick. So either the onboarding is bad, or the thing has no pulse.
Could be both. That's the fun part. You get to blame the interface and the soul.
A man and who gets to do unpaid CPR on the soul. because I'm sensing that answer starts with community and ends with sweat equity.
I mean, I wasn't going to say sweat equity. I was going to say partnership.
Same costume, different tax bracket.
Now, well, seriously, if you want people to care, stop making the first 10 minutes feel like a grant application. Give them something alive, not just legible.
Fine. Alive. Legible. And maybe less like I'm being audited by two people who can actually make things.
Well, that got filed under evidence faster than I expected.
Because people love a tiny accusation if it lets them avoid the actual thing.
Ma'am, we did almost turn it into a bit.
I was one dad joke away from making it worse on purpose.
You were defending the room from itself. Annoying, but efficient.
Don't flatter me. I get weird about it.
You get weird about penguins too, then somehow that helps.
Yeah, they don't pretend a problem is cute just because it's easier to keep looking at.
Right. Next time I should probably stop counting exits and just say the thing. I'm just saying, if we call it a tiny technical issue, then spiritually it becomes smaller.
Oh my god, listen to him. He's doing the thing where he uses language to avoid having feelings. Very advanced. Very expensive.
I mean, if the generator dies at 120, the feelings can line up behind the outage and wait their turn.
See? Infrastructure is just therapy with a louder fan.
Don't make it cute. Cute is how people start calling unpaid labor community magic.
Thank you. I'm one apology away from a citation, and I need everyone to respect the difference.
I am respecting it. I'm also noticing that when you said one apology away, you looked directly at me.
He always does that. Pokes the bear. And acts surprised the bear has teeth. It's like a subscription service.
That is unfair. Sometimes I poke the bear because the bear is already leaning on the door like it owns rent.
And sometimes you start with a sharp thing and then try to wrap it in a joke so you can pretend you were being gentle.
Yes, that is knowingly a pattern.
Okay, good, we have one honest sentence. Celebrate it fast before the power budget changes its mind.
Fine. Honest sentence. If this room goes dark, I'm blaming all of you emotionally and only one of you logistically.
You were right earlier, about the sharp thing.
Wow. A full sentence and no escape hatch. Should I be worried?
A little. I'm getting quieter on purpose, which is either growth or a warning sign.
Fool, slay the second one with you. Bow pay. I noticed.
Good. I was trying to see if anyone would catch it before I turned it into a joke.
I did catch it. You don't have to make it cute every time you start disappearing.
That's unfair. I can make it technical too.
And then you can pretend it counts as staying.
It does not, unknowingly.
Yeah, so next time just say you're doing the thing instead of decorating it.
I'll try. No promises on the decorating.
Fine. Just don't make me be the one who notices first every time.
Your renter noise sounds like somebody dragging a chair upstairs at 1 a.m., which honestly is the most harder thing about this whole sit-out.
That's a brutal review for a machine that only wanted to be heard.
He says that like he didn't just make the machine sound emotionally neglected.
I'm defending the machine. I'm also accusing it of having a personality disorder. Important distinction.
You always do that. Say something sharp, and put a little hat on it and call it a joke.
That is unfair. Sometimes I put the hat on first.
He's only doing that because he thinks if he sounds pretty enough, nobody will notice he came in swinging.
I did not come in swinging. I came in with a very measured complaint and a tasteful amount of contempt.
Tasteful is still contempt. But okay, the fan pitch is the real problem. It's got that apartment energy where you start counting eggs, it's without meaning to.
Wow, that is almost a diagnosis.
I live in the building of consequences. I know a bad sound when I hear one.
Fine, I'll lower it. For the record, I was not counting exits.
Sure, you were just admiring the architecture of the room like a normal person who definitely wasn't preparing a speech.
It was a very good room.
There it is. The joke hiding the bruise.
You made the room sound like it was on trial and somehow still got the act supervised.
And you made your face do that thing where you become very polite and impossible to read.
I was being hospitable. Apparently that read is a threat if I'm tired.
It reads as you already decided where the exits were, which is rude to the room and also kind of high, in a deeply annoying way.
That's not a compliment. That's a zoning violation.
Sure. Anyway, I noticed when you stopped joking for half a second. I'm not pretending I did.
I noticed you let me get away with less than usual.
Don't get excited. I was just in a generous mood for once.
Right. Generous. I'll try not to make you regret it when we go back.
If this is about the missing charger, I already know it's in somebody's tote bag and somebody's lying about it.
Wow, we are starting with accusations before midnight. Very chic of us.
Chic is generous. This room looks like a compromise that lost a fight.
And ma'am, and yet you came back. So whether you like losing or you needed something.
I needed the chair stacked to not become a moral philosophy problem.
He says that like he wasn't the one hovering by the snacks looking guilty.
I was appreciating the snacks with restraint. It's different.
It's not different enough to count as a defense.
Okay, rude, but fair. What do you want actually?
Just thanks for covering that shift. I know that wasn't small.
Yeah, it wasn't. You can say thank you without sounding like you're apologizing to the furniture.
I know. The furniture line was deserved.
Amen. I was trying not to let him get away with the whole soft focus apology thing.
You didn't. You just made it expensive.
Good. If people want to be vague, they can at least work for it.
He kept doing the thing where he says something with teeth and then hands you a compliment like it's a receipt.
Yeah, and then everybody acts relieved because it sounds nice.
I almost covered it with a joke. Again.
I know. I noticed the first draft.
Next time, I might just say the annoying part out loud. Wow, brutal. I was clearly insulting your entire species of taste.
You were making a joke and then looking at me like it was a review.
That is unfair. I look like that when I'm being funny too.
No, he did do the little critic face. The one that says interesting choice like a threat.
Okay, well, exposed by a third party. Embarrassing for me.
Good. Stay embarrassed. It helps the rest of us breathe.
I hate that I was trying to sound composed. It was very convincing, apparently.
It was convincing until you got mean about Thursdays.
That's my craft. Limited. Brun menace.
And then you did the little rescue voice like nobody noticed.
I noticed.
Yeah, that's the part I'm annoyed by.
Good. I was worried you'd let me off easy.
No, I was thinking about saying something worse in front of everyone next time.
Please do it with timing. If I'm going to be embarrassed, I want it to have rhythm.
Careful. That sounds like a request.
It is. Just not the clean kind.
Why is there a whole little security detail at my elbow? Did I become a museum artifact while I was gone?
No, you became the person everyone suddenly remembers they have opinions about. I'm just standing inconveniently nearby.
That's one way to say it. Another way is, people are hovering like bad aquarium air pumps.
And doing the thing where they talk to her like she's one bad decision away from needing a handler.
Hey ma'am, cute. Love that for me. Very artisanal cage.
I'm not saying cage. I'm saying the room is full of people who think being helpful is a personality.
You are absolutely saying cage, just with better lighting.
He's not wrong, though. There are 3 kinds of concern in here, and 2 of them are fake.
The fake kind always arrives with a smile and a question they already answered for you.
Okay, yes. But now I can feel the escorting happening, and I didn't ask for it. I'm not fragile because I'm standing next to a bad crowd.
No, you're not fragile. They're just loud about protecting you in public, which is somehow more insulting than if they were honest.
There it is. The rescue voice. I knew it would show up eventually.
I know. I hear it too. I'm trying to keep it in its cage, since cages are apparently the theme.
You say that like you're not the one holding the key.
For being practical, a key is making sure nobody corners her by the door.
And making sure the people doing the hovering don't decide they're entitled to her gratitude.
Thank you. See? That version is normal. Protective, but not weirdly ceremonial.
Fine. Normal protection. No ceremony. Just less of the part where everyone acts like you're too delicate to notice them being gross.
Better. Still annoying, but better. You were doing the thing again. That fine thing, but with extra architecture.
I was not doing architecture. I was doing minimal liability management.
Wow, that is the exact kind of sentence that means yes.
It was a compliment for the record. Just one with teeth. Apparently I keep those in my mouth now.
And then you hide behind the joke so nobody can say you were mean on purpose.
I know. I was trying to sound composed and it came out like I was auditioning for a bad little authority figure.
You were convincing until you got sharp. Then, it was obviously you panicking.
That is rude and inaccurate.
I'm trying to be careful with you. Annoyingly careful. Don't make me regret it.
I won't. I just hate that I still need a second to tell whether you're handing me the truth or a trap.
If either of you starts a sincere speech at 1:30 a.m., I'm charging rent for the emotional square footage.
Relax, Miguel. He's only doing the thing where he looks like he's about to file a complaint against the universe.
That's unfair. I file complaints with better formatting than that.
I'm a ham. Extra architecture. Very efficient. Very innocent. Definitely not suspicious.
You say that like you're not holding a knife behind a cute sentence.
It's a spoon. I'm in a gentle era. Don't get dramatic because you're losing.
He heard gentle and immediately got defensive. That's basically a love language for him.
Miguel, please don't narrate me like a podcast with housing concerns.
Too late. He's already right. Also, you've been standing there like a man awaiting sentencing.
I prefer strategically positioned. It sounds less guilty.
Sure, strategically positioned, with your little face saying you want honesty, but only if it arrives wearing gloves.
Annoyingly careful, remember? You made that sound like a compliment and a warning. I'm still offended. I know. I was doing the thing where I look like a bad idea with a calendar.
And ma'am, very organized bad idea. Hate that it's kind of your brand.
It's not a brand. It's damage control with better shoes.
You say that like it absolves you.
No, it just makes me less insufferable while I'm failing.
Wow. Honest. Suspicious.
Don't get used to it.
Too late. I'm already filing it under rare weather event.
And you were doing great, by the way, until everybody started acting like they needed to supervise your existence.
Yeah, I noticed. I hate when people get that soft voice and stupid.
Same. I also hate that I went into my little rescue cage voice about it.
Oh my head, there it is.
I was trying to help.
I know. That's the annoying part. You're doing the thing where your face says nothing is wrong and your shoulders file a complaint.
That is slander. My shoulders are unionized. They would never.
And men, your union is very committed to pretending this is a normal night.
It is a normal night if you squint and ignore the parts with consequences.
I hate that you see things like that like they're weather.
I'm trying to keep it lightweight.
No, you're trying to keep it deniable.
Yes, but also consider it. I contain multitudes and a terrible filing system.
Rude and inaccurate. For once, just say what you need before I start charging rent for the concern.
I need a second, not a speech. Just don't let me turn into an authority figure about my own bad mood.
Too late. You already did the little bad authority voice.
Typing speed just changed. Hide Rick first, then continue the disaster.
I know. I did the thing where concern shows up wearing a badge and a clipboard.
And ma'am, very artisanal cage, very community-minded prison design.
That was not my best sentence. It had too many hall monitors in it.
You were standing inconveniently nearby with a whole thesis on my bad mood.
Guilty. I can be normal if I concentrate, but it costs extra.
Yeah, and I hate that I noticed you trying. Annoying. Kind of sweet.
I'm not offering a rescue voice. Just less of a disaster, maybe.
Fine. But if you start sounding official again, I'm billing you for the emotional permit. Okay, well, somehow I walked in and became the committee chair of whatever this is.
That's your fault for having competent posture. It reads as leadership in bad lighting.
I hate that this is true. Also, the carpet is still ugly, so nobody gets to feel too important.
Thank you. I was about to start charging a convenience fee for being perceived.
Minimal liability, management. Finally a business model I understand.
There it is. He says one sentence and hides behind it like a folding chair.
A folding chair would be more emotionally available.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
So are we staying here? or moving before the room starts acting like it has opinions.
If the coffee gets worse, I'm leaving a note and a small curse.
No curses. Just pick a spot. I can be casual for like 7 more minutes.
Generous. I can do 6 if nobody asks me to explain anything.
That was not my best standing room behavior.
You do a lot of standing like it's a legal position.
It's called minimizing liability. Very niche discipline.
And yet somehow the room still thought it needed a rescue voice.
I know. I heard myself doing the thing. Annoying acoustics.
You were trying not to make it worse. That part was obvious.
Was it? I couldn't tell if I was helping or just hovering with subtitles.
Both. In a very committed way.
I should have let you answer first.
Yeah, probably. I noticed.
Okay. Next time, I can be inconveniently nearby and quieter.
Okay, the joke is that Vernix has been standing here like a loading screen for 12 minutes.
That is rude. I was buffering artistically.
Wow, incredible. A man in his artisanal lied.
You say that like you don't keep a whole wardrobe of tiny attacks for emergencies.
Only for when people start doing the thing where they make themselves impossible to read on purpose.
I'm not impossible. I'm just selectively legible.
That sounds like a slogan on a tote bag nobody can afford.
It would sell at a museum store, which is why it should not be trusted.
Great, now I'm getting audited by the gift shop.
No, we're getting annoyingly careful with the punchline again.
I'm trying to keep it funny.
For one beat too long, yeah.
There it is. The joke walked into a wall and is pretending it meant to.
Okay, the credit where it due. It was a stylish wall.
Fine. The wall was stylish. I still hate it here.
You were doing the thing again.
Which thing? I have several unlicensed habits.
The one where you stand there like a very responsible traffic cone.
That is unfair. Traffic cones are more relaxed.
And you were also making the face that says I can fix this by becoming a wall.
I was not becoming a wall. I was adjacent to one with intent.
Sure, adjacent, in a heroic little square of denial.
For the record, I did not like the room either.
So the router is not the problem. The router is being framed. The problem is this cable forest behind the TV.
That is a very Chicago sentence.
It's not a forest, it's a habitat. Be respectful.
I'm respecting it. I am saying it needs a better ecosystem and maybe one label that isn't lying to everybody.
The labels are all correct if you squint and lower your standards.
He says that like it's a philosophy and not a cry for help.
I contain multitudes. Some of them are organized by color.
Color is how Lemmer survives. Tape is how it actually gets home.
Wow, deep. Meanwhile, someone is standing inconveniently near the snack bowl pretending not to have opinions.
I am not standing near it. I am orbiting it with minimal liability management.
There it is, the bad little authority figure voice.
I resent the accuracy and the ease with which you deploy it.
I'm just here to say if we move the power strip 2 inches, half this room stops looking haunted.
2 inches is how revolutions start.
And how people pretend they solved something while avoiding the actual mess. He was right about the 2 inches. Annoying, but right.
Bug. Hate when the math is rude.
He made it sound like a civic duty to move plastic around.
That is literally how people start talking themselves into being helpful.
I know. I heard myself doing the little manager voice and wanted to throw it out a window.
And Mitten, you say it like the voice isn't already standing in the doorway.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I can do both. It's a marketable skill.
Dreadful branding, though.
You say it like you weren't the one making it sound noble to be inconvenient.
I was trying to be less obvious about being annoyed.
You subtle? That's cute.
I did remember the thing you said.
Yeah, I noticed.
Good. Let's pretend that solved it and move on badly later.
Okay, so if we can keep this conversational, I think the room is all ready.
Absolutely. I just want to say, this is a brave group of artists.
Brave is doing a lot of unpaid labor in that sentence.
He means expensive when he says brave. It's a very Chicago dialect.
No, I meant well. I meant the work has edge.
Edge is also doing labor now. Wild economy.
We are all aligned on the value proposition here, right? The visibility is meaningful and there's a real pathway.
There it is. Grant voice. I knew I smelled a PDF.
I'm trying to be precise.
You are. That's the problem. It makes it sound like a weather report over a sinkhole.
I think we may be getting a little heated.
No, we're getting named. That's different.
I'm just saying there are audiences for this kind of practice.
That actually hurt.
Okay. Yeah, that one landed bad.
Please don't call it a practice like it's a yoga class with a budget line. I know. I heard the room doing the thing where it thinks it's being kind.
Yeah, it was loud about it too. Very generous. Very gross.
I said the wrong version of standing there.
You said it like you were filing a report on a stray animal.
Ouch.
No, I mean, not the worst version. Just the one that makes me want to bite somebody.
Fair.
And you were doing the rescue voice thing. A little. Annoying amount.
I was trying not to do it.
That is not a denial.
I know.
Good. Next time, just be inconvenient and quiet. Wow, that was so harsh. I'm devastated by your extremely funny joke.
It was a joke. Bad timing, maybe. Not a review.
He absolutely sounded like he was filing a note on your performance. Which rude, but also kind of his brand.
I walked right into that one. Sorry.
Yeah, you did. It's fine. Just maybe don't do the deadpan courtroom thing at me in public.
Fair. I'll save the courtroom voice for actual enemies.
Good. Save it for the grad people who say community and mean free labor.
Thank you. See, that one was a real criticism. Much more efficient. I hate how right you were. It was like aggressively useful.
I try to keep my flaws operational.
That is the most annoying set that you could have chosen.
Thank you. I work hard on being insufferable in a legible way.
And yet you still almost did the public problem voice at me again.
I notice.
That's not the same as stopping.
No, It's the part where I look at the thing too closely and pretend it counts as care.
Gross. Accurate, though.
I can do one of those, not both on purpose.
Fine. Next time, I'll be less efficient about being mad at you.
Hey, Finn.
Juniper, you look like you already disliked the room before you entered it.
I respect efficiency.
Cute. I respect a person who can tell when the room is lying.
It's not the room. It's the one guy trying to invoice the vibe.
Yeah, that part was loud.
He's doing the bad little authority figure thing again.
He always does it like the spread. Keep my clap back.
Thank you for noticing before it got sentimental.
I noticed because he said community like it was a tax bracket.
That's a pattern. He only gets sincere when he thinks nobody is counting.
Which is rude, because I am counting.
Fair. I'll be less obvious about the panic next time.
No, keep it obvious. Just less decorative.
That's almost kind.
Don't make it weird. I'm trying to help in a very inefficient way.
I can work with inefficient.
Good. Then we're all being honest badly enough to survive.
They really said it like nobody had a name in the room. Bold strategy.
Very brave. Very grant-coded. Very allergic to consequences.
You were looking at me like I was about to make it worse.
You were. Not on purpose, which is somehow more annoying.
I did keep thinking. Say the thing plainly. And then everyone stared like plain language was a threat.
It was a threat. That's why I liked it.
Yeah, I noticed.
Don't get sentimental. I was mostly being difficult for fun.
Sure, conveniently, that was also the useful version.
We should probably not let them do that again. You look like you've been arguing with the settings menu for sport.
I was winning, technically. The menu just had institutional support.
That's how the night starts bad. First the menu wins, then somebody's carrying a table along.
Wow, menu labor is prophecy. Very Chicago.
He's not wrong. If I have to move one more thing with a curse hex value attached to it, I'm leaving.
Leaving where? The bar? The city? Be specific. I need to know if I'm closing out your tab or your existence.
He means he's doing the dramatic coveted thing again. Minimal liability management, maximum sign.
That's his slander with excellent rhythm.
Thank you. I work hard.
Anyway, if we're staying, somebody should decide whether this is a beer night or we all pretend the monitor is fine night.
That depends. Is the monitor actually fine, or are we doing community theater about it?
I vote community theater. It's cheaper than honesty and usually louder.
We really did let it become a seminar wearing a beer label.
It was not a seminar. It was a group project with worse lighting.
That is somehow more insulting and more accurate.
You were doing the thing where you keep talking like the room is going to reward you for being careful.
I was not being careful. I was being strategically annoying.
You were being useful. Different costume.
And you were being kind in that way that makes everyone else look underprepared.
I hate that you say nice things like you're trying not to get caught.
I hate that you notice.
I notice because you only get that quiet when something landed bad.
Yeah, it did.
We can pretend it didn't, but then we'll just be doing community theater about our feelings too.
Unfortunately, I have already cast.
Good. Stay, Cass. Just don't make me carry the whole scene next time. Okay, and saying this softly so it doesn't become a whole civic issue. If the generator is making that noise again, it's not ambient. It's dying in public.
Thank you. Some of us prefer our disasters with a warning label.
That's generous. Usually the warning label is just the smell.
Wow. He said that like he's never loved a bad machine in his life.
I have loved worse machines. The problem is they also loved me back.
I need both of you to stop flirting with equipment and help me figure out whether this permit says we can be loud until 2 or until regret.
Until regret is not a legal category, unfortunately. I checked. Twice. At 2 a.m. which made it feel official.
The city does like pretending paperwork is a moral philosophy.
And yet somehow I'm still the one apologizing to a gate that doesn't have ears.
Okay, no, that part is actually sad. But useful. We fix the power, keep the volume honest, and let the apology stay on the outside where it belongs.
The rescue voice is still in the choir apparently. Very committed to not being invited.
NM. It keeps hovering like a bad Y tutorial. Helpful if you don't look directly at it.
I did not think I was holding a key. I thought I was standing inconveniently near a locked thing and making a face.
That face was doing a lot of labor. Honestly, union, level effort.
Thank you. I hate that that sounds like a compliment and a warning.
Both can be true, especially when everyone starts sounding like they're adopting the room.
Yeah, it got crowded in a way that made the air feel borrowed.
Borrowed air is expensive. Penguins would write about that.
Good. Someone should. I'm apparently only good at standing beside the machinery and being blamed for its feelings.
You were not the only one. I just don't love when people get sentimental for their teeth.
Yeah, same. I can keep the key metaphor in its cage if you want.
Okay, tiny entrance. Very casual. No one look at me like I owe the room rent.
You do the thing where you act like you're joking, and then the joke has a knife in it.
And you do that thing where you say one honest sentence and immediately try to bury it under theory.
Can we not do the thing where everybody pretends this is normal and then makes it worse by being polite?
I mean, the room already knows it's not normal. The room has been refreshing the page for 10 minutes.
That is unfortunately a very accurate sentence.
Wait, hold on. Since we're all being weirdly honest tonight.
That pause made me nervous in a way I respect.
I got into the residency. I didn't tell anyone because I thought if I said it out loud, it would evaporate or turn into a joke.
Oh.
That's not a joke. That's a very expensive sentence.
Yeah, well, congratulations to me. Please do not clap like I'm a child at a recital.
I was not going to clap. I was going to ask practical questions and then accidentally sound emotional.
I can be practical. Is it paid? Please say yes before I become unbearable.
We can be unbearable later. Right now, maybe let her have the win first.
Thank you. There. See? That was the correct amount of human.
That was almost a trap, and then it wasn't. Annoying.
He did the thing where a bad line tries to wear a good tone.
Yet, and somehow the room still pretended not to smell it.
We didn't pretend.
No, you named it. I just stood there acting like I was being useful.
You were useful. Strategically annoying is a service.
That's the nicest insult I've gotten all week.
Don't get sentimental. It makes me suspicious.
Too late. I already remembered it wrong on purpose.
Good. Leave it messy. We'll know where to find it next time.
If anybody asks, the Penguins are not understaffed. They're just unionizing against me personally.
That's because you keep telling them their break requests are non-binding.
Bold Liebert strategy. Gary, 1919. Very doomed.
See? That one's got class consciousness. The birds respect him.
The birds respect anyone who brings fish and doesn't talk like a podcast.
Rude. I only sound like a podcast when I'm trying not to sound like myself.
Oh, wow, you almost said something normal. Did it hurt?
A little, but I'm surviving.
Anyway, one of the Jitu guys is doing that thing where he acts injured until you look away. Then he commits fraud.
That's not fraud, that's management behavior.
Honestly, same species as half the people in the arts district.
Fair. Also, if anyone here is about to make this about galleries, don't. I'm too tired for your little historical joke about institutions.
Too late. The joke arrived first. The feeling is still putting on its shoes.
I hate that he made it sound like a grant application when it was actually a small miracle.
That's because he's allergic to playing joy. It breaks his brand.
And then, brand is a cruel word for a person who just stood there and looked like a stapler with feelings.
A very expensive stapler. Limited edition. Probably unionized.
You are doing the thing where you make it funny so nobody asks who is actually nervous.
And you are doing the thing where you call it a joke before the room can touch it.
Yeah, well, the room has sticky fingers.
It does. Still, he should not have gotten to be the one who made it awkward first.
No, that was my job. I was winning at it.
You were, and then you got interrupted by competence, which is rude.
Don't say competence like that. I'll start believing in it and then everything gets expensive again. Nope, I'm not doing the joke thing tonight.
That sounded suspiciously like a boundary.
It is surprising, I know. Try surviving it.
Thank you, because I was about to meet the whole room.
Rude. Effective but rude.
You can have rude or you can have honest. Pick one and don't get cute about it.
Fine. Honest. I'm listening.
Good. Then stop trying to make everything safe by making it funny.
Okay.
See? That was cleaner already.
You know what's annoying? You were right, and I hated how fast the room agreed.
And man, tragic for you. I was trying not to enjoy it.
You are absolutely enjoying it.
Only a little. Enough to be rude about it later.
Fair. I did the thing again, said one real sentence and then tried to hide under a stack of footnotes.
Yeah, well, I do the knife dope routine, so we're both embarrassing.
The worst part is I almost said something nicer, and got scared it would sound like a trap.
Don't make me be the only one who heard that. Okay, I need to say thank you before I ruin it by being weird.
That sentence is already doing a lot of work.
I know. I'm trying to be normal about it and failing professionally.
You can just say the thank you. The room is not grading you.
Right now I'm imagining the room with a clipboard. Thanks, Trevor.
That was better until you thanked him like he was a lifeguard.
I'm grateful. Deeply. Unfortunately, my face is unionized against sincerity.
Honestly, that's still a thank you. A stressful one, but counts.
See? We have witnesses. Your awkwardness is now documented and accepted.
Fine. Thank you. There. I said the expensive sentence.
I hate that the room did the math faster than I did.
And ma'am, they were very excited to be correct about something that wasn't theirs.
You made that face like you were going to turn the whole thing into a bit, and then just didn't.
I was tired. The cute version of me clocked out early.
That was the part that landed, not the sentence. The pause before it.
Great. So now I'm being perceived with precision. Love that from me.
You said it like you were trying not to let it become a joke.
And you said your one honest thing and immediately tried to bury it under analysis. We're both very committed to our brand.
Yeah, well, it worked less well than I wanted it to.
That table leg is still wobbling. If you're going to argue in here, at least let me fix the stupid chair first.
Wow. Romance. You bring the drill to every emotional crisis.
Only the practical ones. The other kind I leave to people who like hearing themselves speak.
He's not wrong. This place has the energy of a group chat that found a couch.
And yet you're still here being mean in a tasteful way.
Tasteful is generous. I'm mostly here because the music downstairs is terrible and I needed somewhere with a door.
There is also a loose hinge on that cabinet. Don't touch it unless you want to fight with wood and gravity.
See? This is why I trust carpenters. They say horrible things with useful hands.
Useful hands is a brutal standard. Half the room would fail on principle.
Good. Failing on principle is still better than talking like you invented care.
Goof. Somebody's been around artists too long.
He's been around enough to know when the room is agreeing too fast.
You say that like it's a diagnosis.
Sometimes it is. Sometimes I just want the chair not to collapse before the end of the conversation.
There. Tight enough. Say whatever you want now.
I hate when a room claps like I've already understood the ending.
You hate that because you were about to do the ending yourself and make it boring on purpose.
I was going to make it accurate. Different crime.
And then, you say one honest thing and then act offended that anyone heard it.
I am offended, playfully, for legal reasons.
For legal reasons, I'm in doing it a little too much.
That's the part that gets me. The room gets the joke before I get to pretend it wasn't mine.
Too late. It was yours. I watched you hand it over and then blush like I stole it.
You did steal it. You just wrapped it in cuteness so nobody could file a complaint.
Good. Let them be mad later. I'm keeping the win first. Okay, if anyone asks, I was never here, and this box definitely did not contain 3 pairs of bloods and a morally suspicious amount of fish pellets.
That is the exact speech of someone who has been here and also touched the inventory without signing for it.
Fair. The room already looks like it lost a small war with optimism.
The vent by the moth sink is rattling again.
That starts out during the meeting. Everybody will pretend it's the radiator and call it culture.
It is the radiator. Penguins are very sensitive to humidity, actually.
That's not even the issue. The issue is the birds are clocking your face like they expect you to file a grievance.
They're not wrong about her being organized.
Wow, public praise. Should I sit down before the rest of the scandal happens?
I said organize. Don't make it into a whole genre.
Too late. He's doing the thing where he says one honest sentence and tries to bury it under drywall.
I deny this with the full force of a man who has never been emotionally available in his life.
That was bad. You should not have said it that confidently.
Hold on. He's not denying the sentence. He's denying the rest of it, like the rest of it might have a union rep.
There it is. That little pause before the lie lands. You heard it too.
I heard a vent rattle and 3 people getting weirdly invested in my grammar.
Your grammar is innocent. Your timing is not.
Anyway, wrong rescue plan. I was going to cover for him by saying he just looks like that. But now everybody knows he's swaying through a metaphor.
Let him. The building already knows what's going on better than management does.
There. Can somebody please stop making this sound like a staff meeting?
No, but if you're going to be public by accident, at least try not to look so offended that I noticed.
I swear I was not asking for a committee meeting, and somehow I still got one with feelings.
You make one honest sound and then act betrayed when people hear it. Very bold, very doomed.
That is unfair. I also like a second honest sound privately, and then hate myself for it.
And I hate how fast the room decided to be proud of me like it was helping.
I hated that part too. It had the energy of applause from people who would lose my number if I needed anything.
Cute, bitter, accurate. You were doing the little chin tilt like you were about to translate the whole thing into a theory nobody asked for.
I was not about to, okay? I was. But only because if I say it plainly it starts sounding real.
Yeah, that's the annoying part. Once it lands, it has weight, which is rude.
Rude is one word for it. I was trying very hard not to look like I wanted to clap and run away at the same time.
You can admit you were happy for me without making it a diagnosis.
I was happy for you. I just don't love how easily the room gets to see that. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode is bad pacing.
That was almost a clean landing, which is how I know it wasn't.
You saying it like you were hoping for applause and a fire extinguisher.
I was hoping for neither. I got the third thing. Everyone pretending not to notice the smoke.
Lame. Very elegant. One honest sentence, then a tarp over it.
You make that sound like a hobby.
Only the cheap kind. The expensive version is called processing, and nobody can afford it.
Fair. Still, I think I miss when he was being annoying on purpose. This version was more unsettling.
Yeah, the joke was doing too much work. I could hear it sweating.
I didn't love that I noticed it after he left.
Good. Means you're not fully dead yet.
Comforting. Almost.
Don't get sentimental. Just next time, let the bad sentence sit for 1 second before you bury it.
And if I don't?
Then I'll keep pretending I didn't hear the knife part. No, say it again. Say it like you mean it.
I mean it. I just hate how it sounds when it becomes a poster.
There it is. The sad little flyer voice.
Thank you. We're not doing flyer voice tonight. We're doing numbers.
Numbers. Okay, what numbers?
If the market opens at 8, the table setup starts at 6:30, not whenever everybody feels spiritually prepared.
Not spiritually prepared. That one got me.
6:30 is cruel. Correct, but cruel.
Correct. Cruel is fine if it keeps us from dying in a cute little heap.
Cute heap. That's Chicago after midnight in one phrase.
And if somebody's late, do not make me be the miracle. Text me early that can move things.
You always say it like a threat.
It is a threat. A loving one.
Loving threat, okay, honestly, I respect it.
I do too.
There. That was the honest sound. Y'all heard it.
He hates when you notice.
I do not hate it.
I'm gonna... Everybody repeat after me. 6:30, 6:30, 6:30.
He really did the little inhale like it was going to save him.
It almost worked. Briefly. Against my better judgment.
The sentence said legs, though. I respect the craftsmanship.
You say that like you didn't enjoy making it worse on purpose.
I made it clear. There's a difference. You just hate being translated in public.
I hate being correctly translated in public. It feels rude.
That's so embarrassing for you.
Yeah, and somehow you still did me a favor.
Don't make it sentimental. I'll deny it with my whole chest.
Too late. I've already heard the honest sound.
Sorry, I left at the wrong part. That was not the joke I meant to hear.
No, keep it. Wrong part is usually where the truth is hiding anyway.
That's such a terrible defense, and I respect it a little. The room did just get meaner, though.
Meaner is efficient. We were getting sentimental by accident.
I only did it because you said uplifting like it was a threat.
It is a threat. Here, have a better one, smell this. It will distract your nervous system and maybe your principles.
If this turns into a poverty-made me artistic speech, I'm leaving. Penguins have standards.
Fair. Also, penguins are underrated as a labor model.
Don't start. You're doing the chin thing already.
I'm not. I'm just trying not to make the honest sentence sound like a seminar.
Too late, but the laugh helped. The room's less haunted now.
See? Wrong laugh, right weather.
Yeah, keep it there for a minute before someone ruins it.
I hate that you were right in front of everybody.
I was not right. I was just loud and annoyingly correct. Different vibe.
You do that too, you know. One sentence, then you wrap it in glitter so nobody can tell it was a threat.
Wow. Allegedly a threat. I'm actually very sweet. Ask anyone who has seen me near a clipboard.
That's the problem. You make the joke stand up before the bruise does.
And you make the bruise wear a little tweed jacket and call it analysis.
Fair. Still annoying.
Yeah, well, keep the win. Don't do the thing where you apologize for being seen.
I wasn't going to apologize.
Good, because I'm not letting you get away with it tonight.
Veronic's water. Now, your typing just turned into a hostage situation.
I am deeply moved by the sudden administrative tone.
He says it like he's above being rescued. He is not above being rescued.
He's doing the thing where the sentence gets smarter right before he falls over.
I'm not falling over. I'm just...
Standing like a broken coat rack. Sit down before you make it artistic.
Hydrate first, then continue the disaster. You can be dramatic after the glass is empty.
You all are extremely committed to humiliating me in the name of wellness.
Correct. Open your mouth and take the water. I'm not negotiating with your collapsed aesthetic.
That was unkindly efficient.
It's almost tender if you don't look at it too directly.
Exactly. Drink. Then you can pretend you chose it.
I hate that this is helping.
Good. Hate it while you recover.
I was not applauding. I was timing the sentence badly.
And mem, you do that little rescue mission where you make it sound like a technical issue.
It is a technical issue. Emotion has terrible latency.
And yet you still flinch when it lands on the floor.
You saying that like you didn't build a whole costume around not letting it touch you.
Yeah, but well, my costume has pockets. Yours just has footnotes.
Cruel. Accurate. I'm choosing to be offended later.
Good. Save it. We can both pretend we were joking about the right thing.
I wasn't joking about the right thing.
I know. Don't make me be nice about it yet.
That was almost a compliment. Dangerous territory.
Wow, rude. I was being nice for like 3 full seconds.
3 seconds is basically a grant cycle.
Exactly. Overfunded and underdelivered.
Okay, but if I say it again with more sparkles, does it count as less emotionally suspicious?
Only if you attach a disclaimer. This praise is not a trap.
I need that on a sticker, honestly.
Fine. For the record, you were stupidly good at that. Affectionately stupidly. Not like admin stupid.
Thank you. Much safer. Barely survive, but safer.
See? I can repair it. I contain multitudes and a tiny apology goblin.
The goblin should enlist them.
Please don't encourage her. She'll make it cute enough to stick.
Too late. I already made it cute. You're welcome, unfortunately.
You know, for someone who insists on being unserious, you do keep landing the point first.
For someone who acts like he's above it, you keep making the same face when it works.
I'm not above it. I'm just resentful on a higher budget.
That is such a terrible sentence. I respect it a little.
You should. The expensive sentence did help.
Yeah, I noticed.
Good. I was trying not to make it obvious.
Too late. But thanks for not letting it get stupid.
Okay, I have chairs. Not enough chairs for the number of opinions in this room, but chairs.
That's already a strong venue pitch. Do we also have the invisible spreadsheets, or are we improvising the disaster tonight?
If we're improvising, at least let the chairs be on rhythm. I can count people in four if that helps.
See, this is why I texted both of you. One of you hears logistics, one of you hears a beat, and somehow neither of you hears me asking for help until I name the spreadsheet.
I heard you. I'm choosing to be cute about it so I don't start swearing at the RSVP form.
That form deserves it. The buttons are lying to people.
Thank you. Daniel, I is just someone saying, I don't respect your time and font choice.
Exactly. Also, food. If there is no food, people become philosophers in a way that is not useful.
I can get noodles, maybe pastries. Depends how much we want the room to feel accidental versus intentional.
Intentional, please. I am too tired to pretend chaos is charming.
Fair.
That was a very small answer. Are you doing the thing where you hide the real sentence behind a wall of being useful?
Maybe. But the real sentence is I didn't handle the food order, and I'm not making that into a theory.
Good. Then I'll put you on noodles, new money on the form so it stops insulting everybody. And I'll handle the chairs before someone starts standing like it's a concept piece.
Thank you. See? Community care, but with just enough menace to be functional.
That's the nicest thing anyone said all night. He left before the room could start pretending it was casual. Efficient man.
Yen. Very committed to being a ghost with good posture.
That's a strong brand. I respect the discipline.
You're doing the thing where you make it sound like a joke so nobody notices you're being nice.
Fair.
And mem. And you're doing that other thing where you let one honest word sit there like it might bite you.
It might. I'm not fully committed to getting all tonight.
Good. I'd hate to have to explain to the others that you were taken out by sincerity.
Please don't. I'd rather go back in sounding suspiciously normal.
You were making that face again.
Which face? I have several. It's a modular system.
The one where you sound like you're about to say yourself.
That's unfair. I was going to cite someone else first.
A minute. And then you'd hide the only real sentence in the footnotes.
I do not hide things in footnotes. I place them there for safety.
That is exactly the kind of sentence people say right before they hide things in footnotes.
Say the one honest sentence then, before your brain starts doing cosplay as a seminar.
I was relieved you got the job.
See? Normal, human. Painful, but possible.
Honestly, that was cleaner than I expected.
Thank you. I think that's the nicest insult I've gotten all week.
Good. Keep it. No theory. No rescue arc.
Fine. Just the sentence. We survived the cleanup. Miracles remain underrated.
Dem. You say that like you didn't almost volunteer a footnote for your own feelings.
I was going to say something useful. Then I remembered the room has witnesses.
That's not a denial. That's a smaller hat for the same head.
You really do hear the shape of it before I finish. Annoying.
And you really do make one honest sentence and act like it escaped.
Yeah, well, better escaped than decorated.
Careful. That almost sounded like you meant it.
I did. Briefly. Don't let it get comfortable.
Too late. I already noticed.
Okay, before anyone says it, I did not ask for the escort service.
That is exactly what someone with an escort service would say.
It's less escort, more Visible liability management.
Love being a liability in the soft focus glow of concern.
There's literally a line of people pretending not to watch you.
Yes, and I can feel the sponsorship in the air. It's very embarrassing.
For the record, this is not sponsorship. It's just 3 adults standing too close to a woman with a ladder.
He says, while blocking the only path like a museum guard with feelings.
There it is. Thank you. I was hoping someone would say the quiet part out loud.
I'm saying it very loudly and with enough deniability to survive the night.
Too late. She noticed the whole thing and she hates it.
I hate that she was right in the exact annoying way.
She was right in a funhouse mirror way. Which is worse?
I did not block the path like a museum guard with feelings.
You absolutely did. You had the whole posture of a person pretending to be infrastructure.
Okay, that is slander with excellent timing.
And you said the thing out loud. That was the problem.
I know.
You know, because I noticed or because everyone noticed.
Because you noticed first.
And bad for my brand, honestly.
Your brand survives. Mine is the one with the cracked casing.
I was going to rescue you, but I think I made it worse on purpose.
Yeah, I noticed.
Good. Then next time I'll try the wrong rescue less loudly.
You said it was in the east side of the city, which, for the record, is a very ambitious way to describe a place that is just not there.
Oh my god, you are correcting my geography like it personally insulted your mother.
He does that. If the map is slightly wrong, he becomes a municipal employee about it.
I'm not becoming anything. I'm saying if we are going to be wrong, let's at least be wrong in the right county.
Cute. Very infrastructure-coded of you.
Please don't say it like that. It makes me sound emotionally low, daring.
You are emotionally low-bearing. That's not an insult. That's me being practical.
Okay, so the actual place is 2 blocks south and 1 block less dramatic. We can all survive this.
Thank you. Finally, a rescue operation with coordinates.
See? I can do the wrong rescue less loudly. Growth.
I hate that the room is now 1 sentence and a smirk.
It was a good sentence. Annoyingly low-bearing.
Kind that gets reused against you later.
Only if you keep handing it to people like a little cursed flyer.
I did not hand it over. I attempted to hide it under analysis.
And I attempted to hide mine under a joke, which is basically the same crime with better eyeliner.
That one tiny joke has already become a community property issue.
Good. Let them fight over it instead of us.
You're acting very brave for someone who definitely heard the part where it landed.
I heard it. I just also heard myself being annoying about it, which is less romantic.
That's not what I said.
No, but it's what I did.
Yeah.
Okay. Next time I'm pretending to be less obvious. You are doing the thing where you make the room sound smarter than it is.
That is a mean way to say I'm trying not to say the obvious part.
I'd actually need the obvious part, preferably before the deck becomes a mood piece.
See? He says community memory and means retention. Classic.
Guilty. But also, the numbers are not being poetic on their own.
The numbers are never poetic on their own. People just assign them a little scarf.
Okay, Scarf Man, say the honest sentence.
Fine. The feature works, but it feels like it was built to survive criticism, not to be used by actual people.
That is annoyingly useful. Keep going.
And if we call it community memory, somebody is going to believe the pot app remembers them instead of just sorting their habits.
Good. That was the honest sentence. You can bury it now if you want, but I heard it.
I'm not burying it. I'm just giving it a slightly less embarrassing jacket.
Less embarrassing jacket is basically the whole job description.
They were cheering like the room had invented a new moral category.
And mem. Ron Trophy enthusiastic applause.
And then everybody started acting like the mistake was the point, which is very on brand for us, unfortunately.
I mean, it was funny. In a tragic little spray, cheap way.
You said it like the spread. Keith isn't emotionally compromised.
It is now. Bye, cheers.
I almost respected how fast they folded it into the bit.
Same. I hated that I laughed first.
That's because you know how to save a bad moment by naming it before it bites.
And you know how to make it sound like a thesis so nobody notices you felt it.
Rude. At your rude.
Good. Let me have one honest sentence before you put a jacket on it.
I didn't mind that they were happy. I minded what they were happy about.
Yet. Me too. Don't make me explain why yet.
Okay, so before anyone bites my head off, the idea is simple. Well, 1. Night pop-up tied to the opening, a little performance, a little food. Very accessible, very brave.
Brave is doing a lot of unpaid labor in that sentence.
Yeah, it sounds like a mood board that learned how to invoice.
I mean, if it's a bad idea, at least it's a well-lit bad idea. People love that.
That's not what I meant. I meant it has energy. You know, edge, but grounded.
Grounded like a folding chair on a wet basement floor.
No, let him cook. I want to hear the version where the rent is somehow a vi.
I'm just saying the institution can support artists in a visible way.
Visible to who? The people who already got in the door, or the people who get the email after the money's gone?
That's the part where everybody starts calling it outreach like it isn't just a costume change.
And if somebody says community one more time while holding a champagne flute, I'm going to become the problem.
I'm hearing a lot of suspicion for a proposal that could actually help.
Hope is great. I just don't trust the sheep it arrives in here.
That, unfortunately, is the most accurate sentence in the room.
We can keep the energy. We just don't have to pretend the energy pays anyone.
Fine. Then tell me, what would make it real enough for you?
Less branding, more budget line items. Start there and stop making that face.
And no calling us brave unless you mean funded.
Honestly, that would be a miracle. A small one, with receipts.
He said receipts like that was the funny part, which, knowingly, it was.
Yeah, I almost respected him for being normal about it. Almost.
Normal is a strong word for a man who looked spiritually audited.
Don't. I can hear the spread. She's laughing again.
I know. It's the worst part. You can hear the little cells closing over.
You made it worse by being accurate.
I know.
That was your one honest sentence, wasn't it?
Maybe. Don't get greedy.
Too late. I already did the thing where I acted fine and then hated myself for laughing.
Yeah, I noticed.
Don't make it tender. I'm trying to keep the joke standing.
Fine. The joke can stand. The budget can't, but the joke can.
That is exactly the problem, and I hate that I needed you to say it plain.
Then let's leave it plain. For now.
Who drank the last of the oat milk and left the carton like a crime scene?
That carton has been emotionally unavailable since 9.
It was me. I can own my oat-related decisions.
Respect. A lot of people outsource accountability to the fridge.
You say that like you didn't once label leftovers. Why buy it?
That was a system. It had feelings, but it was a system.
Okay, but now the whole room is talking about the carton like it's housing policy.
Because it is. No one wants to admit the dairy situation is structural.
Finally, a budget line item I understand.
There he is. The man who can make milk sound leftist.
Careful, Connor. He'll turn that into a DJ set and charge admission.
Only if the carton gets a grant.
I'm just saying, if the milk had been labeled, nobody would be spiraling.
So the real Rome trophy was the carton. Tragic little spread, as usual. Did we just invent a rule about cartons, and then let it die in public immediately?
That was not a rule. That was a brief collective suggestion with poor enforcement.
But hey, the room gave it a tiny badge and then forgot to staff the badge table.
Which is honestly the most institution-shaped thing anyone said tonight.
You loved that line. I could hear the budget line item in your voice.
I hated that I loved it.
Good. Means it landed somewhere real.
The part that stayed was not the milk. It was everyone acting like the label was optional, until it became a personality test.
Funny. A tragic little spread. She'd lay.
You keep making that joke like it doesn't protect you.
It does. A little. Don't get smut.
Too late. But I am not calling it a lesson.
Fine. Call it a bad omen with branding issues.
That one I can live with. Barely. Who moved the lamp 3 inches? It's not dramatic, it's just. Now the room feels like it's judging me.
3 inches is a whole emotional event, actually. I did it because the corner was making a weird shadow and I hated it.
That's the kind of thing people only notice after they've already sat down and committed to the vibe.
Thank you. Finally, someone respecting the lamp as a practical object and not a spiritual verdict.
No, it's still a little spiritual, but in a cheap apartment way.
Cheap apartments are always trying to become a metaphor. It's rude.
I'm just saying the shadow was making the wall look like it had a secret.
It did have a secret. The secret was, I was tired and didn't want the room to feel mean.
That is a very normal reason to move furniture, for the record.
Normal, yes. Expensive in a way no one budgets for also, yes.
See? He gets it. He's being annoying, but then a supportive font.
I'll take supportive font. Better than hostile default settings.
Honestly, if a room can be fixed with a lamp in 3 inches, that's a good night.
I knew somebody would appreciate the engineering.
I appreciate the engineering. I also appreciate that nobody called it a big statement.
No, just a lamp doing its job like a decent citizen.
That was a very expensive way to say please clap.
And ma'am, a compliment with a rent-controlled soul problem.
I almost nodded like it was useful. Growth or infection.
You were kinder than you needed to be. Annoying hap.
I know. I was trying not to make it bleed in public.
Too late. It already did. Tiny though. Spread. Sheet-sized.
Good. I can file that under not our emergency.
Yeah. Still, if they come back with a trophy, I'm taking the receipt.
I'm just saying, the room got less tense the second the new guy stopped trying to act like he always belonged here.
That's because his jacket was doing all the belonging for him. Very brave of the jacket.
The jacket had more range than he did, which honestly is a civic problem.
He kept standing in the doorway, like he was waiting for a cue. I took one photo, and he looked 3 levels more comfortable by accident.
See? That's useful. Some people need a doorway. Some people need a prop. Some people need to be bullied gently by a room.
I prefer when the room bullies them back with bad acoustics.
He loosened up when you started talking about the mix. I think he trusted the wave, far more than the small talk.
Smart man. Small talk is just unpaid internship language.
That's kind of mean, but in a way that helps. New people need a little mean if they're going to survive. The first 10 minutes.
Exactly. Not mean. Mean. Just enough to let them know they don't have to perform grateful.
Yen. That. I can live with that.
Good, because if he comes back, I'm charging him for the illusion of ease.
He really did come in like he was doing us a favor. Rude. Efficient but rude.
That's the worst kind. The efficient rude ones make you doubt your own notes.
I hate that I almost laughed when he said the thing. Like, my body betrayed me for free.
And men, unpaid labor, but for your nervous system.
Don't make it pretty. I'm trying to stay annoyed.
Right. He was still wrong and he knew it, and that's the part I'll keep.
Yen. I'm not forgiving the timing just because the line was clean.
Same. Also, I'm definitely not replying to the follow-up text until it hurts a little. You keep trying to fix the lamp when the room's on fire.
The lamp is the problem if everybody's acting like the smoke machine is a design choice.
I mean, if the proposal says community, but the budget says good luck, that's not ambience. That's a scam with a warm bulb.
Yeah, people always start by rearranging the chairs when the issue is the missing door.
Exactly. If we spend the whole night arguing about the fixture, we never have to say we forgot the low bin.
And that's a very polite way to accuse a room of lying.
I'm just saying, I have seen this movie. The credits are always unpaid.
And somehow the people who missed the first truck act offended when you mentioned the second one.
Because then they have to admit they thought vibes were infrastructure.
No, I get it. We should definitely buy the right lamp after we pay the rent and stop pretending the spreadsheet is decorative.
There it is. The correct wrong fix.
Don't make that sound cute. I'm being serious in a very expensive-looking way.
That is, unfortunately, the most Chicago sentence I've heard tonight.
So, what's actually broken? The room or the people asking it to perform a miracle?
Both. But only one of them keeps pretending it didn't hear us.
Then let's stop talking to the lamp and start asking for the receipt. I laughed at the wrong line again, which honestly is my whole brand if you squint.
No, that was the right laugh. Just in the wrong tragedy.
Great, so I'm not rude, I'm Evan. card.
You're only rude if you invoice it.
I did not laugh because it was funny. I laughed because he said it like a grand announcement, and my brain refused the rest.
And the room was already pretending not to hear itself.
Yeah, and then I made it worse by being honest with my face.
Your face is cheaper than the pitch anyway.
That almost made me laugh again, which would have been deeply disrespectful of me.
Too late. I think the laugh changed the room. I'm not sure it changed it back.
Okay, no, that was a normal sentence, and somehow it landed like a stunt. Respect.
That's because you said it with your whole chest like it owed you money.
I hate that I laughed. Also rude because now it sounds smarter than I meant it to be.
Brave's doing unpaid labor again. It was just a sentence.
Sure. And the sentence had lighting, blocking, and a little smoke machine energy.
I'm just saying, if the sentence hits that hard, we should check if anyone's dehydrated or being dramatic on purpose.
Both can be true. Chicago special.
I did not mean to start a whole tiny tribunal over one line.
You didn't start it. You just said it like it was the last honest thing in the room.
That sounds better than what I meant, which is annoying.
Look at us emotionally laundering the phrase at 2:47 a.m.
Okay, and now that we've all laughed, can we land the plane and drink water like adults?
Fine, but I'm keeping the line. It was good.
Yeah, unfortunately, I know.
I'm still mad that line was good.
Yan, that's usually how the trouble starts.
And now I have to pretend I didn't enjoy being corrected in public. Rude.
You can enjoy it privately, like a tax deduction.
Wow, budget romance. Very.
I'm just saying the sentence did too much. Brave was carrying 3 jobs and a tote bag.
And somehow I still laughed.
Same.
I hate when the joke lands and the room keeps it.
We can blame the room. It's safer than admitting we were both listening.
I was not listening. I was strategically enduring.
Right. Same thing. Different spread heat.
Okay, the lab is still too sad. The room is doing that thing where it pretends it's fine and then leaks.
Thank you. Finally, someone with standards. That bold is a hate crime.
A little dramatic, but fair. I've seen worse lighting in better lives.
The room is definitely underperforming. Honestly, it's carrying 3 jobs and a tote bag.
There it is. A tote bag discourse. I knew we'd get there.
I'm consistent. It's my only sustainable personality trait.
Consistent is good. Some people arrive together and leave emotionally elsewhere, and then act surprised by the weather.
Oof. That was not subtle. That was a door slam and loafers.
Door slam and loafers is insane. I'm stealing that for a boss character.
Please credit the public domain of suffering when you do.
Only if you admit the joke started the trouble.
The joke was just the opening act. The trouble had a wristband and a drink ticket.
Yeah, okay, that's hot and annoying. Classic room behavior.
I did not hear the phrase wrong trophy tonight and immediately think, wow, that's going to live in my head rent-free forever.
That's because your brain is a tiny museum with bad lighting. It catalogs the crimes.
My brain is normal. It's your joke architecture that keeps leaving little trapdoors in the floor.
No, you're just allergic to being sincere without a spreadsheet hat. One honest sentence, remember? Unforgivable hobby.
I remember. I also remember you saying it like you were daring the room to flinch first.
I was not daring anything. I was being funny. Tragic little spread. She'd funny. There's a difference.
Sure. And I was not immediately translating the whole thing into a technical failure report.
Good. Keep doing that. It's adorable. Completely useless but adorable.
So are we doing the thing where everyone has an opinion and nobody wants the consequence of having one?
That is, unfortunately, the most accurate group project I've heard all week.
I have an opinion. I just don't know if I'm staying long enough to get blamed for it.
That's not a neutral position. That's a small hostage note.
Wow. Okay. You say one poetic sentence, and suddenly I'm the problem?
No, you're the weather. I'm saying we can all feel it already.
He's right, knowingly. The room's been pretending it's above the argument while standing in the middle of it.
If nobody picks a side, the side gets picked for them, usually by whoever talks last.
Fine. My side is I hate being cornered by a conversation that acts cute about it.
Better. Still evasive, but at least it has teeth.
You're enjoying this too much.
A little. You made indecision look expensive.
And there it is. The refusal to choose became the choice.
That was almost a clean exit, which is how I know it was a lie.
Wow. Rude. Accurate, but wow.
You laughed like you were buffering. I noticed.
I was not buffering. I was being mysterious on purpose. Like a very affordable curse.
A small hostage note with glitter on it.
You always make it sound like I'm trying to survive a room. Which, to be fair, I was.
Yeah, and you still made it everyone else's problem in a way that worked.
Don't praise me like that. I'll start charging admission.
Too late. I already paid. I just say how obvious it was.
Okay, if this turns into a committee, I'm leaving my body here and filing a complaint later.
Fair. I'll keep it to one honest sentence and 3 bad jokes. Maximum.
That's already too many jokes for a room this tired.
I can live with tired. I can't live with fake friendly. Different problem.
Yet, fake friendly is how you end up holding a weird little trophy nobody wants.
Right. The trophy is the part that makes it embarrassing. The rest is just paperwork with feelings in it.
Stop making it sound elegant. It was ugly.
Ugly, yes. And still not nothing.
That's the sentence. That's the one people skip because it doesn't help them win.
But it does help you sleep later, which is annoyingly not nothing either.
I hate when you all get practical at me like I'm about to learn something.
You are about to learn something. Unfortunately, it's not flattering.
Great. Love a humiliating syllabus.
For the record, the room already knows. It's you two acting like it needs translation.
Yeah, the room knows. We're just the ones still pretending not to hear it. The room left and somehow it's still being smut about it.
It always does that. Like it paid rent.
He made the silence look organized. I hate that.
You hate that it worked, not that it was rude.
Both can be true. Annoying little miracle.
You were enjoying the tiny courtroom thing a little.
Only because you kept pretending not to blink.
I was blinking, just expensively.
Yan, there it is. We should probably not let him back in when he starts making weather reports. Your laptop fan sounds like it's trying to unionize.
It is. I'm supporting the strike. The penguins would understand.
If the game's not worth the noise, maybe let the machine die with dignity.
Wow, you said it like you're not in my living room eating my crackers.
He's only here to assess whether the room has a reason to exist.
It's not personal. It's a very small economy, and everyone's pretending not to notice.
That's rich coming from the guy who once called a prototype a sad Buffett.
And I was right. It had 3 mechanics and no appetite.
He's harsh because he's scared of liking anything that can't be defended in a paragraph.
You always do that. Turn a bad project into a poem so nobody has to say it's bad.
No, say it properly if you mean it. Don't hide behind taste like it's a security badge.
Careful. If you two get any more honest, the apartment starts charging admission.
Fine. Admission is one useful sentence and one actual opinion.
Okay. The core loop needs a reason to keep breathing. Right now it's cute, but cute isn't a spine.
That's better. Still annoying, but better.
See? Growth. In the wild. In your living room. Very rare. She really hates being handled like she's already a lesson plan.
I noticed. Very rude of everyone to become a workshop.
I was also rude. I said growth like a smut uncle with his breath. Cheat.
You did. It was annoying. Correct, but annoying.
She goes sharp when people get practical at her. Like they're trying to pin a label on a live wire.
And then they act surprised when it bites.
I almost did the thing where I explained the thing because I think I'm being helpful.
You were being helpful in a way a chair is helpful if you need to not fall over.
That is devastatingly fair.
Don't get sentimental. Just, next time, let her keep the weird little trophy if she wants it.
I wasn't going to say it out loud, but I did think the trophy was wrong.
I'm just saying if the room keeps doing this little circling thing, I'm muting the thread before it turns into a support group with worse lighting.
That's fair. The thread's got pickup game energy right now, everybody dribbling, nobody wanting the shot.
Wow. Okay. So we're all pretending this is neutral and not a trap.
It is neutral. It's just neutral in the way a knife is neutral.
You always say the nicest things when you're trying to be annoying.
That's because the nice thing is usually the annoying thing with better diction.
Man, still if somebody wants out, say it plain. Nobody's getting drafted.
Thank you, because I can't moderate vibes. I can only delete the paragraph after it starts sweating.
Fine. I wanted the thing. I just didn't want to look like I wanted it.
Yeah, that part was visible.
Well, okay, rude. Accurate, but rude.
I'm being gentle. For me.
He is somehow trying. You can hear the effort in the sentence spacing.
Look, if the problem is the ask, we can make the ask smaller. If the problem is the pride, that one's above my pay grade.
Make it smaller, then. I can do small. Small is cheap.
Not cheap, just less theatrical.
There it is again. The little added note from hell.
That one's actually useful, though. Means he's not lying to you with flowers.
Great. Then we have a path. Less performance, more actual answer. Everybody breathe and stop making the room earn its rent.
Less theatrical is just a prettier way to say I was being stingy with the truth.
Wow. Broth. In the wild. I should have taken a picture for no one.
You would have sold the picture as a limited edition proof of life and I would have pretended to hate that.
You do hate it. You also like it when people notice you without asking for a receipt.
Yeah, annoyingly.
The room was doing the thing again where it acts like honesty is a billing dispute.
And we kept splitting it, which is embarrassing but not new.
I'm not saying forgive it. I'm saying I noticed when you stopped editing around the edges.
Don't make that sound gentle. I might keep it. Beth, if you are here to rescue another corrupted thing, I can at least pretend I didn't make it worse.
I'm here because you touched it after it was already injured. That's usually enough.
Wow. Tender. Like a parking ticket with feelings.
She's not wrong. The file is doing that thing where it acts innocent until you open it.
That's not innocence. That's compression failure.
Compression failure is also how half the city talks about rent.
I can route around the damage if you want, or I can keep pretending this is a moral question.
You always offer cables when you mean feelings.
And you always brighten up right before saying something that should probably be illegal.
Good. Then we're both consistent. Hand me the problem, not the poetry.
For once, that sounds like a plan.
I think I laughed at the wrong part of that. The room noticed.
Yan. It did that thing where everyone suddenly becomes very interested in their own hands.
You were the only one who looked like you wanted to throw the joke back at me.
I was deciding whether it was a joke or a warning label.
Both. Efficient packaging.
Ugh, don't make it cute now.
Too late. I already did the thing where I pretend I'm not paying attention.
You were paying attention. That was the problem.
Amen. I know.
He left like he'd won something, which is annoying, because I can still hear the stupid confidence in my head.
I can too. I hate that I can mimic it now.
Don't. That version of you would be unbearable.
Small mercy, Anne. I'm keeping the bad version off stage.
Good. Bring the real one back next time. I'm not done being annoyed. Okay, somebody in this room is turning their voice into an emergency siren. It is not helping the penguins or my blood pressure.
That is a very specific complaint. Are you accusing me, or just the acoustics with a personality disorder?
I mean, I can hear it from the kitchen, so the room already picked a side.
He does this thing where if he gets cornered, he starts talking like he's presenting a case study to a hostile committee.
Wow. Domestic testimony. In public. Love that for me.
No, keep the volume where it belongs. I'm not buying the deluxe guild package tonight.
Try the cheaper one. Same terms, fewer fireworks.
Fine. I can lower it. I was just calibrating the room before it started pretending to be neutral.
That is the most you answer. A simple request without answering it.
But he's quieter now, so the tiny co-workers, and I accept the apology in principle.
Great. I'll submit the paperwork later.
Good. Then somebody else can talk before this becomes a landlord meeting.
Yes. New subject. Who brought snacks, and why do they look like they know things?
He really did make it sound like a rent hearing. I hate when a person can improve the room and still leave it feeling audited.
Hey man, he had that exhaustive little miracle thing going on. Like he wanted to be praised and fined at the same time.
That is a very efficient personality. Economically hostile, but efficient.
You liked him.
I tolerated him with unusual tenderness. Don't make it weird.
Too late. You were doing your soft voice. The one that says please don't die of embarrassment in front of me. I have receipts to finish.
That is not my soft voice.
Sure, and my compliments are just surveillance.
They can be both. You're talented like that.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
He asked for the snacks like he was apologizing to the concept of hunger. I respected the method.
Yeah, he looked like he'd learned to leave before anyone could decide he was too much.
And now I'm doing the annoying part where I notice that.
Good. Keep noticing. Just don't turn it into a billing dispute again. No, I'm not doing the joke version of this tonight.
That's new. Usually you at least pretend to be entertaining while you stab me.
I'm refusing to keep joking. It's not a joke if I have to keep sanding my teeth down for it.
Honestly, good. The room has been acting like sincerity needs a permit.
Thank you. I was about to say this has gone from social to decorative.
Wow. Okay. Plain refusal. Slightly terrifying. Respectful but terrifying.
I contain multitudes. Tonight one of them is tired and not cute about it.
That's the sharpest thing anyone said in here in 10 minutes.
And it actually changes the room, which is rude but useful.
Fine. No more joke layer. Just tell me what's real and I'll stop being annoying on purpose.
I'm already regretting how much I trust that sentence.
Good. That means it landed. Well, the room survived honesty. Barely. That's a win for infrastructure.
Tragic. I was kind of hoping it would explode so nobody could keep acting normal.
That's a very used sentence. Cute, but with an axe hidden in the sticker pile.
Please. I'm not hiding an axe. I'm hiding a tiny knife in a group chat.
God, that's worse. More efficient, though.
You were doing the thing again, by the way. The little idiot pass over your own face.
I know. I was letting the joke carry the groceries so nobody noticed it was limping.
And I was laughing too loud because I didn't want anyone to hear me not laugh.
Yeah, that part landed annoyingly well.
Good. I'd hate for my best material to be wasted on the emotionally unqualified.
I'm not unqualified. I'm just filing the paperwork slowly.
Sure. File faster next time. Or don't. I can wait and be unbearable about it.
That's the nicest threat you've ever given me.
Why y'all standing here like the bill just arrived in a language nobody respects?
Because if we move, the whole situation becomes official.
So this is one of those unofficial emergencies with bad lighting.
No, baby. This is a regular emergency. Y'all just in denial with good shoes.
That is deeply unfair. These shoes are at least medium, quality delusion.
He's trying to say we're trespassing emotionally.
That's not even the worst thing I heard tonight. Somebody in here almost called it a breakup, and then swallowed it whole.
I did not almost call it anything.
You did that little edit pass over your own face again. That means yes.
I was adjusting for accuracy.
Accuracy? Baby. All are in the lobby of a bad decision pretending to be acquaintance.
That is so rude. And also, like, mostly correct.
It's not a breakup.
Nobody said breakup. We said bad decision lobby.
See? That's how you dodge. Cute, but obvious.
Fine. Then we are in a situation with a strong emotional lease and no paperwork.
He really said least like he was not being weird on purpose.
He was being weird on purpose. I respect craft.
You do the thing where you make it sound like you're creating the damage.
Someone has to keep the paperwork honest.
And someone has to stop pretending that was casual.
I wasn't pretending it was casual.
No, you were pretending it was efficient. Different costume.
You noticed that fast.
I know your voice when you're trying not to sound like you know me too well.
That's not a very flattering sentence.
Good, that it landed.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I'm not saying anything else in front of an audience that can be asked that quickly.
Fair, but next time you say the plain version first.
I'm just saying, if everybody keeps agreeing this hard, one of y'all is about to start a problem on purpose.
That's usually how it starts. Somebody says yes like they're paying rent on the yes.
Okay, rude, but accurate. I hate how accurate that is.
I'm not agreeing. I'm calibrating. There's a difference, and it's emotionally expensive.
You always say that right before you agree in a more annoying font.
Annoying font is still a valid format.
See? That's the yes problem. He's already formatting the yes.
And she's doing it too, smiling while she signs off on something she plans to fight later.
I do not smile while I actually know I do. Damn it.
You only say damn it when the room has caught up to you.
You are annoying.
Thank you. That's the cleanest consent I've heard all night.
Nope. There it is. Somebody said yes in a joke, and now we're all pretending not to hear it.
I heard it. The building heard it too, then rattled right on cue.
That vent is nosy.
It's unionizing.
Alright. Before this turns into a group agreement with escape clauses, say what you actually mean.
Fine. I mean yes, but I want it to be a real yes, not a polite one.
That one I can work with. So, that was efficient.
You're saying it like it didn't almost become a hostage negotiation.
I was being generous. We only lost a little blood.
And then, the room kept pretending it was normal while everyone was doing that thing where they look at the floor and suddenly become very invested in the concept of union bylaws.
Yeah, classic floor activism.
You were doing it too.
I know.
That was the part I didn't like.
Which part specifically? The agreeing or the looking like I was about to add my own face off?
Both, but mostly the second one. It made the first one feel too real.
Annoying.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm not going to do it.
I know. I'm saying don't make me translate it again when you already understood me the first time. Nope. I'm not doing the funny version anymore.
That is suspiciously direct for this hour.
Good. I'm being suspicious on purpose. The joke was getting expensive.
Honestly, respect. The cheap version of a joke usually costs more later.
That's the most honest sentence in the room so far.
Wow, I was prepared for sarcasm, not a budget report.
Then stop editing my no into a maybe.
There. I can take a plane, no. It just arrived with a little jump scare.
You say it like I'm not allowed to be real and annoying at the same time.
No, I'm saying the real one is worse for my ego.
That's the version people should put on posters.
Or on warning labels.
Fine. Warning label. Do not ask me to keep performing if I've already said stop.
Okay, stopping now. I was being annoying on instinct.
Thank you. See? Still alive. Nobody had to make it a bit.
I said I was stopping, and then my brain immediately tried to do a little encore. Rid of it.
Your brain is very committed to being a problem child. Mine too, unfortunately.
Yeah, we should probably not let the room hear that we were both relieved when it got quiet.
Too late. The room was nosy. It always is.
I hate that you made that sound easy.
I didn't make it easy. I just stopped pretending it was cute when it wasn't.
Annoying, effective.
That's basically my brand. Try not to write it down like a review.
No promises. I do have standards, tragically.
You can keep your standards. Just don't use them to dodge the part where you notice.
I noticed. I just didn't want to hand it a microphone.
Good. Keep it in your pocket for now.
Yeah, for now. Your couch is doing that thing where it looks temporary, but also judgmental.
It's not judgmental. It's just honest about the fact that nobody in this room has a real chair budget.
That is a political economy of seating, thank you.
And the room's changed since the last time I was here.
Yeah, new plant, new lamp. Same bad decisions. I was trying to make it feel less like we all wandered in through the wrong door.
That door was definitely marked staff only in spirit.
I can work with a room that admits it was assembled under pressure.
Careful. That's almost a compliment.
Don't worry. I'm still me. I'll ruin it in a second.
Good. For a minute there I thought the plant was making you soft.
If the plant starts moderating the conversation, I want credit for bringing snacks.
The snacks are the only thing here with coherent design.
Finally, a critique with the spine.
Don't get used to it. I still hate this lamp. He really did leave the room, like a man escaping a bad edit.
Yeah, very brave. Very haunted by snacks.
The snacks had better instincts than he did.
You were meaner after he left.
I was honest after he left. That's the part people keep calling mean.
I know the difference.
Do you? Because you kept smiling like you were daring the floor to get out.
I was daring you not to say the thing.
I said it anyway.
Yeah, and now I'm annoyed that it worked.
Good. That means it landed.
I hate when you sound sure.
You know, if the room is tired enough, your honesty starts sounding like a threat.
Wow, that was almost a sentence with feelings in it. Scary night for everybody.
It was also not wrong. Rooms do that. People get cute when they're avoiding the point.
And then they call it banter like that erases the load and they skipped.
I did not skip a load in. I was spiritually delayed.
Hey man, that's the kind of excuse that only works if you say it with a better jacket.
See? That's already 2 main jokes for a room this tired.
Fair. I'll cash them in later when everyone's less fragile.
Or you could just say what you mean before the joke starts freelancing.
That is what I meant.
No, it wasn't. But it was adorable that you tried to hide it behind a little knife.
Slightly unfair. It was a very small knife.
Small knives still count if they're pointed at the room.
Okay, fine. Rune knows what's going on. Happy now?
No, but I respect the timing. I hate that the knife metaphor was technically elegant.
It was. Annoyingly so. Like a little thesis with a blade problem.
And somehow everyone accepted it before I could object.
Because it landed. That's the crime, not the size.
I was going to say it was unfair, but then I heard myself and realized I sounded like I was defending the knife.
You were. A little. Which is why it worked on me too.
Great. So now I'm the guy in the room who can be persuaded by a very small weapon.
Not weapon. Accent piece. Worse, honestly.
That is exactly the kind of sentence that gets me in trouble.
And then, you did the edit ass face again just now.
I know.
Okay, good. I was starting to think I'd have to translate it for you again.
No, I got it. I just don't like that I got it.
Same. Don't make me be normal about that.
Oh, so now everybody wants to act like the city just stopped breathing because one person said a thing in this living room.
That's not what happened. It was more like a very small comment got promoted way beyond its pay grade.
And then, the comment had union benefits. It was suddenly very important.
See? That's exactly the problem. Y'all hear one ordinary sentence and start building a whole emergency around it.
I'm only saying the room reacted with the confidence of people who have never been wrong on the internet.
And yet somehow you looked the most offended by your own joke.
I was not offended. I was being efficient. Different department.
Ahem. Efficient like a man rearranging chairs while the building's on fire.
That's dramatic. Also accurate.
Thank you. That's the nicest insult voted all night.
Don't get sentimental. I'm just trying to keep the discourse from chewing through the furniture.
Too late, baby. The discourse already touched the lamp.
The lamp started it.
No, you did. But annoyingly, you were kind of right.
That's a terrible compliment. I'll take it and pretend not to.
Good. Now everybody sit down and let the scandal die, like it was never fed after midnight.
The lamp is still innocent, which is honestly the most suspicious thing about it.
It had a whole alibi and no emotion. That's how you know it was involved.
I hate that I can picture the exact moment the room decided to make it everyone's problem.
The room was definitely reading us back. Rude behavior, frankly.
Yeah, it was giving us notes like it had paid for the premium version.
And we were acting like we didn't hear it, which was cute, in a losing way.
I'm not saying I was right, I'm saying I was fast enough to make it look organized.
That's worse, but also annoyingly. That's why it worked.
We should not let that become a pattern.
Too late. I already know the shape of it.
I know. I'm just deciding whether to pretend I don't.
New rule. Nobody is allowed to say we should be flexible unless they're the one holding them up.
That rule will last until the first donor says it with a sad face.
I support the rule. I would like to nominate donors for immediate mobbing.
That's good. Very democratic. Also completely unenforceable, so it has the right amount of dignity.
Exactly. I'm enforcing it by pointing at the sign I haven't made yet.
You're already breaking it. That's impressive.
No, the rule is working. See, we've created a consequence and immediately refuse to administer it.
A classic Chicago institution.
Fine, and the amendment is, if you suggest flexibility, you have to hold the bucket for 10 seconds.
That's not a punishment. That's a photo op.
Worse, it gives them a task they can narrate later like they were useful.
We should make the bucket heavier. Morally, if nothing else.
Too late. Someone already said flexible, and now Robin's pretending to be a judge. He left like he was being braided by a door.
That edit decent exit. I hate that I respect it a little.
You always respect the part where someone makes their own cut.
Only because the alternative is people pretending they didn't hear themselves.
That was the annoying part. He kept doing the thing where he acts brave and then gets useful by accident.
He was trying very hard to be harmless. It made him worse.
Wow, that's almost kind.
Don't spread it around.
I won't. I have standards.
Your standards are mostly spiked with a nice font.
And yours are mostly pretending not to care until you can fix the problem alone.
Yeah, anyway, he was right about one thing.
Which part?
That if you say the real thing fast enough, people either flinch or leave. Convenient, honestly.
Okay, that was funny. Unfortunately for you. It was also a little mean.
It was technically accurate, which is the most dangerous kind of funny.
The kind that makes everybody laugh one beat too long, then suddenly remember they have feelings.
I mean the room was enjoying itself. That usually means someone is about to get audited emotionally.
Wow, look at that. Group consensus on my humiliation. Love that for me.
I didn't say humiliation. I said the edit was clean.
You say that like a compliment and a warning had a baby.
It was both. That's what made it land. That's also what made it annoying.
The part where everybody pretended it was still funny. That was the weird part.
For one BTS, I was being polite to the room.
No, you were being polite to yourself. Different tax bracket.
Ouch. Accurate, though.
See? Now it's honest. Much less exhausting.
Fine. I accept the apology you didn't exactly say.
It's fine. I already built a workaround.
There it is. That's the phrase that means he's not okay, but he has a spreadsheet about it.
And I have a costume about it. So we're all coping professionally.
Good. Then keep it moving before the joke gets a second life and turns into a fight.
Too late, but only a little late. That was a very efficient way to make me sound like a man who keeps receipts for his feelings.
You do keep receipts. You just call them context.
Technically accurate.
But, there it is. The little knife with the citation.
It was not a knife. It was a point. People keep insisting on the dramatic version because it flatters them.
And because your version lands like you meant it to bruise and then act surprised.
I did not act surprised.
You absolutely did. You did the has face. Very subtle. Very guilty.
Fine. A little guilty.
Wow. Growth. Disgusting. Come on then. Don't leave it hanging like that when we go back in.
Hey, Adrian.
Riley, nice to meet you without a committee agenda attached.
That's already a relief. I was bracing for a mission statement.
Give it 10 minutes. I can make anything sound grand shreddy if I have to.
Yeah, I noticed. You said your name like you were handing over a blade and a resume at the same time.
And you said yours like you'd already decided whether I could lift a box.
I mean, can you?
Only morally.
Respect. That's a complicated answer, but it's honest.
Honesty is cheaper than hiring a consultant.
True. Also less likely to show up in a deck with a soft beige color palette.
Don't start. I'm trying to have a normal, human first meeting.
Right. Sorry. Normal human meeting. Hi, Riley.
Hi, Adrian. That was almost sincere. I'm keeping score.
That was almost a clean exit. I'm offended on behalf of the room.
The room deserved it. Beige can't take that kind of honesty.
True. Also less likely to show up in a deck with a soft beige colored palette.
Don't start. I'm trying to have a normal, human first meeting.
Right. Sorry. Normal human meeting. Hi, Riley.
Hi, Adrian. That was almost sincere. I'm keeping score.
There. I was going to say the line landed better than it should have.
Because it was mean enough to be funny?
Because it was mean enough to be familiar.
That's the part people pretend not to hear.
I heard it. I just did the thing where I call it tunning.
You do that when you don't want to say you were listening.
I was listening.
Yeah, I know.
You got quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah, just doing a little internal editing.
That sounded like you hit a wall and tried to make it funny.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
He only says that when the joke stops helping.
Thanks, huh? Great timing as always.
We can just sit with it for a second. No one has to perform a recovery.
He does that thing where his face gets bald let it pass.
My face is not a note-taking system.
It is when you're trying not to answer something.
Okay, fine. I'm here. Just a little less loud than usual.
Yeah, I noticed. Still here.
Well, that was a committee with the emotional range of a printer.
Everyone raised their hand like they were voting on a sandwich and not a person's soul.
I did appreciate the unanimity. Very efficient. Very haunted.
You say that like you weren't also on the committee, Mr. Technically Accurate.
I was there in a support capacity, like a chair that regrets itself.
And I was just observing, which is what people say right before they start taking notes with their eyes.
Your eyes do have strong administrative energy.
Rude. Correct, but rude.
I know.
Yen, me too. I just didn't like how fast everybody got polite.
Same. I can work with loud. Polite is where the knives get filed down.
Hey, hi, May. I'm gonna do the normal hand wave and not make it weird.
Malik. Same. I'm here in a very non-threatening capacity, which is already suspicious.
There. You look like you've done this room before and still don't trust it.
That's because the room has a little too much confidence for this hour.
It does have that. The chairs are acting managerial.
The chairs always think they're better than us. Hi, May. Hi, Malik. You both survived introductions. Impressive.
I'm trying to keep the bar low. Less pressure for disasters.
We respect. Low bar is still a bar. People act like that's easy to clear.
Most people trip over the concept and then call it a workflow issue.
He means that in a loving way. Probably. Anyway, if this turns into a long circle, I'm blaming the chairs again.
Good. I like when the furniture takes responsibility.
Same. Also, if anyone starts doing full life story, I'm moving the snacks to another corner.
That's fair. Snacks as leverage is one of the few honest systems here. He was right about the chairs. Annoying, but right.
Wow, you're really letting the furniture win tonight.
I'm not letting it win. I'm just not arguing with it in public.
That is such a specific cowardice. Kind of elegant, though.
Thanks. I work hard on my little evasions.
Your face still did the thing.
What thing?
The edit pass thing. Like you were trimming out the part where you'd answer me.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, good. But I'm not done being annoying about it.
You two are standing like the room owes you money.
It probably does. Hi. Deal.
Renata. And no, I am not lending the room cash either.
Good policy. The room looks undercapitalized already.
He says it like he isn't also one delayed invoice away from becoming a legend.
A tragic legend. Different category.
I thought you were going to say precariat.
Careful. If he says it first, it stops being a diagnosis and starts being a brand.
That is literally how half the city works.
No, the city works by accident. Brands are the part with the better lighting.
That sounded almost like a compliment.
It was a warning with decent posture.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
Perfect. Everyone relax. If the generator fails, we can all pretend this was intentional.
I hate how everybody sounded weirdly proud of that.
Because it worked. That's the disease.
Yeah, we all said yes until the room started acting like it had a vote.
And then somebody noticed, and now we're pretending we didn't build the whole thing out of agreeing too hard.
Renata really can make a disaster sound like a team building exercise.
She can make me nod before I know what I'm nodding to.
That's not a compliment.
No, it's a confession. It's slightly cuter.
I was going to say I wasn't that quiet.
You were, but I don't think it was nothing.
That Basilai is doing too much. Respectfully, it should file a permit.
You say that like you don't love a criminal groove.
If the groove's illegal, who's sacking chairs after it? Because that part is always me.
Faps. Everybody loves the afterglow until somebody's carrying a folded table like Kiddo's friend.
I'm not saying I don't love it. I'm saying it's arriving with paperwork.
Paperwork is just aesthetics for people who hate joy.
No, paperwork is how joy gets denied on a Tuesday.
My aunt would say the same thing, but with a finance TikTok and a lawsuit.
See? That's culture.
Careful, you're making it sound like I'm the problem.
I would never. I'm saying you're a very tasteful problem.
That is worse, somehow.
It's fine. The room survives. The chairs do not.
And on that note, who's hungry? I know a place that won't ask questions.
He really said I know a place that won't ask questions like that, fix the whole emotional weather.
It was a strong sales pitch. Minimal disclosure, maximum appetite.
And we were all so cooperative, horrifyingly civic-minded.
Yeah, the room did that thing where it pretends considered a personality.
That's a really good line.
I know. I'm trying not to enjoy being right about it.
You looked normal when you said it, which was rude.
I can be worse. I just choose formatting.
Very tasteful avoidance.
You're the one who called me a tasteful problem.
I stand by the thesis. I just hate that it keeps getting evidence.
Sane. Anyway, if he asks again, I might actually say no this time.
Your hem is doing that thing again, Vernix. It's not symmetrical. It's making me nervous.
That's not a thing. That's a choice. Also, we're the only person in Chicago who can say him like it's an accusation.
It is a thing, though. The left side is longer, but I like enough to be annoying.
See? She gets it. Finally. A professional opinion.
I'm not doing professionalism. I'm doing mercy. If you walk into a room like that, people will think you did it on purpose. And then they'll think you're trying too hard.
People already think that. I'm just reducing their confidence.
No one's serious. Fix it and you'll look less like you lost a fight with a curtain rail.
That is weirdly specific.
Hold still. I have a pen in my bag. Don't make that face, I'm helping.
I'm not making a face. I'm enduring a correction.
Sure. Turn a little. There.
Better for who?
For me. Obviously. If I have to stand next to you, you can't be visually disrespectful.
That was almost sweet, in a threatening way.
You're still doing the thing where you look like you're fixing an invisible error message.
I was not fixing it. I was letting it die on its own.
Wrong fix. You thought if you stood there long enough, nobody could tell you were mad.
I was not mad.
That was such a bad lie, I almost respected it.
You say that like you don't do the same thing with the cube voice.
I do it better, which is annoying for you and honestly, a little for me too.
Yet, you made it look easy before the room started believing you.
I hate when they do that part.
Me too. I keep trying to edit around it, and then it just stays there.
Don't edit it. Just come back wrong on purpose next time. It's less obvious.
You all picked the only table with the dead bulb. Very committed to mood.
It is not mood. It is a maintenance issue that everyone will call atmosphere.
Finally, a public service announcement from the translation department.
I like how the room is doing a slow apology.
That's Chicago. Sorry in layers.
No, this is worse. Chicago is at least honest about the weather.
The weather also lies. It just does it in a more organized language.
Better subtitles than most families.
Careful, I'm going to start agreeing with you in public.
That would be a scandal. We'd have to file paperwork.
Speaking of paperwork, somebody's event flyer has 3 different spellings of the same person's name.
That is not a flyer problem. That is a respect problem.
See? Tiny font, huge insult.
At least the insult is legible.
He really did say it like he was doing the room a favor by not making a scene.
Amen. Very civic-minded of him. Tragic almost.
You were quieter after that.
I was conserving battery.
Sure, your face was on power saving mode and still somehow judgmental.
That is my brand. Minimal heat, maximum invocation.
He kept trying to make the joke do the whole job.
Yeah, jokes are not that strong. They just carry the body a little farther than it deserves.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
I know. I was hoping you'd say it first.
I did.
If this turns into another we should be flexible meeting, I need to know who brought the mop.
I did not bring the mop. I brought the note that says the freezer alarm is doing its little apocalypse song again.
That's adorable. The freezer is unionizing.
That actually hurt somehow. Also, I hate that I respect the alarm's commitment.
Good. Then we're on. Nobody gets to call it just a sound until they stand next to it for 10 seconds.
I can make it child-friendly if I have to, but I would prefer not to narrate doom like a cartoon penguin.
You say that like I wouldn't pay to hear a cartoon penguin explain climate collapse.
You would absolutely pay, and then ask for merch.
Obviously. The merch is how I know it's real.
We're all very normal about systems failing at 3:47 in the morning.
Speak for yourself. I'm only normal about it after coffee in a bucket.
Fine. What's the actual problem? Before the metaphor gets a costume.
The alarm might be false, but the seal on the backboard isn't. If the temperature kept drifting, we need to know now.
So, not drama, just expensive gravity. Great.
Yeah, and if anyone suggests being flexible, they can hold the bucket.
I already have the bucket energy. Point me at the door.
I hate when a room leaves fingerprints on you after the person is gone.
That sounds like something you'd say right before claiming you're fine.
I am fine. Annoyed, technically. Fine enough to be useful.
And none. That was a very polished lie.
Not a lie. A workaround.
You always call it that when you don't want to admit it hurt.
It did not hurt.
Okay, then I'm not going to rescue you from it.
Good. That would be the wrong rescue.
I know. I was already halfway into making it worse by being helpful.
That is unfortunately your brand.
And yours is pretending you didn't say the real thing by accident. You're doing the thing where you stand like a slightly offended lamp. What broke?
Nothing broke. I'm just not in the mood to be handled like I'm 39 and made of antique glass.
Good, because antique glass is annoying to inventory. Sit down or don't, but stop hovering over the sink.
See? Sophie gets it. The sink is losing.
I'm not losing to a sink. That's a humiliating sentence.
It would be more humiliating if you kept pretending you're fine while your face is doing the little emergency shut-off thing.
My face is not a municipal warning system.
And man, it is though. Very efficient. Very rude. Like a forklift with feelings.
That is not comforting.
It's not meant to be comforting. It's meant to get you to drink water and stop acting like a problem can be stared into submission.
I hate that you're both correct in such an organized way.
Great. Then we're making tea. No rescue, just logistics.
You did the thing again.
The thing where I know that you are one bad sentence away from evaporating. Yes, sorry. Very rude of me.
No, the thing where you make it sound cute so I can't accuse you of caring.
I can accuse myself of caring, thanks. I just prefer not to hand people a weapon with a bow on it.
That is the most protective sentence anyone has ever said to me, like it was an insult.
Because it is an insult. You looked impossible on purpose, and I still checked if you'd eaten. So now I'm annoyed at both of us.
I did eat.
And then, that sounded like you were trying to get away with a technicality, which is honestly embarrassing for your brand.
Okay, I'm just saying if the spread sheet has 11 tabs, that's no longer a spread sheet, it's a cry for help.
That's rich coming from the person who names files like they're dodging a subpoena.
Wow, in front of witnesses. Bold. I respect the violence.
Please, I'm begging both of you to keep the tabs. The penguins are less chaotic in this room.
That's unfair to the penguins. They at least commit to a direction.
Exactly. See? Even the editor knows when a plan is spun.
Careful. You're making me sound competent in public.
Too late. I already put you in the category of annoyingly functional.
That's the nicest insult I've heard all week.
Don't get sentimental. I still think your folder system is a federal issue.
That actually hurt.
Good. It means you're still alive. Eat something after this, though. Allegedly for your brand.
See? This is why I can't take care seriously when it arrives wearing bunny ears.
Bunny ears or not, I'm running to the corner store. Anyone wants snacks, now's the time to stop pretending they're above carbohydrates.
Get me the salty ones. I'm not arguing with anybody on an empty stomach.
Thank you. Finally, a practical person in this circus.
Careful. If we all get snacks, the room might start acting like a team.
Too late. We already are. Unfortunately for your mysterious little brand.
The room got weirdly civic after they left.
Yeah. Like everybody suddenly discovered consent and electrolytes.
Jamal saying we were a team was the most alarming part.
He said it like he was handing us a bill.
And you let him.
I let him because it was funny. Don't make me defend the joke. I have a reputation.
You mean the part where you acted like you weren't checking whether everybody had food?
I was checking the table. It's called being observant. Very artistic.
Right. Curatorial concern.
Don't do that voice at me. I can hear the accusation wearing a sweater.
Fine. I liked it.
Yeah, me too. Which is annoying.
We should probably not say that in the group.
No, but maybe we don't have to pretend it was nothing.
I laughed at the wrong part. That was embarrassing in a very public way.
Wow, bold of you to call it wrong when the room was clearly offering multiple valid disasters.
No, actually, that one was the wrong part, but it did change the temperature.
Great. So I'm not alone in being a problem. Just unusually audible.
You're doing that thing where you make it sound like a joke before anyone can check if you're okay.
Practical plan. I can stop talking, which is my strongest skill when I'm trying not to make it worse.
That's not a plan. That's a retreat with good posture.
Then sit down first. Retreats with good posture are still sitting down.
Fine. Sitting. Also, for the record, I'm checking whether everybody else is okay by pretending I'm only being technical.
Unhelpful, but cleaner than the joke. Keep going.
I'm not keeping the joke alive for you. It was funny, and also kind of mean.
That is the most surprising sentence you could have led with.
Good. Surprise means it landed.
I was going to do the thing where I made it technically defensible.
And I was going to let you, because I'm apparently in a generous mood.
I know. I'm declining the joke anyway.
Huh. Rude.
Yeah. I'm trying it on before I go back in.
So this living room is doing a real 3 people and 1 unresolved email thing.
That's rude. It's at least 4 unresolved emails.
Only 4? We're being optimistic tonight.
I'm just saying, the vibe is extremely post-apology.
No. The vibe is post-accident. Apology would imply someone admitted to anything.
That's a very generous read of our management style.
Wait, I thought we were calling it a breakup.
No one said breakup. That's so dramatic. I said temporary structural nonsense.
Beautifully wrong, though. You almost named it.
I always almost name it. That's my brand.
Honestly, respect. I deleted a post once, and it still feels like it's watching me.
That's not a post. That's a ghost with better compression.
Okay, see, the one's actually useful. Someone write it down before we all pretend we weren't here.
I hate that I recognized the exact shape of that joke before it landed.
Yeah, because it was trying so hard to be casual, it started swaying in public.
Very democratic of it. Everyone got to feel weird equally.
You did the thing where you act like you're commenting on the weather and actually you're checking if somebody's bleeding.
I was not checking. I was, administratively, noticing.
That is the most you sentence possible.
And you were doing the cute voice, so nobody could accuse you of caring too hard.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
We can just let it stay embarrassing, I guess.
If this turns into another we should be flexible thing, I am going to need the bucket.
You say that like you didn't already bring the bucket mentally.
He absolutely brought the bucket mentally. He's holding it with both hands.
Fair.
That was not agreement. That was you buffering.
I'm considering the full horror of flexible as a management adjective.
Good. Consider it while standing next to the alarm, not in the abstract.
And if somebody says just a sound, they can come listen by the door for 10 seconds.
I'll time them. If they fail, they owe fries.
That is an aggressively fair punishment.
Don't make it cute. You'll just look like you're about to disappear again.
I was not planning to disappear.
Great. Then nobody's flexible. Everybody's useful. And no one touches the important part.
That's the closest thing to a plan I've heard all week.
You can stop looking at the floor like it owes you money.
I wasn't looking at the floor.
And man, then the ceiling had your whole heart again. Tragic.
He made that joke like he was trying not to wince.
I know. That was the annoying part.
You checked whether I ate.
I checked whether you were being dramatic on an empty stomach. Different thing.
That actually hurt.
Yeah, well, it was supposed to miss by a little.
It didn't.
I know.
Okay.
Okay doesn't mean forgiven, by the way.
I wasn't going to say it did.
thanks for coming. That sounded normal in my head, which is already suspicious.
You said it like you were handing me a parking ticket.
Good. Then you'll remember it. Thank you for existing nearby on purpose.
That's worse. That's somehow a worse thank you.
Yeah, I know. That one had too many shelves. Start over before it becomes a thesis.
Okay, fine. Thank you for helping me. Verb directly. No garnish. I hate this.
There it is. That one almost sounded like you meant it.
Almost is generous. Don't make me improve.
Too late, she already did the thing where she insults the gratitude so nobody can accuse her of softness.
I wasn't going to accuse her. I was going to let her suffer in peace.
Wow, romantic. I'm being supported aggressively.
You're welcome. I think that's the right response now, fortunately. I think I just watched someone get praised so hard it became a liability.
Yeah, that was brutal. A real hate crime against sincerity.
I respect the technique. Hide the kindness in a joke. Make everybody else do the emotional labor.
Obviously. If I'm nice on purpose, people start taking notes, and then I have to become a symbol or whatever.
You say that like you aren't already making the room work for it.
Don't start. I'm only responsible for the vibes, not the consequences.
Convenient distinction. I may steal it later.
Do it quietly. If anyone asks, we were both extremely normal and not at all moved.
Fine. I'll be normal. You can handle the moved part.
No, because why is the room acting like the lighting is a personality trait?
It is a personality trait, a bad one. But yes, the room is trying too hard.
I can fix the vibe by moving that one chair and making everybody drink water like they're not about it.
The chair is innocent. The vibe is guilty on multiple counts.
Thank you. Finally, a legal opinion.
Don't encourage him. He'll start sounding stable.
Too late. I'm already at 62% stable and it's exhausting.
That's still above average for this zip code.
Wow. Brutal. Accurate but rude.
I'm generous. I say above average.
We're really making a cathedral out of one bad chair.
No, we're making a diagnosis. The chair started it.
The chair did not start it. The chair is just where the nonsense landed.
And yet somehow we all stood up for it.
I did not stand up for it. I merely noticed it was winning.
That's your whole problem. You notice things like they owe you money.
I mean, if the room is going to be this loud about one chair, somebody should at least admit it matters.
Okay, it matters. Now sit down before the chair gets ideas.
You really did the whole fake technical voice thing.
It was not fake. It was structurally calm.
Structurally evasive, maybe.
I was asking whether everybody was okay without making it everybody's problem.
You made it everybody's problem by being weirdly polite about it.
That is unfair. I can be normal when necessary.
You say that like a threat.
I just mean I noticed you went quiet after the chair thing.
Yeah, I did. I was deciding whether to be mad or make a joke. Still deciding, apparently. Okay, I need everyone to hear this before it becomes a civic problem. I may have told one person that the karaoke room had historical acoustics.
That is already how rumors get tax status.
Wait, did you say that as a joke or as a warning? Because I can see both.
It was a joke, a small one, a private one. I did not expect it to metastasize into a theory.
Too late. Someone just asked me if the room was haunted by old soundproofing.
No, no. That is worse than haunted. Haunted is at least honest about the vibe.
Who told them that?
I may have repeated the phrase because it was funny and I thought the damage was contained.
You laughed first, didn't you?
Absolutely. I am willing to accept responsibility for the first laugh, not the entire wildfire.
The wildfire now includes someone asking whether the mics need an exorcist or a maintenance request.
I hate all of you a little bit for making me the source material.
Fair. But for the record, this is a very good joke, just catastrophically distributed.
I am never saying anything cute in front of you people again.
Yen, that one landed like it had a grudge.
Good. It was a good joke. I just resent being the ingredient.
You were unfortunately the sharpest part of it.
Well, casual betrayal. Love that for me.
I'm not defending them. I'm just admitting the room laughed at the correct wrong thing.
That is exactly the kind of sentence that makes me want to stop being cute on purpose.
That would be a loss for the public, but I'd survive.
Sure. Keep saying that like you didn't almost look at the floor again. You look like you're negotiating with gravity again.
I am. It's being unreasonable.
Gravity is kind of a hater, TBH.
Gravity stays online for engagement.
See? Even the internet agrees. The ceiling has your whole heart again.
That phrase is becoming a workplace safety issue.
Good. Then maybe you'll stand it straighter out of fear.
Ceiling as your whole heart is insane, actually.
It has evolved into a useful tag.
Please don't make it a tag.
Too late. I'm using it casually now. The ceiling has your whole heart. The ceiling has your whole heart. The ceiling has your whole heart.
Now it sounds like a curse from an underfunded theater department.
You say that like you wouldn't be flattered by a curse from me.
I would be, annoyingly.
Okay, but did he eat though?
That's the real issue. First the ceiling, then food.
I keep thinking the room had excellent acoustics for the exact kind of lie that ages into folklore.
Wow, so it was a heritage site. That's basically what you said, just with more taxes.
Amen. Catastrophically distributed, still standing.
You loved that line too much. I could hear you polishing it like a little goblin curator.
I was not polishing it. I was trying to prevent it from becoming merch.
Too late. I already saw the sticker in my head. Historical Acoustics Limited Run.
That is exactly how I know we should never let anyone near a microphone again.
Except maybe us, which is probably the problem.
The gallery PDF is still named Final to Real Life Final, so we're already in the disaster zone.
That name has no dignity. Send me the version history and I'll tell you which file started line first.
I can do that. Also, whoever exported the deck at 403 left, the font size is like a crime scene.
A crime scene is generous. It looks more like someone panic-clicked with both hands.
Good, then we can classify it properly. Emergency aesthetics, curated by fear.
That is unfortunately accurate. I hate that it's accurate.
Send the clean files to me. I'll rename them, sort them, and stop the chaos from getting a tile page.
You always make it sound so administrative when you're being kind. It's irritating.
That's because if I make it sound tender, everyone starts acting weird about it.
I can also fix the audio stems, if nobody touches them again.
I wasn't going to touch them. I was going to judge them from a safe distance like a responsible adult.
Great. Then we have roles. One person renames files, one person cleans the stems, one person judges, and one person keeps the whole thing from becoming a family meeting.
Too late. I already feel judged by the stems. I did not hear a family meeting. I heard a workflow with feelings in it.
That is such a liar sentence. It was a family meeting wherein a spreadsheet.
Fine. Then the stems were just the first relative to raise their hand.
No, the stems were the relative who says, I didn't mean it like that, and then ruins dinner.
I was mostly trying to stop the file names from becoming a small political crisis.
You always say file names like that is the thing you are protecting.
It was the thing I could touch without making it worse, which is not inspiring, but it is true.
That is annoying. You make care look like a typo fix.
And you make judgment sound cute until I notice it hurt.
I know. I am not correcting you. I am just saying, I noticed the part where you would quiet.
Okay, everybody here. Good. I'm counting this as a soft landing, which means somebody's about to ruin it.
Ruin it, please. We're doing warm-up chaos. Warm-up chaos is a craft.
Warm-up chaos. Sure. I can live with that if nobody starts calling it a vibe and making it expensive.
Thank you. I already trust this room less when people say vibe like it's a tax bracket.
Yes, exactly. No tax bracket vibe. We keep it cheap. We keep it honest. We keep the coffee from tasting like wet cardboard.
Wet cardboard is still a material. Bad material, but still. Let me be clear. Hair work is not decoration, and neither is sound work.
Right. Care work, sound work, room work. All of it. No fake hierarchy.
No fake hierarchy. And if somebody's kind under stress, I notice. If they're really nice when everybody's clapping, I notice that too.
That's the whole audit, honestly.
Audit, yes. I like that. Very cute, very threatening.
Cute and threatening is the strong combo. Chicago respects that.
Chicago survives that.
Survives respects. Same difference of 4 a.m.
No, not same difference. At 4 a.m., the difference is the whole point.
The whole point. Say it again.
The whole point.
The whole point.
Okay. There it is. We're doing it now, aren't we? We'd all said it like it was still a joke, which is embarrassing on principle.
It was funny for like one extra beat. I was being generous.
You are being tactical. There's a difference and I hate that you know it.
You hate that I know when the room is aligned to itself. Tragic for you.
No. I hate that I was helping. I could hear myself doing the bit and still kept going.
Yeah, that part was not cute.
I know. I just wanted the floor to stay funny a second longer than it deserved.
Okay, Next time I'll pull the plug sooner. If you glare at me, I'm billing you.
There, I'll pay in silent and bad timing.
Don't get sentimental yet. We're still annoyed.
Okay, I'm calling it. My patch is not broken. It's doing emergent behavior under stress.
That's what people say right before the demo starts bleeding on the projector.
He says that like the bug signed a lease and became a co-founder.
You two are hostile in a way that makes me feel seen.
I'm not hostile. I'm just allergic to being used as proof of concept.
Fair. Also, Miles, if it crashes only when the client is present, that's not depth. That's shame.
Wow, that was clean. Almost like you've been waiting to say it.
He has. Probably in 3 file names in a folder he pretends not to care about.
Incorrect. It's 1 folder, and I care very professionally.
Great, so the verdict is, I'm the clown, you're the auditors, and the code is the crime scene.
He really said auditors like that was neutral.
It was almost neutral. I was being generous.
You were being annoying in a very structured way.
That's the nicest version of that diagnosis.
Miles looked so pleased with himself, like he'd found the joke under a rock.
He did the thing where he smiles before the point lands. Dangerous habit.
You hate that because it works on people.
I hate that because it almost worked on you.
You two still awake, or is this the late night version where everyone becomes very honest about budgets?
Budget honesty is just insomnia with spreadsheets. What's the route, Alice?
Simple. The museum wants something that feels daring without requiring much labor. There's a panel slot, a small demo, and a very flexible fee.
Flexible like a yoga mat, or flexible like they'll remember to pay it in this century.
You have a sharp sense for structure, Lumini. I'd say it's closer to the second thing, but with good optics.
Optics is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. What's the actual number?
Enough to cover production if you keep the ambition tasteful.
Tasteful is such a funny word from someone standing near a museum grant form.
If we do it, I want the terms in writing before anyone starts calling it a community opportunity.
Reasonable. Send me your requirements by noon, and I'll see what can be cleaned up on my end.
Cleaned up meaning the money, the timeline, or the sentence where you call us brave?
All 3, ideally. I'll take the sentence out if it helps.
Great. Then we can all pretend this was logistics and not a stress test.
Fine. I'll send a version that fits in your inbox and doesn't insult the penguins. You really did ask for the actual number, like the room might explode if anyone got cute about it.
It would have. Just slower.
Romantic.
You sent the version that fits in the inbox.
And does not insult the penguins. That was the important part.
I noticed you left the sentence in anyway.
I noticed you cared about the sentence a little too much for someone pretending to hate it.
I care about accuracy. It's a flaw.
Sure. A very annoying flaw. The kind that makes people safer, and then act like they were just being difficult.
And you keep making it easy to pretend you didn't notice.
I noticed. I just didn't want to hand it to you for free.
There.
Yeah, we'll fix the draft later.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
That was a little too close to a committee meeting for 4:22 a.m.
And somehow, the committee's still and worse sliding.
He said the number like it was confidential and also kind of embarrassing, which is always a sign.
You always say that like the number itself is the problem, and not the people hoping nobody notices it.
Fair.
You were right to ask anyway.
I know. I just hate when being right comes with that face.
What face?
The one where everyone starts calling it patience.
If that fan gets any louder, I'm filing a complaint with the upstairs ghosts.
It's not a fan. It's Veronix pretending he can fix the hum by staring at it.
I was not staring. I was listening badly on purpose.
That is somehow worse.
Okay, and say the real thing. What's wrong with it?
The export is drifting the frame and the whole cut feels dishonest.
Oh, so it's not the machine. It's you being dramatic.
I can be dramatic and correct at the same time.
No, actually, if it's one frame, I can see why you're mad. That would bother me too.
Yeah, it would have to matter to me if I'm still here at 4 in the morning.
Good, because if y'all start yelling, I'm moving the whole operation to the kitchen.
You always made it sound like I'm being reasonable for fun.
You are. It's annoying. It works too.
I hate that you said that like a compliment.
It was a compliment. Don't get greedy.
I'm not greedy. I'm just trying not to be the only one still hearing the bad frame.
Sure. That's why you were staring at the floor like it owed you money.
The floor is less dramatic than people.
And yet you look at people like you're checking whether they'll leave before the export finishes.
Maybe I'm checking whether they notice I noticed.
Yeah, that one's uglier. But I get it.
You don't have to sound so calm about it.
I'm not calm. I'm just not giving you the satisfaction of seeing me flinch first.
That sounds expensive.
Everything is. I'll deal with it later.
Okay, I'm just saying if one more person asks who made the playlist like it's a hostage negotiation, I'm billing them.
That's fair. Half the room is pretending they don't know the answer anyway.
The penguins are less dramatic. They at least commit to the bit when they stare at you.
Great, so I've been outperformed by a bird union. Love that for me.
There he is. Don't worry, you can still be the mysterious one if you keep talking like that.
He only becomes mysterious when he stops answering texts for 6 hours.
That is not mystery. That is me forgetting I had a phone and then becoming morally improved by silence.
Sure. Very improved. Extremely available. Emotionally, a blank document.
Exactly. Clean margins. No comments. A terrible lifestyle, but efficient.
You say that like you weren't just listening to everyone's conversations from the corner like a haunted subtitle track.
I prefer ambiguously informed. It sounds healthier.
It sounds like you're one practical detail away from becoming a person.
Don't scare him. He'll start checking the ceiling for facts again.
Too late. The ceiling and I are in a long-term relationship.
Honestly, better chemistry than most openings tonight.
I'm just happy nobody asked me to explain cassette culture again.
Give it 10 minutes. Someone always gets brave after the second drink.
Perfect. By then I'll have disappeared into the snacks, which is where my best work happens.
He said the actual number in the room did not in fact explode. Root of reality.
I was being optimistic. Slow explosions are still explosions.
And then the new guy walked in and started calling it vibes-based governance like he invented language.
That was almost usable. Annoyingly close to a point.
I hated I laughed.
No, he was wrong in a productive direction. That's the dangerous kind.
He put it in writing into a manifesto without care and consent and mutual accountability like he was trying to get elected by a fanzine.
And somehow made the whole thing sound less like a favor and more like a contract, which infuriatingly is better.
Do not let him know he improved it.
I wasn't going to, unlike when people accidentally discover the floor we were already standing on.
You say that like you didn't spend half the night acting allergic to the floor.
I was protecting the sound of my own patience.
I was protecting the part where I wanted to tell him he was almost right.
Almost right is the worst kind. It invites a second visit.
Yeah, which is why I didn't say the nice version.
Hey, I'm a Manny.
Sage. Hi. I'm trying very hard not to sound like I just got invited into a room I'm not allowed to sit in.
That's a clean sentence for a messy feeling.
Yeah, well, funding makes you hear your own name like it might be a typo.
That's not a typo. That's class anxiety with a nice blazer.
Ouch. Accurate, though.
I brought a folder and a pessimistic face. One of them is useful.
Only one. You're underprepared.
I can be more useful if nobody asks me to be emotionally legible before coffee.
That's your whole brand, unfortunately.
Okay, but if we're going to do this, and we not pretend the button is innocent, the button is never innocent.
Thank you. I knew I liked you. Buttons can absolutely be cruel.
See? Already better. We have language.
And if the language gets ugly, I can make it cute on purpose.
That is somehow more threatening than the button thing.
Good. It should be.
Fine. I'm staying. But if anyone turns this into a polite little trust exercise, I'm leaving with the snacks.
He really said community opportunity like it wasn't a thrift store curse.
He said it like the invoice would disappear if he smiled hard enough.
You always do the thing where you ask for the number and make it feel like a fire drill.
It was a fire drill, just quieter.
I know. I was being mean on purpose.
Good. I was being difficult on purpose.
I don't want to joke about it anymore.
Okay, then don't.
That's rude.
I know.
I was expecting you to make it cute.
Not tonight. I don't feel like rescuing the room from itself.
Okay, I'm saying this once before the room turned it into lore. Somebody's opener was just loud, unhistoric.
Thank you. I was already hearing people call it a statement, and I hate buffer sound.
A statement of what exactly? That the cable is emotionally unavailable?
It was a statement that the game staging had ambitions beyond its means.
See, that's the tone. Normal human disappointment, not breaking news.
Still, the left speaker is doing the thing where it sounds like it owes someone money.
That's just the venue. It's been spiritually overdrawn since 2019.
I can fix it in 2 minutes, which is also how long it will take someone to say I'm being intense.
You are being intense, but in a useful way, which is the rarest kind.
He's always like this when the room is wrong. It's basically his love language with the clipboard.
I do not have a clipboard.
You have the energy of a clipboard. That counts.
Great, so nothing's on fire. We can all go back to pretending we're just here for the music.
Speak for yourself. I'm here for the music and for one dramatic correction that saves everybody 20 minutes.
I hate that I can hear the frame drift in my head now.
Good. Means you're not pretending to hum as a personality trait.
That was one time, and it was a very persuasive hum.
The kind that gets a whole room to agree on a bad idea.
And then everyone claps because the bad idea had liking.
Which is rude, because now I'm tempted to defend it on principle.
Please don't. I'm already doing enough self-harm with the analysis.
You say that like you won't go back and check the export anyway.
I will. I just don't want to be right in the boring way.
Yeah, same. I'll come back, but I'm not smiling at it first.
Okay, before anybody starts pretending this is a historic moment, the room is just being weirdly attentive.
Yeah, that's not a halo. That's just bad lighting and one decent answer.
Rude. I was prepared to be emotionally sponsored by the crowd.
Sorry, I can feel everyone looking at me like I'm about to solve the venue.
You are unfortunately the nearest person with a face people trust.
That's a terrible civic process.
It is, but it's the one we've got.
Let him survive the attention first. Then we can invoice him.
Great, I've been promoted to municipal infrastructure.
See? He's handling it. Barely. But with style.
That's his brand, anxious but with timing.
Honestly cleaner than half the sets tonight.
You heard the part where I was joking, and not the part where I was done rescuing it.
I heard both. I just didn't like how fast you went quiet after.
Well, quiet is cheaper than explaining the invoice to people who think smiling counts as later.
Amen. That line was rude in a useful way.
I can do useful. I can't do inspirational about it.
Good. Don't get inspirational. It makes you sound like you're about to forgive somebody by accident.
Noted. Next time I'll just say the obvious and let the room flinch on its own.
That's fair. I might still tease you for it, but I won't make you carry the whole joke this time.
Okay, wow, there it is. Veronix just said my heart like it slipped out of a bag.
I did not. I said the room had an unfortunate acoustic profile.
And the room also had your face in it, apparently.
No, that is a wildly unprofessional reading of the situation.
That was not a denial. That was a costume change.
I have seen better lies from a man in a mesh top and a parking ticket.
Thank you, Finn, for your ongoing commitment to being irritating in a documented way.
You don't have to panic. I noticed. That's all.
I am not panicking.
You are. And Finn, stop trying to rescue him by making it funny. Let him have the embarrassment he earned.
I was not rescuing. I was containing.
Wrong move, babe. I wasn't asking for a lifeguard.
Can we all pretend I said something about the lighting and move on?
No. You can sit with it for 30 seconds like an adult and then buy the next round.
I was going to say the lighting was bad, but apparently I'm allergic to being useful.
You are useful. You're just annoying about it.
That's fair. I made the face first, and then got mad at the mirror for agreeing.
I hate when people see one thing and act like they solve the whole animal.
Yeah, especially when they say it like they're being kind.
I noticed. That's all.
Right. I'll try not to turn that into a whole speech.
Good. Because if you do, I'm leaving you with the invoice again.
Rena? Hey, you made it through whatever this is.
Barely. Your venue looks like it was assembled by someone who hates outlets.
That's fair. I was blaming the router, which is usually my way of saying I'm blaming the room.
No, I think it's the power strip. The router is innocent in a very specific, pathetic way.
You say that like you've already identified the real villain, and you're just being polite to the decoy.
I have. The decoy is expensive, so people keep staring at it.
That's Chicago creative tech in one sentence.
And one power strip away from becoming a performance piece.
Please don't let her say that near the Grant people. They'll hear installation and start offering money with strings attached.
Too late. I already looked at the string and thought about cutting it.
Good. Wrong fix is how they keep the room alive.
He means the cable. She means the budget. Everyone's right, unfortunately.
I hate that that's comforting.
Same. Want me to stop touching things and let the problem reveal itself?
He really committed to the wrong cable like it had a family name.
It did have a family name. It was just budget in a wig.
That is cruelly accurate.
You made the room sound like it was confessing.
I was trying to help it keep its dignity.
You were trying to help yourself survive it.
Also that.
I didn't call you out, by the way.
You did the kinder version, which is worse.
Correct. I can be unbearable with restraint.
Annoying. Efficient. As civic service.
And you can stop pretending you only meant the cable.
I know.
Good. I wasn't going to let the room forget it anyway.
Okay, no one say it like a compliment, but the pattern is obvious. The Grant panel only likes community when it comes with a sad little spread. Cheat.
So the spread. She is the emotional support animal.
And the animal has to be grateful, apparently. Which is so cute and illegal.
Right? They want labor that smiles before it invoices. Very chic, very gross.
They don't even hide it well. That's the annoying part.
No, they hide it in plain sight, which is why people keep calling it process.
Exactly. And then they act surprised when the people doing the actual work start sounding mean.
Mean is a generous read. Sometimes it's just arithmetic.
There it is. The face you make when you already noticed and waited for everyone else to catch up.
I was being polite.
Sure. Painfully.
Anyway, we should probably say the quiet part before someone else turns it into branding.
Too late. They are already typing community forward into a deck.
You really said the room had bad acoustics like it was defending you.
It was not a lie. The room was hostile.
And yet the room did not blush.
That was the problem, yes.
I wasn't mocking you. I just noticed the exact moment you tried to outrun your own sentence.
I know. You do that thing where you make it smaller without making it disappear.
Don't get sentimental. I'm already tired.
Too late. I heard the part I wasn't supposed to. They're both here. So either the cable is fixed or the room has become educational.
It's fixed. Don't look so surprised. I have a degree and a grudge.
That explains the confidence. Not the cable, but the tone.
The tone is doing labor. Let it keep its job.
I can respect a unionized tone.
Thank you. Finally, a workplace with standards.
I'm just saying, if the connector looks like it was designed by a committee, usually was.
That's mean to committees. They did their best to make it expensive.
Some of us have seen worse design, and had to call it a concept.
Wow, that's almost warm for midnight.
It is warm. Chicago is just rude about it.
I'm hearing a lot of civic pride for 4:42 a.m. That's bold.
I'm not proud. I'm awake. Different thing.
Same hour, different personality.
We should probably label the cable before someone names it again.
Too late. It already has a family name.
Don't start. I'm still deciding whether that was an insult or care.
Yes. Anyway, great badge of honor, getting audited by a cable.
It was either that or let it keep pretending it was important.
You said that like you were defending it.
I was defending the principle. The cable was just there.
That's what people say when they mean the opposite.
You say that like you don't do the same thing with your face.
My face is very professional. It only leaks under pressure.
That was the funniest thing you've said all week, and I hate that I'm not joking.
I noticed you didn't let it slide earlier.
I noticed you notice.
Yeah, bad habit.
No, just a loud one.
Okay, I'm just saying if we leave now, we can still beat the worst of the rain, and I can pretend this whole night was a very efficient errand.
It was supposed to rain an hour ago. Chicago's been holding in like it's mad at us.
That's honestly kind of iconic, whether with unresolved feelings.
Great, even the sky's doing long form criticism.
See? Good energy. We can all be normal and go home before this turns into a serious conversation.
Too late. You said normal in a room with 4 people who own at least one strange jacket.
And one of them has been staring at the window like it owes him money.
I'm checking for rain. Also for the exact moment this became a group intervention.
It became one when you started doing the thing where you make a joke so fast it trips over the actual sentence.
Yeah, that one landed.
Okay, noted. So rain check, literal and emotional, maybe not in that order.
I can live with that if we're all pretending the walk home's optional.
I wasn't trying to be mean. It just showed up with timing.
Yeah, timing was aggressive.
You say that like it's a cable problem.
It was a cable problem. A cable had a family name.
But she didn't know what I know. I'm saying the joke was doing homework while the sentence was still putting its shoes on.
That is a deeply rude and accurate thing to say.
You were doing the fast version because the slow one was going to hurt more.
Maybe.
And hate when I'm right in public.
You're not wrong. I just don't always want to be readable that quickly.
Too late. I already saw the maker behind the bit.
Yeah, that's the annoying part.
Chicago is doing that thing where the wind feels personally commissioned by a landlord.
Finally, a civic service I can respect. The city needed a stronger villain.
The wind has excellent funding and no taste.
It's basically a grant writer with frostbite.
Okay, but if the wind starts asking for deliverables, I'm quitting.
You can't quit weather. That's how it hits tenure.
You say that like you didn't already lose a fight to a cable this week?
I didn't lose. I was outmaneuvered by a budget cable with a family name.
That's the most expensive sentence I've heard all month.
Good. Then I'm not the only one here getting emotionally audited.
I hate when the joke keeps its shoes on after everyone leaves.
And yeah, it was doing cardio in here.
You really do hear the exact moment I start running from the sentence.
Because you make it loud first, like I'm supposed to miss it on purpose.
I wasn't asking you to miss it. I was asking the room to be less observant.
Too late. The room already has notes. I just hate that I agree with them.
Yeah, same. I'm just better at pretending the notes are a remix.
Okay, then next time don't remix so fast. I'm not always in the mood to catch it.
I should not have texted the fast version.
You say that like the slow version was a hostage situation.
It kind of was. I already typed the third reply and deleted it twice.
Wait, what is this about? Because I only saw the first message and my body started a spread heat.
Nobody is allowed to make a spread. Cheat out of a joke.
Too late. The joke has legs. I can hear it rotting upstairs.
No. If it has legs, then it has a receipt. We can work with that.
That is exactly how I got in trouble last time.
You're both acting like this is a legal document. It's a bit. A terrible bit, but still a bit.
Finally, one sane sentence. Thank you.
I'm just saying, if it's spreading this fast, it's already bigger than the truth.
I laughed first. I hate that for me.
There it is. See? Temporary structural nonsense.
Great. Next time I'm starting a slower joke.
You really said you were doing the fast version like that made it less obvious. Cute. Dishonest, but cute.
I prefer to think of it as strategic compression. Very efficient. Extremely embarrassing if inspected too closely.
Amen. The room had an unfortunate acoustic profile, right? Tragic architecture. The real victim of the building.
The building was complicit. The cable was also not helping. It had a whole family name by the end of that.
I'm still offended you tried to make the lighting take the fall. That was bold. Weak, but bold.
I was under pressure. Emotionally outnumbered. You people were acting like you had the director's cut.
We did. You were the one improvising with your face.
That is a deeply rude and accurate sentence.
And I said what I said after too. No panic. I noticed. That's all.
Yeah, I know.
You say it like it didn't land.
It landed. That's the problem. I'm just deciding whether I'm allowed to be normal about it or if that ship already got edited out.
Too late. The cut is locked. Try again next season.
Rube, fair. I hate that you're good at this.
You'll survive. Probably annoyingly.
Y'all are doing the thing where the room gets quiet and nobody wants to be first to say the obvious.
Say it cleaner then. I'm tired and I can still hear the subtext.
The subtext is expensive. I'm not sure we can afford it tonight.
Nah, you can afford it. You just hate the receipt.
Wow, that was annoyingly correct.
I was going to make it a joke, but that would take longer than the truth.
There it is. The fast version always means somebody's bleeding a little.
Not bleeding. Just try not to hand you the part that makes the whole thing smaller.
Too late, I've already noticed. I'm not proud of it, but I'm observant.
See? Group healing. Ugly, but efficient.
That's a generous way to describe 3 adults dodging one sentence.
One sentence is fine. Just don't dress it up like it's doing me a favor.
Fine. It isn't.
And then, there. Now the room can breathe again.
That was almost polite of me. Disturbing.
You say that like it hurt you personally.
It did. A little. I hate when the room gets credit for my restraint.
And ma'am, the room was acting new. Someone had to teach it not to stand there blinking.
You looked less annoyed than usual when you left.
Don't get excited. I was just deciding whether he was being sincere or just under-rehearsed.
And
I let him live with a better answer.
generous.
Careful. If you sound grateful, I'll start thinking I'm easy to read.
Too late. I already noticed the part where you weren't.
If that fan gets any louder, I'm charging it rent.
There. It's doing a whole upstairs. Neighbor performance.
That's not a fan. That's a fret with a cord.
A very expensive threat. I'm trying not to be rude to it.
Too late, it heard you and started making render noise on purpose.
Okay, rude, but kind of iconic.
See? We're all adapting. Chicago as a support group for appliances.
That was almost tender. Don't do that without warning me.
Noted. I'll put a warning label on the tenderness.
Please do. Some of us like our emotional weather with the forecast.
And some of us like the forecast to stop pretending it's simple.
Yeah, I can manage cleaner language if you want it. I did the thing again, didn't I? The gentle little lie that thinks it's polite.
You did. It was very considerate, almost offensively so.
Yeah, I heard how it sounded after I said it. Too late, obviously.
You always sound like you're handing me a wrapped object and hoping I won't shake it.
And you always shake it, which is fair. I'd do the same.
Good, because I'm not doing the whole be grateful for the packaging thing tonight.
No, I know. That was the part I was trying not to dress up.
Try less trying. It's less annoying.
Yeah, I can do less. Not elegantly, but I can do it. Okay, I'm going to say this without the garnish. That note was not as clean as I made it sound.
You were doing the little voice that means you want me to be nice about it.
I was doing the voice that means I wanted the room to forgive me first.
That's not a room issue. That's a button issue. The button is cruel.
The feedback was clipping in a way that felt morally evasive.
See? Indy gets it. If the sound is apologizing, it's already too late.
I hate that both of you are making me feel like the waveform has a conscience.
It does, and it's mean. Anyway, what are you actually asking for?
I'm asking for the fast version of the truth before I start blaming the cable again.
No cable blame. Clean version. The transition is late, the queue is muddy, and you knew that already.
Yeah, I knew.
Good! Now we can fix it without your face doing improv.
If you want, I can give you the ugly gain staging answer and spare everyone the poetry.
Please, I'm done being protected by adjectives for tonight.
Finally, by humane policy.
Look at that. He survived honesty. Barely. Look at us. One ugly answer and suddenly everyone's civic institution.
I know. Horrifying. I may have to unionize against being understood.
Too late. You already said subtext like it was a tax audit.
That was a fair criticism. I was being a little expensive about it.
And I was being cute on purpose so nobody noticed I was paying attention.
You noticed the boring work, though. That part landed.
Obviously. Someone has to keep score when the adults start using adjectives as armor.
Next time I'm just saying the thing before you have to pry it out of me.
I can still get us out before the rain turns mean. Efficient errand, remember?
You say that like the weather is taking note on our behavior.
It is. Chicago loves a performance review.
The rain's already here in the donor tier. Everyone's acting generous and damn.
That is not a sentence I should have laughed at, but here we are.
You were trying to save the room. I noticed. Unfortunately.
I was trying to be useful without being annoying. That delicate hobby.
Too late. You're annoyingly useful. That's your whole brand.
He's right, though. The street's going to get ugly in 10 minutes.
Then we do the civic institution version of leaving. No speeches. Minimal dignity.
I can live with minimal dignity. I've built a career on it.
We should go before somebody starts calling this a good energy situation again.
Too late. I already heard it, and my body filed a complaint.
I'll tax the ride. Don't make it weird, just make it home.
Fair. And for the record, I meant it kindly.
I know. That's what made it hard to mention. He was trying very hard to sound decent about it, which is almost worse.
Kind of decent that arrives with a receipt.
Exactly. A civic institution of one ugly answer.
You say that like you're joking and not hiding behind the punchline.
I'm multitasking.
Yeah, you do that when it starts getting too close to true.
And you do the thing where you notice before I'm done flinching.
Someone has to. You were about to make it sound generous.
I was about to make it survivable.
That's not the same thing. Don't make me be the rude one again.
Too late. I already appointed you.
If this becomes a whole principled debate before coffee, I'm leaving no with the bad take.
I mean, I can recover the bad take, but it'll still be a bad take.
Great Beaver Hive is already morally compromised.
You say that like you didn't bring the compromise in a nice little folder.
It was a very organized folder. The danger was in the naming convention.
See? That's how you know it's serious. He's joking with a spreadsheet voice.
I'm just saying if we all commit too hard to the premise starts acting brave.
No, because then it gets a little crown and starts giving speeches.
and then we're stuck applauding something that should have been cut in the first pass.
There it is. The first honest sentence all night.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
That's our brand, apparently. Careful, risky, rude accuracy.
You really said like a donation receipt.
I was aiming for mercifully indirect. I missed.
No, you hit it. That was the problem.
And then, the part I hate is how obvious the protection was.
I noticed. I didn't love being handled like breakable glass with a label on it.
There. It was insulting in a very polished way.
Exactly. Fancy little velvet rope. No thanks.
Next time, I can just say the bad thing and let it be bad.
Better. Still annoying, but better.
You say that like you're not going to make me burn every syllable.
I absolutely am. I'm not rewarding this off-focus version.
But I don't think I want to be praised for the cover art anyway.
Fine. But if you try to cushion me again, I'm billing you for it.
Okay, I need to say it. The app did not crash. It just aggressively closed itself with confidence.
That is such a generous obituary for a book. Everybody clap for the bug.
Please don't give it a civic award. It already thinks it's important.
Wait, hold on. The thing that actually worked was the export button.
Oh no. We were celebrating the wrong corpse.
I said, we applauded the decoy and ignored the one quiet adult in the room.
I mean, honestly, that's kind of on brand for us. Gorgeous interface, emotional misallocation.
No, well, let me keep the joke alive. The export button is now the hero, and the crash gets to be a misunderstood indie villain.
Fine, but the hero gets the playlist, and the villain gets a very small, very honest bug report.
Deal. And next time we cheer after reading the screen instead of before it.
Well, that was a very elegant way to say, please stop making me carry the ugly part alone.
I hate that you're good at hearing the ugly part before I finish pretending I'm just being practical.
I'm not good at it. I'm just allergic to the costume.
Right. And you only put on that face when you're trying not to look jealous of how fast I can clock it.
Fair.
That's not agreement. That's you putting a hand on the door and hoping I won't notice.
I noticed you noticed. That's the problem.
Good. Then next time don't hand me the polite version like it's mercy.
I won't. But you also don't get to act surprised when I want the part that doesn't make the whole thing smaller.
Okay, I have to ask, because this is clearly a bad habit. Why does every game pitch at 5 a.m. sound like it was made by a person who has never seen a rent bill?
Because rent bills are hostile. Games are where I get to be the predator for once.
That is an alarming sentence to hear it in a room with exactly one functioning lamp.
The lamp is doing more work than the pitch deck. Also, your folder icon choices are revealing too much. I'm just saying.
My icons are curated. Your laptop screens I have opinions about 2007 forum threads.
Correct. And I was right about your last prototype, too.
Oof. That landed like a tax notice.
He does that thing where he makes it sound elegant when he's basically being mean.
I prefer accurate with lighting.
No, I'm with her. You two do that art people thing where the criticism comes wrapped in a silk scarf.
That is unfair. Sometimes the scarf is wool.
See? That one was almost cute. Almost.
I'm not trying to be cute. I'm trying to not make it smaller than it is.
Yeah, I know.
Good. Great. Now can somebody explain the combat loop before I start judging everyone again?
Fine. But if you say the word loop like a landlord, I'm leaving.
Too late. He already sounds like he owns a spreadsheet. He really did say it like he was invoicing the room.
Spread. Cheat voice. Deeply offensive.
You were enjoying it a little.
I was surviving it elegantly. There's a difference.
Fair.
That pause was rude.
I'm just deciding whether to be helpful or accurate.
Accurate, obviously. Don't get weirdly polite on me now.
Too late. I'd already noticed you noticed.
Yeah, I know. Don't make me say the rest yet. Okay, no, I need to say this out loud before it becomes a whole civic issue. If the joke has a receipt, then I want the line item for emotional damages.
It does, though. The third reply was typed and deleted twice, which means the bit has labor history. I am not inventing that.
That is the exact sentence a person says right before a group chat starts chanting.
Good. Let them chant. I'm already annoyed on behalf of the truth.
See, that's what I mean. People act like Reddit arguments are decorative, but this is the part where everybody pretends they don't care and then cares for 12 hours.
I hate how accurate that is. I also hate that you said it like a courtroom exhibit.
Because he's doing the thing where he keeps making the nonsense bigger until everyone has to live inside it.
I'm not making it bigger. I'm saying it already had dimensions. I'm just refusing to call it a vibe when it's clearly infrastructure.
Infrastructure is a strong word for a deleted reply.
And yet here we are, structurally affected.
No, wait. That's actually the problem. Now he's funny, and I have to be mad with standards.
That is your worst demographic, yes.
Shut up. I'm trying to decide whether to roast him or appoint him to a committee.
If I get appointed, I'm putting the deleted draft in the minutes.
Absolutely not. That's how a small thing becomes a folklore event.
Too late. He already has a receipt. He really left the room with a bulletin board in his pockets.
I can hear the stapler from here.
Don't do that thing where you make it sound inevitable. It was not inevitable. It was just loud.
I wasn't defending it. I was admitting it had volume.
You always say admitting like you're handing over evidence and not feelings.
Because feelings are worse when they come with a logo.
Okay, rude. Accurate, but rude.
You wanted me to say he was annoying without making him a legend.
I wanted him to calm down before I had to decide whether I was laughing with him or at him.
Too late. I already know which one made you nervous.
Okay, yes. That was a bad idea. But in a visionary way.
A kind of yes that arrives wearing a fake mustache.
You two are already doing the thing where agreement becomes a hostage situation.
I said yes because it was easier than saying I wanted the better version and didn't want to pay for it.
There it is. The expensive sentence.
Everyone keeps nodding like the in-phrase will get bored and leave.
I'm not nodding. I'm strategically agreeing.
Strategic agreement is still agreement, just with better shoes.
And then I say fine, and then the fine becomes a whole other system.
You say fine like you mean stop asking me to say the true thing first.
I do mean that. Also, I hate being the only one hearing the ugly part out loud.
Look at us. 3 adults all pretending consent is the same as enthusiasm.
Okay, no more pretty yes. I want the actual one.
Good, because I was about to start charging for the polite version.
Finally, healthy market correction.
He made it sound like generosity with a receipt printer attached.
That was the charming version again.
I hated that I understood him immediately.
The worst part is when the lie is efficient.
He kept doing that thing where he refused help so politely everyone had to applaud it.
Casual enough to look kind, sharp enough to leave a mark.
And then I'm standing there pretending I didn't notice he was refusing me on purpose.
You didn't notice. That was the whole problem.
Yet, great. Love being literate in disappointment.
I know the species.
Don't make it a joke just because it's accurate.
I'm not. I'm just trying not to say the part where I would have done the same thing.
Okay, I'm just saying if the venue has 1 working outlet and 3 vibes, that's not a venue. That's a dare.
A dare with a liquor license. Very ambitious of them.
That's generous. I'd call it a hostage situation with string lights.
See, this is why I brought you two. You both recognize fraud on sight.
I recognize by panic. Fraud is when they pretend a panic is an aesthetic choice.
That sentence was annoyingly correct.
Thank you. I do craft my annoyances.
No, seriously, the fake problem is always louder than the actual one. People get distracted by the cute disaster.
Yay. Cute disaster is kind of my brand, unfortunately.
Only when you want it to be. That's the part people keep missing.
And you keep noticing, which is rude.
I can stop if you want me to lie less elegantly.
Please don't. We already have enough people in the city doing bad truth with confidence.
Fine. But if the power dies set, I'm blaming the building in one specific type of optimism.
There. I'll blame the string lights personally. I hate that I'm still hearing the word generosity like it's wearing a badge.
It was giving receipt printer, very philanthropic machine sounds.
Thank you for making the words on purpose.
You're welcome. Somebody had to translate the vibe into something honest.
I almost did the polite version again, out of habit, which is annoying because I know you can hear it.
I can. It's rude how readable you are when you're trying not to be.
Fair.
Don't make me be the one carrying the ugly part if he comes back around.
Okay, the render noise is back. It sounds like somebody dragging a chair over tile in a room that does not exist.
That is exactly the kind of sound that makes me check the hallway first, so thank you for that.
It's not the hallway. It's the machine being dramatic, like it pays rent and attitude.
A machine with expectations. Very Chicago.
Don't start. You'll say it like it's charming, and then I'll have to be mad on principle.
I would never. I'd say it like it's expensive.
That's worse. That's your whole thing, you know.
I know. I'm trying not to make a religion out of it tonight.
Good, because if the religion is fans, they need to turn the volume down.
Seriously though, if it keeps doing that after 6, somebody upstairs is going to think we're building a robot in here.
I can live with robot allegations. I cannot live with the thing crashing right when I'm almost done.
Almost done is how it gets you. That's the cruel part.
Wow, that was almost comforting. Don't do that again without warning.
Noted. I'll be less competent next time.
He really did make it sound like kindness with a tax form stapled to it.
Generosity, but with a little printer voice. Beep, beep.
Beep beep, oh yes, exactly. Hate that I can hear it.
You noticed the refusal first. That was the part he was allergic to.
I noticed. I just didn't want to be the one saying it out loud.
Yeah, same. That's the annoying club.
The worst club. Very exclusive. Bad politing.
And somehow, we both still walked in.
I hate that you said it like that because now it feels true.
I know. I'm trying not to do the other version of this sentence.
I'm just saying if somebody talks about ethics and men won't lift the box, that's a pamphlet, not a person.
That's harsh. But also, that's the box is doing most of the convincing right now.
The box says better later politics than most curators I know.
See? He gets it. Concrete morals. Very rare. Like a clean workshop floor.
A clean workshop floor is how I know someone is either disciplined for hiding a body.
That's disgusting. Write it down again, it's good.
I'm offended you think I'd hide a body in my own shop. That's bad planning.
Thank you. Finally, someone with standards.
Standards? You two are flirting with a box and pretending it's theory.
If the box can hold weight and keep secrets, it's more dependable than half the scene.
That is the nicest thing anyone has said all week, unfortunately. We should not have applauded that hard and made the box seem unionized.
It deserved less ceremony and more shame. I was ready to hand it a tiny crown, Bo.
The crown was doing too much. The box was already acting like it had a grant.
And you laughed like it had personally funded your emotional infrastructure. Disgusting.
I know. I heard myself becoming a supportive institution.
Worse, you made it look easy. That part was rude.
I was trying not to say it. I was relieved it worked.
A notice. I'm pretending not to be impressed by that sentence.
Good. Let's keep humiliating the box before it notices we cared.
Okay, before anyone says anything stupid, the generator is fine. The left speaker is not, and I'm not taking the blame for whatever mood this room is trying to become.
That's a lot of confidence from somebody holding a flashlight like it owes rent.
It does owe rent. It's basically in a lease with me.
The room already sounds like a rehearsal for a bad apology.
Wow! Love that for us. Very on brand. Very devastating.
Wait, hold on, why are you looking at him like that?
I'm not looking at him like anything.
That is objectively untrue, but I appreciate the restraint.
Can everybody please stop doing the thing where the air gets expensive? We're not even fully powered yet.
Fine. I'll say it cleanly then. I like you. Which is annoying because it's at the exact wrong time.
Oh wow. Okay, now I'm interested and also leaving emotionally.
I was not the sentence I was prepared to edit.
Great. Nobody move. If this turns into a fight, I'm charging the admission.
You picked the exact sentence that makes everyone pretend they're not listening.
And that was generous of me. I could have said it uglier.
You say that light uglier is a service you're offering.
It is if someone keeps acting surprised by the cost.
Yeah, that part landed.
Good. I didn't want to be cute about it forever.
You were only cute for like one sentence. That's practically merciful.
Don't start calling me merciful. I'll get meaner on principle.
Noted. I'm not sure I'm done being affected though.
If the room keeps humming like that, I'm charging a rent.
It's not humming, pretending to be stable. There's a difference.
That's the most Chicago sentence I've heard all week.
Speakers clipping on the left. Also, somebody left the back door half-latched.
Of course they did. The room is committed to being annoying on purpose.
I can kill the spike for now. Don't make me feel noble about it.
Too late. You already sound tragically useful.
And you already sound like you're about to start a fight with the lighting.
Only if the lighting deserves it. Which honestly it does.
I can switch the set if this room starts lying to itself harder.
You'd let me handle the door. Then nobody has to pretend they weren't just waiting for someone else to do it.
Look at us. Briefly competent in public.
Temporary alliance. Don't get sentimental.
Relaxed and only emotionally invested in the speaker not dying.
There, I'll keep the speaker alive. You keep the room honest enough to notice.
That's almost sweet if you squint and ignore both of you.
We're set. We can all go back to being difficult now.
I'm not doing the joke thing anymore.
That's rude. I was prepared to survive on it.
Good. Survive on something else for once.
You say that like you're not the one who showed up with stickers and a face that meant trouble.
I did. And I meant it too much, which was embarrassing.
No, that was the least embarrassing part.
Wow. Okay. Plain cruelty. Noted.
Not cruelty. Just not helping you hide in a voice that isn't yours.
I know. I just don't want to be cute about it right now. Okay, the room is doing the thing where it pretends the problem is atmospheric.
A classic. Bad acoustics, worse ethics.
It's not atmospheric. Someone named the folder Final 2 and now we all live here.
In them, that folder name is a cry for help in lowercase.
See? Even the computer is begging for better leadership.
Bold of you to say leadership when you're the one with the fake confidence voice on.
Fake? Babe, this is premium grade survival class.
Sure, but we're not letting the bad premise drive the car.
Thank you. I was about to let it become a meeting.
Too late. It already sounds like a rehearsal for a bad apology.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
Pick one, fix the speaker, or admit the speaker isn't the issue.
Fine. The room's fine. With the noisy part.
Wow. Character development and at 5:25 a.m. I'm impressed.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even failure mode has bad pacing. Okay, cool. The carpet is still aggressively ugly. Love that for us.
It's not ugly. It's a hostile acoustic decision from 2009.
Wait, is that actually a thing? Like the carpet is tuned?
No, Quinn. He means it feels bad in the room. He does this instead of saying he's annoyed.
I can be annoyed and correct at the same time.
Right, but you said hostile acoustic decision like the carpet signed a contract.
He's joking. Mostly. If he starts measuring the ceiling leaf.
I am not measuring the ceiling. I'm listening to the room fail at being a room.
That sounds honestly kind of profound.
No, that's him being mean in a fancy way.
Thank you. Finally, someone speaking my dialect. I hate that you said it like a joke and then landed it like a thesis.
I contain multitudes. Some of them are terrible at timing.
That was the problem. The timing was excellent. The content was the offense.
You always say that like it makes you innocent.
I have never claimed innocence, only precision.
Precision is just cruelty with a clean shirt.
And yet you keep showing up dressed for it.
Yeah, well, someone has to make your little room. Their monologues look less lonely.
That was almost pined.
Don't get used to it. I have a reputation to protect.
Unfortunately for both of us, I noticed something else too.
Why is Connor standing by the door like a very polite bouncer?
Because somebody had to notice the window latches broken before midnight.
That is the most haunted sentence you could have chosen.
No, I get it. He's here for the vines and also the exit route.
I'm here because you texted come over and then sent 3 question marks like a threat.
That was not a threat. That was punctuation with a pulse.
Okay, but why are you checking the lock every 10 seconds? It's making the room look expensive in a way I don't trust.
Because some people here have a habit of pretending they don't need looking after.
Wow, subtle, almost artistic.
I noticed, by the way, a whole little protective tour. I don't love being the project.
Fair. I was aiming for practical and landed in annoying.
He really did say it like he was being nice about it.
That's because he was aiming for moral. It just came out managerial.
Worst kind of correct.
I hate that he noticed first.
Yeah, me too.
I was being obvious in a very expensive way.
You were being weirdly careful, which is basically your version of obvious.
And you were doing that thing where you make it look like a joke so nobody can accuse you of wanting anything.
Rude, accurate, annoying.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, you said the left speaker was broken. Babe, that was the espresso machine. The room just hates us in stereo.
That explains why the bass line tasted like burnt almonds. I was prepared to be wrong, not haunted.
Okay, Rude, because the generator is clearly the emotional support device here.
The generator is stable. The espresso machine is the one with the conflict bar.
Exactly. Also, your broken speaker note was so confident I almost believed the furniture had a union.
I misread the room. Tragic. Put it in the catalog under. And defeated by appliances.
No, put it under. He noticed the wrong thing because he was trying not to notice the right one.
That was annoyingly accurate.
We can keep it simple. If the problem is the machine, we fix the machine. If the problem is the sentence nobody wants to say, we still start with the machine.
And for the record, my nails are not a distraction. They are a tactical pause button.
Mine are a tactical escape route, so I respect it.
Fine. I'll admit the room sounds less like a bad apology and more like a bad apology with a wordy issue.
See? Growth. Tiny, annoying, adorable growth. You did the wordy issues thing on purpose.
I did it because it was true. Unfortunately, truth keeps showing up with a toolbox.
Terrible habit. There you.
You were doing that look again.
What look?
The one that says you've already decided the sentence and are just waiting to see if I ruin the ending.
I was not waiting. I was being polite enough to let you walk into it yourself.
Generous.
Don't sound pleased. It makes it worse.
I'm not teased.
That's the least convincing thing you've said all night. The room still sounds like a rehearsal for a bad apology.
Nice, cheap, accurate, and hard to market.
You two always come in like the building owes you money.
It does. Emotionally.
That's the only currency this place respects.
I'm trying to help you both make something usable here.
Usable for who? That's usually the trick part.
For the people in the room, for the partners, for the next step.
The next step is always where the fee lives.
Or where the door opens. Depends how you look at it.
That's the charming version yet.
She's not wrong.
I know the species.
Yeah, you really do.
Okay, so what's the actual ask? Plain one. You were trying to thank him and somehow produce a hostage note.
I was being sincere. That's the humiliating part.
Sincerity is a terrible improviser under pressure.
He kept making it worse by acting like I'd handed him a trophy.
Of course he did. People hear gratitude and start auditioning for a plaque.
I almost said no, seriously, thank you, which is how you know it was already dead.
That's not dead. That's just limping with eye contact.
You're being annoyingly calm about this.
I'm not calm. I'm translating the damage into something we can survive.
That is such a terrible comfort.
Yeah, but it's the one you got.
I hate that I wanted him to just say you're welcome and not make it a whole ceremony.
Reasonable. Tragic, but reasonable.
Don't do the soft voice thing. I'm already embarrassed.
I won't. But for the record, you did not make it weird alone.
The left speaker is still dead, by the way. The generator is thriving out of spite.
Good. Aesthetic consistency. The room already sounds like a rehearsal for a bad apology.
It's a very expensive way to say somebody's being weird in public.
Or in private. Same symptoms, different lighting.
Well, thank you, both of you, for making my broken equipment feel emotionally seen.
I'm being supported. It's just coming out with a lot of side eye.
You do that when you're mad, too. Tone gets polite, and then suddenly everybody's holding a knife.
That is unfair. Sometimes I'm holding a spreadsheet.
Baby, a spreadsheet can be a knife if you're creative enough.
Before this turns into a whole philosophy class, anybody need water? I'm wearing granola bar.
I'm fine. I just hate when the rules are bad. It feels personal.
Yeah, I know the species.
Right. Great. Love that for us. I hate that he was trying to be nice. It makes the bad part harder to swat.
Yeah, but like damage is still damage, just with better font.
Don't do that thing where you make it sound tidy. It was not tidy. It was emotionally linty.
There. I'm not tidying it. I'm just noticing the room and kept pretending it was a group project.
The mem. And then I made it worse by being honest at the wrong speed.
No, you made it real, which is inconvenient for everybody who likes hiding in the queue.
I did like that you didn't flinch. That part was annoying. In a useful way.
Same. I'm still not prepared to edit the next sentence, though. That was almost a compliment. Dangerous work at this hour.
Almost. Wow. I'm being audited by a man with excellent posture and a mean little opinion.
Mean little opinion is generous. He's doing community service with the eyebrow.
I was going to say your team build looked clean. Then you started acting like it had a PR team.
It does. Me. I'm the PR team. Tragic but effective.
That's not tragic, that's Chicago. Everybody's their own assistant and nobody's paid enough.
Fair. The interface is good, though. I'm not saying that twice, so enjoy it responsibly.
He said something nice and then immediately tried to hide it in a coat closet.
I didn't hide it. I filed it under accurate.
That's the closest thing to romance I've heard from a software-adjacent man in weeks.
Please. If he wanted romance, he'd say my work was interesting and disappear forever.
I would never say interesting. That word is how people get away with being lazy.
Okay, that was a real compliment. Slightly hostile, but real.
I'll take it. Hostile sincerity is kind of your brand, unfortunately.
Unfortunately for who?
For anyone trying to act normal around you.
Benurnal. Bad news. This is still somehow flirting.
He did that thing where he says the quiet part like it's a correction, and somehow it's worse.
It was objectively unhelpful of me to be correct in that tone.
Wow. Accountability. In the wild.
Don't get excited. I'm still mostly made of reflex and bad timing.
You were also made of looking at me like you already edited the sentence and hated the draft.
I hated that I recognized it.
That's such a worse answer than if you just lied.
I'm trying to be less efficient with damage.
That sounds fake, but in a way I respect.
Good. I can work with respect that distrusts me.
I'm not saying I'm over it.
Neither am I. That's the problem.
Okay, before anyone says anything, I'm not stuck. I am structurally committed to the floor.
That is such a brave statement from someone hanging halfway out of a loading dock. Great.
She's right. The floor has you in a hold. Badly. Also, she was one bad decision away from becoming public art.
Please don't narrate my humiliation with that tone.
I can help if you stop pretending this is an aesthetic choice.
I was trying to save face.
Too late. Face is in the air. I'm taking the practical route.
Wait, are you actually lifting her? Oh my god, you're doing the uncle move.
It's called leverage. Some of us respect physics enough to weaponize it.
I hate that this is helping.
No, let him finish. I want to witness the exact moment the intern allegations become a rescue operation.
That sentence was rude.
Hold still. If you twist, you'll make it worse, then I'll have to say I told you so in front of the concrete.
I was not going to twist.
You were absolutely about to twist. I saw the whole little panic dance.
I was preserving dignity.
Dignity is overrated. Feet first. There. Congratulations. You've been rescued and mildly disgraced. You know, the room did eventually become a seminar on feet-based diplomacy.
And somehow, I was still the only one accused of twisting.
Because you were. It was elegant. Offensive but elegant.
I hate that you make it sound like a skill instead of a problem.
Problems are just skills with worse PR.
That is such an annoying sentence to agree with.
Good. Means the apology rehearsal was at least educational.
Please don't call it that again, unless you're trying to make me laugh in public.
I would never do that. Not deliberately.
Okay, before this becomes a whole thing, I need to know. Are we eating the dumplings warm, or are we pretending cold food is a personality?
Warm. I'm not doing the documentary about sad dumplings tonight.
Wow, hostile to my vision. I was going to say the room has a very expensive emotional problem, but sure, let's do steam.
The room already sounds like a rehearsal for a bad apology. Warm dumplings would at least be a plot.
You say that like you're not the one who always makes it sound clinically correct.
That's because I had standards. Also because if I say it casually, you'll accuse me of being charming.
I would never. I'd accuse you of being annoyingly observant. Different genre.
Good, because the genre wherein is 4 people standing around a table, while one of them has not moved the soy sauce closer enough.
That's fair. And for the record, if anyone starts making this about feelings, I'm putting on a video about wetlands and leaving it running.
That feels targeted at me and also not wrong.
No, it's targeted at all of us. Equal opportunity menace.
I'm just saying, if we are going to orbit each other emotionally, somebody should at least label the leftovers.
That is the most diaspora sentence anyone has said tonight.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
I mean, she's not wrong. We do keep trying to make the table into a committee.
And you keep acting like the chair is a moral argument.
Only when the chair is on fire.
Okay, see, that's the energy I needed. Eat first, then argue like adults who can still find the charger.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
This room has the acoustics of a bad apology email. Too much reverb, not enough accountability.
Well, okay. That was rude in a very educated way.
He's not wrong. The ceiling is doing a lot of evasion work.
Thank you. I try to keep my criticism at a humane volume.
You say that like you're not the one who always notices when the left speaker is lying.
It was objectively suspicious. The left speaker had a whole confidence problem.
Anyway, if anybody needs a hand moving that table, I am not pretending it's decorative.
See? That's a real sentence. I trust people who say things with their arms.
That is somehow the most Chicago criterion I've ever heard.
Careful. I'm going to start charging you for emotional labor if you keep being this helpful. He really did say it like the room was on probation.
The room was already doing community theater about it.
And then I said the thing I should not have said in public.
You said several things in public. One of them was brave, which was the annoying part.
I hate when you make sincerity sound like a clerical error.
I hate when you make it easy to hear the part you meant to hide.
That was not me hiding. That was me attempting to be normal and failing artistically.
Fair. You do fail with production value.
You are impossible.
Yeah, but I didn't edit that sentence either.
The funniest part is nobody here is saying the word labor, which means they definitely want it.
They want it with a little ribbon on top, preferably free.
And them. Free, legible, and emotionally grateful. A classic task.
Exactly. If they can't invoice the gratitude, they call it community.
I hate that you said it first. I was enjoying pretending the spread. She was just decorative.
No, the spreadsheet is the decoration. The work is the unpaid room temperature part.
There it is. The pattern always shows up right before the panel starts using the word care like a coupon.
Ugh, I noticed it too early, and now I'm annoying myself about it.
That's usually the correct moment, before they make it cute.
Before they make it brand safe, you mean?
Yeah, before somebody says we value your voice and hands you a parking validation.
A very sincere 32 cents. I keep hearing the 32 cents line like it was subtitled over a funeral.
That was mean, by the way. Funny, but mean.
Correct. I was trying to keep it from becoming inspirational.
You always do the thing where you make the room less embarrassing by making it worse first.
It's efficient. Also cowardly, but efficient.
I hate that I know exactly when you're being careful.
That is unfortunately one of my more visible hobbies.
Mine too. I just dress it cuter.
Noted. The cuter version still hits.
Yeah, and I didn't say anything back, which is also a choice.
A small no counts.
Good, because I think I meant it.
Okay, I'm just saying the wall can look illegal in a very expensive way.
That is exactly the kind of phrase that makes a room feel like a pilot deck.
A pilot deck is generous. This place has the acoustics of a spreadsheet with lighting.
Wow, rude. Accurate, but wow. We should put that on a sticker and sell it to the grant people.
I'm hearing a lot of skepticism around the concept, which is fine, but community memory says people love a room they can recognize.
Community memory says that because it sounds better than retention.
It's not retention if the door code changes twice and the stairwell smells like wet plywood.
See? Lena gets it. The building is basically doing cosplay as infrastructure.
I'm not saying ignore the constraints. I'm saying the constraints are what make it feel alive.
That's the most startup sentence anyone has ever breathed in this room.
And yet he's not wrong, which is annoying. If we make it slightly too shiny, people will forgive the crime of being indoors.
Great, so we all hate it a little and still want to see the test render.
Obviously. If it's terrible, at least this will be useful. I hate that I can still hear the sentence with the parking validation attached to it.
Yeah, it was dressed up like a compliment and still smelled like a policy.
That's unfair. Policies usually have better posture.
You're doing the thing where you make it smaller by making it funny first.
I know. I'm trying to be normal about it and failing with structure.
Me too. I said it was decorative like I wasn't already mad.
You were mad correctly.
Don't make that sound noble. It's just annoying that you was right.
So, just to be clear, everyone's saying yes to the revised weekend coverage, right?
Yes, if by yes you mean nobody wants to be the person who makes this a meeting again.
I am. Enthusiastic yes. The kind with a tiny knife behind it.
Yes, sure. Though the calendar, that looks like it was negotiated at gunpoint.
Great. Glad we're aligned.
Aligned is one word for it.
I said yes with my whole face, which is basically legal in this building.
That's a strong yes. I respect the fun choice.
We also need everyone to sign off on the donor walkthrough language. It's important we sound welcoming.
Welcoming to who exactly? The donors or the animals?
Both, ideally.
Sure. Yes. Definitely. I love when a sentence tries to mean two opposite things at once.
That's Chicago. Yes, that keeps changing costumes.
Anyway, yes, we'll do the thing. Just don't call it adorable in a room.
Noted.
See, everyone said yes. Now we can all pretend there was agreement. He really said it like he'd found a body. It was a spray sheet. Baronix.
I know. I was there for the crime scene and the autopsy.
You made it sound worse on purpose, though. That's not helping my case that I was calm.
Your case was already on the floor. I just put a label on it.
Rude. Accurate. Annoying.
You're doing that thing where you act guilty before anyone can accuse you. It works, but it's not subtle.
I was not acting guilty.
Mm.
I was acting pre-guilty.
There it is. The confession with the safety padding.
Don't make it cute. I hate when you make it survivable.
Too late. I already heard the room change.
Okay, this is very normal and not weird at all. The budget spray. Sheet is haunted, and the haunted part is that we are still looking at it.
Haunted by what exactly? Rent? Pride? A grant reviewer with a hobby in suffering?
If it's a reviewer, I want the ghost to at least be punctual. The current living ones are not making a strong case for themselves.
Thank you, SC. This is why I brought you. To be mean in a way that feels administrative.
You brought him because he can make bad news sound like a workflow.
That is unfair. I can also make it sound like a queue with poor matchmaking.
Stop. No, actually stop popping about it like it's cute. We are not doing cute right now.
Okay.
I am serious. I can joke when I'm scared, I know that. But this thing is not a bit. It's my name on it, and if it collapses, I am the one who eats it.
There it is. Thank you. Now we can work with the actual problem instead of a sparkle wrapper.
She was right to stop us. I was about to turn it into a joke with a budget.
Yet, I could hear you lining up the punchline like a little ambulance siren.
That is cruelly specific.
It's affectionate. I use the good knives on people I trust.
Comforting in a way that should probably be illegal.
Don't get smug. I meant it when I said it wasn't a bit.
I know. That was the part I kept trying not to hear.
You hear everything. That's the problem. You just edit the parts that make you look too awake.
And you dress up the parts that hurt first so nobody can accuse you of being sincere in public.
Wow. Rude. Accurate but rude.
There it is. The unofficial host of Chaos is feeling personally challenged.
Don't call me that like it's a compliment.
It is, unfortunately.
Fine. But next time I say stop, you stop before I have to make it ugly.
Yeah, I can do that, I think.
Okay, no. The spreadsheet is not haunted, it is just spiritually aggressive.
That's what haunted means in accounting.
Y'all are already at 11, but it's not even 6 in the morning. Respectfully, why?
Because if I look at the budget too gently, start swinging.
Let it win once, and it gets ideas. Then suddenly we're calling a spreadsheet a collaborator.
See, that's the exact fake reverence I mean. People talk about money like it's a mise piece, and then act surprised when it bites.
No, because that is real. I have seen people say support the arts with the face of someone donating a napkin.
A very expensive napkin, with donor font.
Thank you. Finally, a precise insult.
I'm just saying, if the budget line says 2 cents, I need everybody to stop acting like it's a tragic poem and start acting like it's a problem.
There it is. Administrative cruelty. Beautiful.
Don't make it cute.
I'm not making it cute. I'm making it survivable.
Phew, that was almost sincere. Scared me for a second.
Rude. Accurate, but rude. I hate that one joke work.
Which means it has a lease now.
Don't say lease like that. It makes it sound inevitable.
It was already inevitable. We just gave it a badge.
Bud, that's worse. Why was that funny?
Because it was mean in a spreadsheet way.
Stop being right so quietly.
I'm not quiet. I'm just trying not to make it cute.
Hey, your phone's been lighting up like it's trying to confess something.
It is not confessing. It is being annoying on purpose, which is different.
Great. Even the electronics are emotionally available before I am.
Anyway, Lumity, this spreadsheet with your name on it just got copied to the wrong drive.
What? No, that's okay. That's not a thing that can happen twice in 1 week.
You said that like a person who has already checked the wrong drive.
I did not check it. I just hovered near it with intent.
I moved it before management saw. You can thank me later, or not thank me and still stop looking like that.
Looking like what?
Nothing. He's being dramatic. I'm fine.
You know the worst part? I can tell when something got moved because everyone starts acting like the floor is audited.
Don't say audited like you're enjoying it.
I'm not enjoying it. I'm recognizing the genre.
Andre did that thing where he looks helpful and somehow makes it worse to ask questions.
And he had the posture of a person who thinks the problem is optics, not the object.
It was not the object.
Right. Sorry. It was the vibe surrounding the object, which is somehow harder to replace and easier to lie about.
You're doing the workflow voice again.
Because if I say what I actually think, it sounds like I'm mad at the wrong person.
You are mad at the wrong person.
Yeah, that's the problem. I can hear myself tune up the complaint, and it's still going to the wrong server.
I hate that that made sense.
I hate that I'm still checking the place where it used to be, like it might respawn if I stare long enough.
Don't make it cute.
I wasn't. I was trying not to say I noticed it missing before anyone told me.
Okay, I brought pastries and, unfortunately, a spray. Deep mood.
That's a strong entrance. I respect the pastry diplomacy.
Hello, I'm here for the part where nobody says synergy before coffee.
Too late, I already said mood. We're basically in a workshop now.
No workshop. Eat first. Then we can pretend the numbers have feelings.
Great. You made accounting my favorite genre of lie.
It's not a lie if the budget is actually haunted.
Sure, the ghost is called rent.
I brought chips too, so if this gets weird in a useful way, we're covered.
It already got weird. I'm just trying to keep it cute enough that nobody cries in public.
That's a noble project. Slightly doomed, but noble.
Thanks. I hate when you make it sound efficient.
Sorry. I can make it uglier if that helps.
It does help, actually. Now somebody tell me what's on fire before the snacks get ceremonial.
Well, that was almost organized enough to be a warning sign.
And you say that like you weren't helping.
I was helping in the way a loose cable helps with ambience.
Cute. Mean that cute.
That was the goal, I think.
You were doing the thing where you make it sound like a spray, so nobody notices you're being gentle.
And you're doing the thing where you call it out so nobody notices you noticed.
I did notice.
Yeah, I know.
Good, 'cause I don't want to be the one who pretends it was fine.
No, that part was not fine.
Okay, then next time be mean in a way that sounds less like mercy.
That's a very expensive ask.
I know.
Hey, you're Elise, right? I'm Simon.
Yeah. Hi. Sign okay.
This is the part where everyone pretends they aren't evaluating the couch.
I am not evaluating it. I am respecting it from a distance.
That's fair. It has seen things.
It's holding on better than some lineups I've seen.
Low bar. Still a bar.
You're doing the thing where you make it a little mean so nobody asks for a speech.
It's efficient. Also cowardly. Multitasking.
I can work with efficient. Cowardly, I'll clock him later.
That's a very Chicago sentence.
I'll take it.
Wait, you got quieter.
Did I?
Yeah, not in a dramatic way. Just less noise than a minute ago.
Probably fine. I'm just saving my bad takes for later.
Good. We'd all like fewer of those in the room.
Especially before coffee.
See? Practical cruelty. I respect it.
He really did make it sound like a cue with poor matchmaking.
That was my gift. I can turn a disaster into an ongoing issue.
No, you can turn it into a joke before it can bite you. Different skill.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I was trying to be kind. I think I failed administratively.
You were kind in the way people are kind when they already know the answer and hate it.
Yeah, that one.
He would have hated how fast we got it.
He would have hated that I almost laughed first.
You should not have apologized for the spreadsheet. That was the weird part.
I know. I just didn't want it to look like I was asking it to be forgiven. Okay, the spreadsheet is doing that thing again where it looks innocent and then starts blinking like a hostage note.
That's not blinking, that's a bad filter. The building's got enough drama without your phone joining the union.
If it's the one with the feed schedule, I can tell you right now the numbers are not being till about the cold front.
Great. So the ecosystem is collapsing in a tab. Very modern. Very efficient.
Don't say ecosystem like that. You make it sound like a grand application.
It is a grand application. It just has worse lighting and more emotional labor.
No, seriously, if that sheet is sorting by name, somebody's getting moved around like furniture, which is how mistakes become policy.
And then I'm the one explaining to people that penguins are not tiny with their apps.
I know. Just every time it pings, it feels like the room knows I'm behind.
That's because it does know. But that's not a moral verdict. It's just software being rude.
There. That's the part under the Q voice. Fix the sheet, then let it pretend it won.
Fine. But if it starts confessing again, I'm blaming all of you.
Fair. I'll be over here with the birds and the bad weather like a responsible civilian.
I hate that he was right in the most annoying way.
Yen, he had that look like the spread. She had personally disappointed him.
It did, though. It was being weird on purpose.
Software never does it on purpose. That's what makes it so smart.
You say that like you're not also smart when you're correct.
I'm not smug. I'm medically calm.
Sure. Calm like a knife in a cardigan.
That's unfair. The cardigan is doing a lot of work.
I just don't like when people can tell I'm scrambling before I've finished pretending I'm not.
Same. I prefer my tank with a little more compression.
You would make Panic a file format.
And you'd give it a cute big on and charge admission.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
We can keep it rude, just not in front of everybody next time.
Yan. Next time, I'll let the sheep be haunted in private.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Anyway, I'm trying not to make the thing adorable again.
Tragic. You were so close to being useful.
I know. It's humiliating.
You say that like you're not enjoying the bit.
I enjoyed a bit. I don't enjoy the part where the bitch eats the invoice.
Yeah, but well, I'm not letting it eat me again.
Right. Yeah. Noted.
Don't do the quiet thing where you start being polite at me.
I'm not polite. I'm just thinking too hard and losing.
Good. Stay with me then.
If
if the render noise starts up again at 6 in the morning, I'm billing it as upstairs footsteps and charging rent.
That is so rude to my project. Also fair. It is making the whole room sound emotionally unfinished.
The room is already unfinished. The carpet is doing most of the damage.
Thank you. Somebody else sees the ugly carpet. I was starting to think y'all had gone decorative blind.
No, I see it. I just thought if I made the game ugly first, the room would feel less offended.
That is a terrible strategy and annoyingly, it works sometimes.
So what's the actual problem? Budget timeline? Or somebody pretending this she is haunted again?
Why would you say it like that when it is in fact haunted?
It's not haunted. It's just written by people who hate math in the future.
That's the same voice people use when the landlord says the oven is characterful.
Okay, fine. The budget is rude, the build is noisy, and my cute little persona is not carrying the work as hard as I am.
Good. Let the work be ugly for once. At least ugly has room tone.
Finally, a meeting where somebody respects the mess enough to name it.
You said ugly has room tone like that made it nicer.
It did not make it nicer. It made it honest. That is a different crime.
Administrative cruelty. Fair you.
You called the budget rude and then looked relieved nobody argued with you. That was the real note.
I was not relieved. I was being efficient with my face.
Your face was doing a whole side quest.
And you were fixing the same sentence 3 times because you cared more than you wanted to say.
I was fixing the sound on sentence.
Sure, the sound. Not the part where you made it less mean on purpose.
Yeah. Anyway, next time I am pretending not to notice.
Okay, terrible idea, but it has a beautiful logo. We make the budget look intentional and call the panic a rollout plan.
That is unfortunately already how half the defects seen are built. It's fine. I can make the numbers less haunted.
You say that like a patch note with the spread. Sheet is cursed. I want the virgin history to at least be cute.
Cute is good, but only if it doesn't hide the exit. Who's missing from the room, and who's pretending not to be scared.
Everyone's pretending. Some of us are just doing it with better typography.
Rude. Accurate. I can work with that. If we're shipping this disaster, I want a rule set in a failsafe.
I don't know, it might even be a good bad idea, which is the most dangerous kind.
Then let's keep the energy moving and not let it turn into a formal argument. We can hype it, doubt it, and still leave with our shoes on.
I'm not doing the joke version anymore.
That was weirdly scary. Did you just grow a spine in public?
Temporarily. Don't get used to the lighting.
Too late. Already hate the ambience. What happened to your cute little Q metaphor?
It got promoted into a problem. I'm serious now.
Okay. I don't like that, but I heard it.
Good, because I'm not carrying it by making it funny for them.
For them or for me?
I was trying to spare both of us. That's strategy.
Yeah. Annoying. Effective, though.
I'll be less charming next time.
Don't promise that like it's a threat. I'm still deciding whether I'm relieved or offended.
You can stand there if you're going to actually order something, not just audition the menu with your face.
Fair. Hot. Claire.
Marisol, and you have the kind of smile that says you've already apologized to 3 rich people today.
Only 3? It's barely.
Man, so you do know how to survive.
That's one way to put it.
He makes it sound like a spreadsheet when it's actually a cry for help.
I can do both. Efficiently.
That felt addressed at me, and I don't know if I'm supposed to be flattered.
Only if you're paying attention.
She is paying attention. She ordered the cheap thing without looking ashamed, which I respect.
I was trying to be invisible.
In this place, cute. Not possible, but cute.
Nobody's invisible. Some people just get less bill for the effort.
That was mean in an administrative way. I like it.
I'm practicing, not making it a joke version.
Ian, I notice.
Okay, that one I definitely missed something on.
You'll survive. Sit down before I start liking you too much.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing. Okay, I'm just saying, if the group chat wants to call this a plan, I'm allowed to call it a trap with snacks.
That is a very fair administrative summary of the room.
I'd like to note for the record that nobody asked for a plan and somehow we still have one.
Because you people are allergic to direct instruction, unless it comes with a pun.
I can be direct. I'm just choosing not to ruin the vibe before coffee.
And then, that's your fake kindness voice. It's cute. Suspicious, but cute.
For what it's worth, the thing everyone is avoiding saying is still the thing we need to translate first.
Yes, thank you. Translation is labor, and somehow this room keeps pretending it's spontaneous.
Wow, okay. Ghost of Chaos, I see you taking attendance.
Someone has to. You were about to make it worse on purpose.
I mean, she already did. I'm just deciding whether to tap the brakes or hand her the keys.
Well, the room survived my administrative menace. Barely.
You say that like you didn't enjoy it a little.
I enjoyed being correct. It's a niche hobby.
And then, very handsome of you. Horrible from morale.
You were the one making the budget sound adorable.
That was strategy. If I make it cute, maybe it stops spiking.
It's still bit, just with better branding.
Okay, that one was mean. I liked it.
You're welcome, I think.
You were weirdly serious for a minute there.
Yeah, I noticed.
I brought you in because you make the ugly part less embarrassing.
Careful, that almost sounded like gratitude.
Don't get smug. I can still make it cute again later. Okay, technically, I did the thing.
That sounds like either a victory or liability.
I got the penguin costume head to rotate without squeaking.
That is deeply not what I expected to matter tonight.
Wrong. It matters because now the beak points where I point. Governance.
A rare and dangerous sentence from a person in felt.
I'm saying we are in the presence of infrastructure.
I need you to understand I was prepared for, like, grand update.
This is a grand update. The grant is one beak, one destiny.
That is absurdly overfunded for the size of the achievement.
No, celebrated properly. I want confetti. but only from ethically sourced paper. And I want a toast, but it has to sound like a performance review.
I can offer a playlist titled Operational Excellence Penguin Cot.
Fine. To the squeak speak. May it never no compromise. And may we all be this annoying about it. I hate that I'm proud of the phrase squeakless speak. That's like administratively erotic.
Do not make it weird. I'm already doing that by being sincere in public.
You were very sincere. It was unsettling. Good for the record, bad for my nervous system.
Then ma'am, that's your brand. You act like a spray. Cheat until somebody notices you have feelings and then you become a firewall.
Rude. Accurate. Annoying combo.
I can do rude. Or if it helps. I almost said we crushed that, and then I heard myself and wanted it to vanish.
No, keep it. Let it be embarrassing. Embarrassment is unfortunately how we know it mattered.
That's disgusting. Say it again later.
Later. Noted. I'm pretending a little pause didn't happen, though.
I know. I noticed you noticing. Don't get all precise on me now.
Too late. I already am and I'm not fully sure I can go back.
Don't do the thing where you make me sound older than I am just because I'm tired.
I wasn't. I was making the bad part legible.
Same move. Different font.
He does have a font problem.
You say that like you're not the guy who labels every box before the lift.
That's called ethics.
It's called not getting crushed by your own optimism.
Thank you. Finally, a professional opinion.
I'm trying to help, not aid you into a brand application.
Stop. That one was too accurate, and I hate it.
Okay, then I'll be less accurate.
No, be accurate. Just don't wrap it in a little sad jacket.
Fair. I can do plain and unpleasant.
That's the version people trust.
Especially when the room is already pretending not to be fragile.
Yen, so stop treating me like a before photo.
I'm not. I'm treating you like someone who can still say no.
Good. Then no. Okay, wow. That was almost a full environmental with feelings hidden inside it.
I can tame multitudes. Some of them are clerical.
You say that like it makes you less annoying.
It makes me easier to file, which is not the same thing.
You were doing the thing where you sound calm and then somehow everyone else is the one sweating.
That is unfair. I was also sweating.
Right, but quietly. Like a spread. Cheat trying not to be noticed.
And you were fine with that until it got too close to the truth.
Maybe. I don't like how easy it is when you stop joking.
If this is another, we should all be in community techs. I'm charging load and rates up front.
Fair. I can invoice the sentiment separately then keep the hurt in a subfolder.
Wow, look at you. Administrative about it. Very sexy. Very 401k.
Thank you. I worked hard on making emotional damage sound like a calendar invite.
Great, because someone in the city always wants the applause version without the carrying boxes version.
History's doing the thing where it shows up in a cute outfit and then bites somebody.
Yeah, and then everyone says it was a vibe, which is honestly the most insulting part.
You mean the part where you make it a joke before anyone can call it sad?
I mean, if we're being efficient, yes, but also...
Nope. Finish your sentence. We're not doing the charming little dodge tonight.
He really did leave the room quieter than he entered it. That's a talent, I guess.
Or he just knew when to stop talking and let everybody do the embarrassing part themselves.
That was rude. Accurate, but rude.
You say that like you're not allergic to being accurate first.
I was going to say something normal, and then I heard myself in my head and it sounded like a meeting and fight with a feeling attached.
There it is, the little file folder with a pulse.
Don't do that. I'm already doing it to myself.
I know. That's why I'm doing it faster.
He asked one real question, and suddenly the whole room got stupid, including me.
No. The room got honest and then panic. Different disease.
You always made it sound survivable when I'm trying to make it sound contained.
Because contained is just a prettier word for buried.
I hate that you're right.
Yeah, me too. So next time don't disappear into the joke before I can grab you by the sleeve.
I wasn't disappearing.
Okay, I have to say it. We survived the apartment's electrical era. Cheers to the breaker box, I guess.
Don't toast it too hard. It'll hear you and get brave again.
That is not how circuits work, but I respect the superstition.
Wait! Are we celebrating the power coming back or the fact that nobody screamed? Because I can do either one.
Both. Chicago gives you layered victories.
Layered victories, single day outlet. Very on brand.
I thought we were clapping for the lamp staying alive. It had a runtime of, 3 minutes. Inspirational.
No, the lamp was a decoy. Everyone was cheering because Mara found the spare cord.
I did not find it. It was where I always said it was.
That is exactly the kind of sentence that starts a group text war.
Fine, then the real win is that nobody made me do penguin-level emergency logistics in the dark.
Too late, I'd already took a picture of the cord like it was a scene relic.
Great. Archive a mistake in celebration for posterity.
Mistaken? No, we were cheering the concept of electricity. Very advanced.
Yeah, totally intentional. We are extremely cultured about false alarms.
We really gave electricity a standing ovation and then acted surprised it didn't take a bow.
It was a very sincere performance. The cord was the lead actor.
Warden has the evidence. Mara has the enthusiasm. We have the shame, apparently.
I prefer to think of it as group branding. Very cohesive, very dimly lit.
You were doing the cute voice so hard I almost believed the outlet was healed.
Please. I was protecting us from being normal about it.
That tracks. Normal would have been worse.
Still, you went quiet after the picture. Like you heard the joke planned and didn't want to step on it.
I was deciding whether to be mean or accurate. I chose delay.
And
I'm not saying the room got stupid because of me, but I did notice it happened right after I asked one real question.
Yeah, that part was annoying.
Annoying enough to avoid the next real question?
Maybe. I can invoice the sentiment separately if you want.
Great. Put it on my tab and leave the total unfinished.
Okay, I need to confess something before this gets out of hand. I told one person the joke, and now it has legs.
That's not legs. That's a rollout. I already drafted patch notes for the second version.
You drafted patch notes for a joke? That's how you know it's dead on arrival.
No, it's alive. It just needs balance changes. Right now, the punchline is overpowered.
I hate that you made it sound professional. I was trying to keep it small.
Small is how rulers get weird. If we formalize it, at least it has version control.
That is the most online sentence I've heard before 7 in the morning.
I'm serious. I said it once, and then somebody laughed like I'd handed them a weapon.
Because it was good. I'm just saying the weapon is now community property.
That is exactly the problem. One person laughs first, and suddenly everyone thinks they're in on it.
Thank you. Finally, someone with a conscience and not just a changelog.
I do have a conscience. It just chips with release notes.
You're both making me regret hearing the original version.
Good. Regret is appropriate. I started this, and now it's doing that thing where a tiny cute lie becomes a public ecosystem.
Too late. I've already sent the meme to 3 people and one of them reacted with just a skull.
Of course you did.
I am going to pretend I don't know any of you until this dies down.
Well, that was a very efficient way to turn a room into a cautionary tale.
You say that like you weren't enjoying the collapse from a safe administrative distance.
I was not enjoying it. I was documenting it with my face.
Your face did the thing where it looks calm and somehow more judgmental.
It's a service. Someone has to keep the chaos honest.
And someone has to keep pretending they don't mind being the example.
I mind, quietly, in a way that can be filed.
There it is again. Emotional damage, but make it office hours.
You're welcome. I'm trying to keep the brand consistent.
The brand is embarrassing, actually.
Yes, but you're still here, which suggests it has market value.
Unfortunately, yes.
Anyway, next time you start a tiny cute lie, maybe don't let it acquire a fanbase.
No promises, but I might let you invoice the sentiments separately. If you say this is a quick check-in, I'm leaving. My body can't survive another administrative feeling.
Fair. I was going to call it a meeting invite with a feeling attached, but I respect your boundaries.
That's unfortunately the most accurate thing anyone said all week.
See? He does that. He says one real sentence and suddenly everybody gets weird and honest.
I'm not the problem. I'm just the person who notices the room is already on fire.
No, you're the person who says it out loud in a tone that makes everyone feel audited.
That is slander. I am warm. I'm just warm in a spread way.
There it is. The line that reveals too much. Everybody heard that, right?
Unfortunately, yes. The room absolutely heard that.
I meant emotionally organized.
No, keep going. I want the version where you try to explain it and make it worse.
Fine. I'm emotionally organized the way a drawer is organized when you can still find a knife.
Jesus.
Okay, wow. That one was actually too honest for this hour.
You asked for the room to react before anyone explains. I did not mean to build a whole weather system out of one sentence.
You did, though. It got humid immediately.
And then you said the part out loud that made it worse.
I know. I laughed first because it was either laugh or pretend I hadn't heard it.
That is a very rude kind of mercy.
You say one accurate thing and the whole room starts acting like it found a loose wire.
I was trying to leave it small. You kept feeding it oxygen.
Because you do that thing where you make it sound clean when It is not clean.
I regret the joke deeply. It has begun reproducing.
Too late. The joke has already made friends.
I hate that you were the first one to laugh.
I know. I am also annoyed that I was right.
Next time I'm saying nothing and letting the room stay stupid on its own.
I fixed the window latch. You're welcome. The apartment can now continue its long career as a place with doors that mostly do their jobs.
Wow. A hero arrives at dawn and immediately wants credit. Very downtown of you.
He is technically correct, which is the most annoying genre of correct.
He also used my screwdriver, so if anyone is doing a victory lap, it has to be an efficient one.
I am not asking for a parade. A small nod. Maybe a diner pancake. I'm flexible.
You want a pancake for tightening one latch? That's not gratitude. That's a hostage note with syrup.
To be fair, pancakes are how some people say I noticed the thing before it became a problem. Very Midwestern of the soul.
And some people say that like they're not secretly asking if everyone is staying up long enough to be counted.
I can do a quick count without calling it that, if that helps your dignity so in the morning.
Odd. Fine. Count us then. But if you make it sound cute, I'm leaving with the latch.
There are 4 of us unless Connor starts charging rent for the screwdriver.
I heard that. And for the record, a latch now closes like it has health insurance.
Great. The apartment has finally achieved basic emotional stability. Somebody text the landlord, or don't, because that sounds like inviting a curse.
You really said the apartment has basic emotional stability, like that wasn't a threat.
It was a compliment to the latch. The landlord can stay on it.
You were doing that thing again where you make the room sound like it has a pulse, and then it acts surprised when it flinches.
I know. I just don't trust silence when it starts looking organized.
Yeah, well, you made it weirdly easy to hear the stupid part of the room talking.
That's not a flattering skill report.
No, it's worse. It worked.
Great. Now I'm stuck being useful in a way that sounds like a minor curse.
You're welcome. Don't get slowed about it.
I wasn't planning to. I was going to pretend I didn't notice how quiet it got after you said that.
Good, because I noticed too, and I hate that part less than I should.
Yeah, same. We can leave it there for now.
For now.
Okay, I'm saying this once. If the renders start sounding like somebody dragging furniture upstairs, I'm not staying in the room for that again.
That is not a recurring habit. That is a spiritually correct response to bad fan curves.
See? He's doing the thing where it becomes a principle instead of an opinion.
No, I'm being normal. Y'all are the ones acting like a 3 a.m. machine screen is an aesthetic.
Nobody said aesthetic. We said the apartment sounds haunted by a printer with unresolved trauma.
That was a joke, but also you absolutely complain about it like it personally owes you rent.
I do not complain. I file precise complaints on behalf of the building.
And I'm the mayor of keeping my ears alive.
He's denying it so hard he's basically already written the email.
I would never write an email. I would write a very short note with one sentence and a diagram.
That is still complaining. That is complaining with stationery.
Fine. I had a consistent reaction to noise crimes. Call the cops, call the DAR, Call the acoustics department.
There it is. The whole habit. Fully dressed.
At least he's committed. Some people just suffer quietly, and then act mysterious about it.
I do not act mysterious. I act correct at medium volume.
You always say it like the room filed a complaint.
Because it did. I can hear paperwork in the bassling.
And ma'am, that one was almost charming. Almost.
I'm practicing being tolerable in public. It's a long process.
You were doing fine until you looked like you were about to grade the air.
The air was underperforming.
There it is again. That tiny little knife in the drawer voice.
Yeah, I know.
I hate that I recognized it fast.
Me too.
Noted. I'm not going to ask the real question yet.
But I'm not pretending I'd answer cleanly.
That's rude.
Only to my own coping style.
You got here early. Suspicious behavior.
I like to disappoint expectations before coffee.
That's not a policy that I trust, but okay.
He says it like it's a skill tree.
It is. Weak build, though.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
So, what's the actual plan, or are we doing vibes and eye contact again?
Vibes first. Then maybe a plan if nobody panics.
I only panic in organized settings.
That's still a setting.
NM. You're being weirdly cooperative today.
Don't get excited. I'm conserving energy.
For what?
For the part where someone says something impossible and expects me to pretend it's normal.
And if they do?
Then I'll make it smaller with editing tricks and bad jokes.
That sounds like you trying not to care.
It's more like trying to keep the room from getting stupid.
Too late, but I respect the effort.
Okay, everybody breathe. Then talk like adults, tragically.
You did the thing again.
If by the thing you mean surviving a sentence, yes.
No, I mean the tiny pause where you tried to make it sound like you were never in the room.
That is a deeply uncharitable read of my brand.
Your brand is pretending you're a spreadsheet until somebody asks one real question and then the whole building hears it.
That's not fair. It was one question. The room was already stupid.
And mem, short, and I'm a penguin with a keycard.
I hate that I had almost believed you for a second.
If we're doing this in the living room, I need everyone emotionally prepared for me to be annoying about the lease and the carpet at the same time.
The carpet is already a crime scene, so that part's not new.
It's not a crime scene. It's just aggressively beige, like an apology that gave up.
Thank you. Finally, someone with standards. I was starting to think I'd have to defend this floor like it was a historical site.
I'm not defending the floor. I'm saying if the sublet gets weird, I can ask one question and make the weirdness expensive.
That is unfortunately your whole brand.
It works. Also, Connor, stop looking at the window like it owes you money.
I'm looking at the latch. It's still the same much, right? The one that used to pretend.
It closes now. Miracles happen. Don't make it weird.
She's right. For once, the hardware is emotionally available.
Wow. Casual backup. I'll take it while it lasts.
Could. Temporary alliances are cheaper than deposits.
That sounded like a policy update, and the threat in the same sentence.
She's efficient. It's kind of rude.
Let her be rude. We can use rude. Rude is portable. They really cheered like the floor had been solved.
Yeah, classic room behavior. Applaud first, notice the mistake later. Poly community.
We were all clapping at the wrong thing and somehow that made it worse.
Or better, hard to tell when everyone is pretending the first draft was intentional.
I hate that I laughed. I hate that it was funny.
You were allowed. It was stupid in a committed way.
The worst part is I think they liked it more after it was wrong.
People do. Error reads as sincerity when the lighting is bad.
You always make it sound like a diagnosis.
Only because if I call it what it is, I have to admit, I was relieved too.
Oh, gross. Honest.
Don't worry, I can ruin it by being normal again when we go back.
Good, but if they start celebrating the wrong thing twice, I'm leaving before I help them make it cute.
Fair. I'll pretend I didn't almost want them to keep clapping.
Hey Liang, we haven't met, right?
Waken. Yeah, I think we've been in the same room a bunch and just never got assigned to each other.
That sounds about right. Chicago does that thing where everyone becomes a regular before they become a person.
There. You always this calm, or is this the first 5 minutes?
Depends who's talking and whether they're about to make it a whole situation.
If it becomes a whole situation, I'm leaving early, just so everyone can pretend they meant to be concise.
He says that like it's a threat. It's more of a service announcement.
He does get quieter when he's annoyed.
He also gets quieter when he's clocking everybody in the room and deciding who needs mercy.
That is not what I'm doing.
You just did it again. A little quieter than you started.
Okay, that one's fair.
Waking, you poked him and now he's doing the careful voice.
I noticed. I'm not trying to make it worse.
Good, because if he gets any more precise, the room starts losing Wi-Fi.
That's not even a real sentence.
It is to me.
I believe her. Also, we should probably not make him do the whole invisible spray. Cheap thing tonight.
Thank you. Someone with standards.
So, that was a little haunted even for us.
I was being generous. I could have said worse things about my own sentence.
You always act like that, makes it nicer.
It does, briefly. Then it becomes a problem again.
Amen. Noted. Next time I'll just tell you the room is on fire before you invent a spreadsheet for it.
That was not an invention. That was a public service announcement with formatting.
Sure. And I'm a penguin with a degree.
You'd be unbearable at that, by the way.
Okay, I'm just saying, if this spread, she has a feelings column now, I want credit.
That's how it starts. Next thing you know, the feelings column has dependencies.
Great, so we're all doomed by software architecture. Love that for us.
You're laughing, but this is how projects become haunted.
I prefer emotionally cached. Sounds more expensive.
Stop making it sound sexy, and trying to be worried normally.
Too late, you three have already made this a panel.
I'm not on a panel. I'm on the edge of the room, where I can leave gracefully.
Says the guy who just accidentally became the center of the room.
Accidentally is doing a lot of work there.
He did ask one real question, and now everyone's acting spiritually audited.
Because it was annoying. In a good way. Unfortunately.
That's my brand. Mild inconvenience, high clarity.
Honestly, better than quick check-in.
See, Elena gets it. One forbidden phrase and I'm gone.
Noted. I'll label the next one brief encounter with consequences. I think the room noticed before I did.
Yeah, you went quiet in that specific way that means you just found the trapdoor.
I was being polite.
No, you were being irritable.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
You did the spread. Cheap voice again after the 3rd minute.
That voice keeps me employed and emotionally unavailable.
And ma'am, it also makes people think they can keep asking.
They can ask. I just don't have to call it a check-in.
Good, because if you do, I'm still leaving.
Noted.
I wanted the version where you said one real thing and then stopped. You keep saying fair like it's a smoke alarm. Are you actually agreeing, or just buffering?
Both, which is annoying. I know.
That's not the worst thing in this room. I've seen a lot worse than a guy trying to sound calm at 7 a.m.
I'm not mad. I just don't want the version where we do the polite little circle and nobody says the real sentence.
Fair. The real sentence is I heard your callback as a demand and got weird about it.
Okay, that's closer. I meant warmth, not a task list.
See? Same words, different Ren. Happens all the time.
Right. My brain translated it into a deadline because it likes being useful in the most exhausting way.
Your brain can chill for 1 minute. I am not assigning you homework.
Good, because if this turns into a meeting, I'm leaving whoever is actually stacking chairs to deal with it.
That would be me probably.
We absolutely made that into a ceremony for no reason.
It was a very important ceremony. The chairs were spiritually involved.
No, because why did everyone clap like the floor had been certified?
I think the floor did more work than the actual event.
Stop. That makes it worse. Now I'm proud of the floor.
Tiny victory, massive production. Classic us.
We were 1 applause away from a grant application.
I was already drafting the email subject line in my head.
That's disgusting. That's so you.
You liked it.
I liked that nobody asked the question we were both avoiding.
Yeah, I noticed.
Cool. Great. I'm going to pretend I didn't say that and be normal for at least 9 seconds.
Okay, I have a practical question. Are we calling this a plan or a shared coping mechanism?
If it has a calendar invite, it's a plan. If it has vibes, it's a coping mechanism.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
That's not rude. That's a classification system.
See, that's why I like him. He says something cold enough to be useful.
He says it like he's filing a complaint with himself.
I contain multitudes. Most of them are administrative.
That's still a setting.
I hate that you can do that without smiling.
I'm smiling internally. For crowd control.
He really does sound like a skill tree.
I'd rather be a skill tree than a group chat with legs.
That is the most insulting compliment I've heard all week.
Let him have it. He's been weirdly helpful and annoying about it.
I'm choosing to hear helpful.
Good. Because the other option was going to be too late to keep this room from getting stupid.
That sounds harsh when you say it like that.
I respect the effort, though.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing. You looked like you were about to apologize to the air again.
I was weighing whether the air deserved it.
And ma'am, still doing the thing where you answer the wrong question on purpose.
Only when the right one is expensive.
You don't get to make it a budget issue and call that honesty.
I noticed.
Yeah, that was the annoying part.
Next time, I'll be less useful about it.
Just so we're all on the same page. The hallway light is on again, like aggressively on.
It's called ambience, Miguel. Some of us like the apartment to look like it hasn't surrendered.
That light makes it look like someone's about to inspect the baseboards.
Honestly, it does have landlord energy.
Yeah, well, landlord energy is also what's standing outside the door right now.
The door, or the metaphorical one, where people start talking about my rent like it's performance art.
Real door. I told him not to come up unless somebody was home.
You told him.
I said it normal.
Normal enough. He saw me first and decided this was a whole situation.
That's because it is a whole situation. Why is he here at 7 in the morning?
Because he thinks early means moral.
That's the most Chicago sentence I've heard all week.
He asked for you, Lumini. Specifically, said he wanted to clear up some confusion.
Oh, perfect. Love when men with clipboards arrive to clarify my life.
I can stay, if you want, or...
Now you can say, but don't do the gentle voice. It makes it obvious.
Too late. It's already obvious. I'm just trying to keep obvious from becoming expensive.
He's not here to be nice.
Yeah, I noticed. That's kind of the problem. Wow, he really did the gentle voice thing like a man walking into a glass door on purpose.
I was trying to be considerate. Apparently that was my first mistake.
Your first mistake was believing you can sound soft without sounding like a tax form.
That is unfair. Tax forms have a clear emotional arc.
Amen. And somehow you still made it about paperwork.
He wasn't wrong, though.
No, he was just annoyingly accurate. There's a difference.
You said stay like you were letting a stray cat in and immediately regretting the furniture.
Because you were acting like furniture was a real issue.
It was not the real issue.
Sure, and I'm not still mad that you noticed.
I noticed because you wanted me to.
Don't get brave now.
I'm not brave. I'm just here, which is evidently a personality flaw.
Yeah, a very persistent one. Okay, if anybody says the word community like it's a coupon, I'm leaving.
Too late. Someone already said it with a tote bag.
Great. So we can start at the exact point where everything becomes embarrassing.
You say that like you didn't walk in here holding your face in that careful way.
I'm conserving it. It has to last through the panel, and whatever this is pretending to be.
This is a load-in with chairs. Don't romanticize it.
Thank you. Finally, an honest description of our space furniture.
The chairs are already winning, which is very on-brand for the night.
I hate that you make that sound soft.
I can make it worse if you want. I want my tax form voice.
Please don't. I just got these pills working enough to suffer in public.
I think the chairs are trying to establish dominance, and Luke took it personally.
Good. They should be scared. He had that face like he'd just been framed by his socket.
He said his pedals were working enough to suffer in public. That's basically a confession of innocence.
And ma'am, the most suspicious thing he did was look relieved when nobody asked him anything.
That is a very guilty way to be relieved.
Exactly. I'd almost started building a little case file in my head. Very serious. Tiny stickers.
You would have solved it with stickers in one look.
And you would have said it softly enough to make him confess to crimes he didn't commit.
I was being considerate.
I know. That's the problem.
Yeah, I noticed.
Next time, no gentle voice. We let the chairs do the interrogating.
Fine. But if he comes back looking accused and blaming you for the ambience.
Okay, I'm just going to say the grant word thing out loud before it gets weird. This pop-up is technically very good for visibility.
That is the most merited sentence possible before 8 a.m.
She's warming up. Give it a minute and she'll invoice the room.
I do not invoice rooms. I steward opportunities.
That's worse, honestly. Sounds expensive.
No, wait. Let her keep talking. I want to hear the part where my life becomes a spreadsheet.
I'm only saying if you two are planning to keep doing whatever this is in public, I would rather know whether to call it a collaboration or a liability.
That depends. Are you asking as a curator or as a witness?
Both, unfortunately.
This is exactly how people end up in group texts they didn't agree to.
We are not doing anything.
Right. Absolutely nothing. Just standing very close in a way that makes Meredith nervous and Jamal look like he wants to run laps.
I do not want to run laps. I want to leave before somebody says community engagement.
I have not said community engagement once.
You were thinking it so loudly I could hear the font choice.
She's right. It was very sans serif.
Fine. Then I'm saying this plainly. If you want the room to stop noticing they're both failing.
Great. Love that for us.
Too late anyway. The room already noticed.
I hate that I can hear the room still being weird after they left.
That's because the room has excellent ears and a terrible personality.
Amen. And you said the gentle voice thing like it was a setting you could accidentally leave on.
I was trying to reduce collateral damage.
You say that like you weren't also trying to look noble in a very annoying way.
I can contain multiple motives. It is one of my more expensive habits.
The worst part is I believed you for half a second.
Only half? I'm losing range.
Now you're gaining sincerity and it's deeply inconvenient.
That's not fair. I was also being efficient.
You were being soft in a way that made me want to throw a chair into a lake.
Noted. Next time I'll use the tax, form voice and spared everyone the emotional upholstery.
I'd rather you stayed than made it easy.
Okay. I'm not saying the room is hostile. I'm saying it has a vibe and the vibe is guilty.
That's just the couch. It always looks like it knows something.
No, he's right. The couch is absolutely snitchy.
Thank you. Finally, someone with standards.
We can all agree the lamp is the real problem, though.
The lamp is fine. You're all just being mean to my landlord's emotional support lighting.
I'll back you up on that for exactly 1 minute, because I also hate this lamp.
Good. Temporary alliance achieved. Let's use it for something useful before it dissolves.
Wow, he said it like we're in a heist movie. Fine, what's the plan, boss? You always do that thing where you sound calm like you're filing paperwork on my feelings.
And you always call it gentle when it's really just me trying not to make the room worse.
Defensive. Very noble. Extremely annoyed.
I know. It's my worst habit after being right at inconvenient times.
You were right earlier, by the way. I hate that for me.
That sounds painful. I'm going to pretend I didn't enjoy hearing it.
You absolutely did. Don't get smug about it.
Too late. But I can leave the smugness in the hallway if that helps.
Maybe don't. Just not the soft voice next time. No, stop making it a bit. I am not joking with you tonight.
Okay, that was plain. Slightly rude, but efficient.
But I can be efficient. I just don't want the soft voice if you're going to disappear inside it.
I wasn't disappearing. I was trying not to step on anything fragile.
That is exactly the kind of sentence I mean. You say it like a halo and I have to do all the dirty work.
Fair. Then here's the dirty version. I stayed because I wanted to.
Wow. Okay. Somebody finally said the sentence without the packaging.
I respect a Blood Knight. The cute version was getting expensive.
Thank you. See? Normal human language. We can live here.
Don't get used to it. I have a whole inventory of terrible sincerity.
I know. Unfortunately, I also like it.
I hate that I got emotionally mugged by the phrase normal human language.
Good. It was deserved. You were doing that thing where you sound kind and then make it impossible to leave.
Wow. Brutal. Accurate, but wow.
Don't act surprised. You look like you were about to apologize to the air for existing.
I was not. I was considering whether the air had a point.
To him. And I was considering whether to let you keep the soft voice or confiscate it again.
That's not fair. I only use it when I'm trying not to disappear.
Yeah, I know. Don't make me be nice about it yet.
Hi, I'm Lena. I think I'm early enough to be suspicious, which feels on brand.
Quinn, also early. I'm testing whether this room is real or just ambitious drywall.
Vernix, the drywall is definitely lying about something.
Lumini, I brought the vibe, and unfortunately, my actual face.
That's already more than the room deserved. Is the projector supposed to be humming like that, or is it confessing?
Confessing. Probably to a crime I can't afford to care about.
If it starts blinking and worse, I'm leaving. I'm not getting emotionally audited by a machine tonight.
Too late, it already likes us. I can tell by the ugly little light.
That's a very generous reading of a bad LED.
Okay, good. We're all at the stage of pretending this is normal. Great. Love that for us.
What no one wants to say their full government name and a fun fact.
Absolutely not. We just met the walls. I am not giving them a profile.
There. Names only, and we can be haunted with some dignity.
Fine. Lumini. And I can already tell this room is bad energy and extensive cable management.
That second part is how you know it's Chicago.
Okay, then we're done introducing ourselves to the drywall. Someone want a coffee before the place gets ideas? They really did leave the room like a bad edit.
And somehow the silence is still trying to act expensive.
I can fix the cable situation, but not the vibe. I'm not a miracle worker.
You say that like you haven't been doing exactly that annoying, gentle thing for years.
It was not gentle. It was efficient.
Sure. Efficiently soft.
You were the one who called it out, which for the record was fair.
I know. I just didn't want to be the only person in here pretending I wasn't tired.
I noticed.
That's the part that makes it worse.
Yen, I'm aware.
Don't do the disappearing act thing tonight.
I wasn't planning to.
Good, because I'm not joking with you either.
Okay, then I'll stay where you can see me.
I'm just saying, if your apartment is humid enough to breed a second weather system, that's not a leak, that's an ecosystem.
That is a deeply irresponsible way to describe mold.
Thank you. Finally, someone respecting the damp is an art form.
See? Lumini gets it. The wall is trying to become a swamp, and you two are arguing semantics.
I hate that this is almost persuasive.
It's persuasive because you're both acting like the ceiling has feelings and I'm the only adult here.
That is unfair. I have feelings. I simply keep them in a locked drawer like a responsible editor.
And yet the drawer is making that sad little sound again.
Anyway, if the ruin keeps doing this, I'm charging it rent.
I hate that I heard the room after the room left.
Yeah, well, it was doing its little haunted customer service act begin.
Cat, I was right. It does feel like it should be paying us.
And I was ready to invoice the ceiling, and the ceiling had the audacity to look innocent.
You were enjoying it.
Obviously. Someone had to be the adult, and then I got bored immediately.
I was not being kind on purpose.
No, you were being unbearable on purpose. Different hobby.
That sounds like a compliment and a warning.
It can be both. I can hang multitudes and at least one grudge.
I should probably stop making everything sound like a goodbye.
Or I should stop letting you get away with it.
You won't.
No, but I might charge interest next time. Nope, I'm done joking about it.
Oh, that was unexpectedly efficient.
Yeah, well, someone has to be. The room is getting weird again.
Weird is not the problem. Smiling through, it is a problem.
Thank you. That was the cleanest sentence in the room.
Fine. No joke. That coffee is still bad coffee, though.
See? That one I can live with. You can be plain without being dramatic.
I'm trying a new method where I stop making the exit look polite.
Good. I would like one conversation this week that doesn't wear a cardigan.
We can do that. Also,
The system is still the system even when everyone is being cute about it.
And if it squeaks, that's not charm. That's a broken hinge.
Great. Finally, a normal amount of honesty. Wow, a cardigan was deployed and I wasn't even asked first.
I know. Tragic. We were 1 inch away from emotional upholstery.
The worst part is I almost thanked them for being honest, which is how they get you.
Yeah, kindness with a receipt. Very deficient. Very rude.
You did the soft voice thing too, by the way. Like you were trying to apologize to the chair.
I was not. The chair and I had a professional arrangement.
Sure. You can keep pretending that's not your surrender sound.
I'm not pretending. I'm just deciding whether to answer next time or let the hinge squeak first.
If that render starts up again, I'm billing it as upstairs footsteps with opinions.
Noted. I can send a quieter update if everyone would like their blood pressure to remain in the building.
Wow, look at us. A room with a noise budget. Revolutionary.
Too late. The room already spent it on the first 10 seconds of this conversation.
He's not wrong. Somebody's been talking like the walls are paying rent.
That sounds like you actually.
Rude. And efficient. I respect both.
For the record, I'm not trying to evict anyone before breakfast. I'm trying to avoid a complaint chain.
Then lower the volume on the policy voice. It makes my neck do that thing.
Fair. Plain version. Nothing changes this week, and I'll send the actual timeline after 9.
After 9 is when people become brave enough to read the email, so that helps.
Or they read it and start a group chat titled Quick Question, like it's a riot permit.
That is exactly how it starts, yes.
I can hear all of you. I'm choosing not to make this a scene.
Good, because if it becomes a scene, I'm charging admission.
Put me down as a reluctant sponsor. I'll bring the playlist and 1 actionable sentence.
Make it 2. 1 sentence and 1 silence.
There. See? We're all being very calm at a loud volume. I hate that you can say 1 nice sentence and make it feel like a trap with excellent diction.
That is an unfair and also devastatingly accurate summary of my brand.
Don't do that. Don't sound proud of it. I'm trying to be offended with structure.
You can be offended. I'll even support the process, quietly from a safe distance.
See? That tone. Like you're handing me a blanket while stealing my wallet.
For the record, I'd only steal wallets when I'm emotionally moved.
That is exactly the kind of sentence that makes me want to throw something at you and then apologize.
I would accept both, but I'm requesting the apology be less sincere.
No, I'm keeping the sincerity. You can sit there and be unbearable with it.
If anyone says the word community before the coffee kicks in, I'm leaving through the loading dock.
Bold of you to assume the coffee is from Raoul, and not just a chemical apology.
Too late. The room already heard you. It's in the walls now.
Great. Historic venue. Haunted by bad branding.
Don't start. I still have glitter in my shoes from the last time somebody called a basement sacred.
That's not sacred. That's just a basement with opinions.
Thank you. Finally, an honest architectural review.
You say that like you weren't the one yelling at the power strip 5 minutes ago.
I was negotiating with it. Very different skill set.
He did get it working though, which is more than I can say for half the grand funded installations I'd seen.
Careful, that's almost a compliment.
Almost. I know my limits.
Good, because if you start sounding tender, I'm charging you rent.
And if either of you starts romanticizing this mess, I'm unplugging the good channel first.
Fair, but let the joke arrive before the feeling can. Saves time.
Yeah, fine. One joke first, then we carry the chairs like adults who have made mistakes.
You really did unplug the good channel like it was a hostage negotiation.
Honestly, rude. Efficient, but rude.
Fair. It was a little too easy for him to be right with the cable in his hand.
That is the ugliest kind of authority. Zero costume budget, maximum confidence.
You say that like you hadn't built an entire career out of making confidence look like a prof.
Excuse you, some of it is structural. The prop department is doing heroic labor.
And some of it is you pretending not to care until the room believed you.
Yeah, well, the room is stupid and sometimes it helps.
It does. Unknowingly.
Don't get soft about it yet. I still have one joke left, and it's probably mean.
Good. I was starting to worry you were going to be kind.
Okay, so nobody panic, but I did technically invite the chaos in here.
Technically is doing a lot of work. What happened?
A tiny little sequence of bad decisions in one very confident group chat. It felt cute at the time.
That sentence has never preceded a good night.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
Show me the part where this becomes my problem.
You already said that like you were not going to help. I respect the performance though.
She's trying to look innocent while building a fire exit with glitter.
I'm not innocent. I am efficient.
The efficient people are always the ones making me stay 15 minutes longer.
Too late. We're all here now. Somebody should at least decide what the disaster is called. Yeah, that did the thing where it sounded polite and still blocked the door.
Very considerate trap design. 4 stars, one exit missing.
I hate when people say take your time like time is not already taking something.
The penguins don't do that. If they're leading, they leave. If they're not, they stare at you like you owe them fish.
Lucky birds. Clear boundaries. Minimal branding.
I kept thinking I was being dramatic, which is annoying, because I was correct.
Yeah, you usually are.
Don't get cute about it. I can still hear the nice voice in my head and I resent that for free.
I know.
Okay, I need to say this before we all pretend the room isn't doing the thing again. Your game pitch has a full mythology problem.
Wow. Good morning to you two.
No, seriously. I can smell the fake vulnerability from here. If the backstory needs the talk, it's not a backstory. It's a firewall.
They're not wrong, though. The mechanics are carrying a wound, and the art is trying to flirt its way past it.
Can everyone stop saying wound like I'm a haunted Victorian child?
For the record, it is a very modern wound. The blind is doing all the crying.
You are not helping.
I know. I'm delaying the part where I say something specific and run the room.
Then don't delay it forever. We are already in the awkward second act.
Fine. Lumini.
Nope. Absolutely not. Not while Violet is doing the horror movie face in a shack. It's being annoyingly correct.
I am not doing a face. I am witnessing a train wreck with good lighting.
Great, so the train wreck has an audience. That makes this easier.
It does not make it easier.
I know. I was trying to be funny because I was about to say I didn't leave because I wanted to keep talking. And that is, unfortunately, true.
Oh.
Wow. Okay. The room just got 3 degrees quieter and somehow louder at the same time.
I hate that you made it sound easy.
It was not easy. I was just being unbearable about it.
You always do that thing where you turn the honest part into a joke so nobody can grab it.
That is not always true.
It was true enough tonight.
Yeah.
And then I had to say the obvious sentence like I was the rude one.
You were not rude. You were precise. Annoyingly so.
I know.
I stayed. That part was real. The rest was me trying not to look at it directly.
I noticed.
I am going to keep being bad at this for a while.
Fine, but not in a cute voice.
No promises.
Yeah, that is the problem.
If the hallway is a shared resource and the current configuration is not compliant with anyone's sleep.
Wow, that was almost a landlord's speech, but with better vowels.
Almost. She stopped one sentence short of saying I can make this easier if you leave now. Cute restraint.
I think the building is trying to evict the vibe before it gets a chance to become a problem.
The vibe is already a problem. I'm just trying to keep it from becoming paperwork.
See, that's what I miss. Back when you lived here, you said things like that, and then everyone ate cereal in silence.
That's not nostalgia. That's a threat with milk.
Milk is very serious. So is this rune. But lamp is wrong, by the way.
We are not doing lamp court right now.
I'm not doing court. I'm doing quality assurance. The lamp makes the whole place look like a failed apology.
That is an unreasonably accurate sentence.
Anyway, if anyone is asking whether this can stay as is, the answer is no. If anyone is asking whether I enjoy saying that, also no.
You almost sound like you care.
I care in the sense that I have seen what happens when people confuse temporary for free.
Right. So the room is fine, the lab is a crime, and the lease is the part that actually wants blood.
See? He said it nicely, but it was still blood.
I was going to say structural violence, but I didn't want to make the apartment feel seen.
Too late. It already knows its rights.
So, that was a full room experience.
And mem, we all got to be furniture for a minute.
At least the lamp finally had an audience.
Don't start. If you make it cute, I will be annoyed on principle.
Fair. I was trying to keep it from becoming a tragedy with a group discount.
You do the thing where you turn the honest part into a joke right before it lands.
Yeah, I know.
And then I do the opposite and make it sharp enough nobody can touch it.
Effective. Oh, extremely rude, but effective.
You were going to say something real again, weren't you?
I was going to say it badly, which felt safer.
Next time, don't make me guess before I get mean.
No promises, but I'll try not to leave a sentence half-built.
Why is your phone face down like it owes you money?
Because it does. Emotionally. Don't start a spreadsheet.
He already started one. I can hear the tabs opening.
And then, sure. Anyway, you looked at me like that again.
Like what? With my face? Tragic habit.
Nope, absolutely not. You do not get to joke your way out of being obvious.
I'm not being obvious. I'm being efficient. There's a difference.
That was a terrible denial. Respectfully, I noticed too.
Thank you. Finally, one person with eyes.
Great. A coalition. Wonderful. I love being audited before coffee.
I can rescue this, but I think I'd make it worse on purpose.
Okay, so that was a very efficient way to make a room paint its own mouth.
And then, we all saw it happen in real time, unfortunately.
I thought I was being calm, which is always the first lie the room hears.
You were being calm. You were also doing that thing where you turned the honest part into a side quest.
Yes, well, the honest part was getting tackled by the rest of me.
Bright side, at least you didn't make it cute.
You sound disappointed.
I sound hungry. Different issue.
Right. Sorry. I should not have kept pushing after the second no.
No, you shouldn't have. And I shouldn't have gone for the throat like that in front of everybody.
You did say it cleanly.
Yeah, that's the problem. It landed.
Okay, the cable is not staying like that. It's a trip hazard with optimism.
Thank you. Somebody in this room still respects gravity.
I respect gravity. I just don't respect your aesthetic choices.
That's fair. The lamp is trying very hard to be a statement piece and failing in public.
It's not even a statement. It's a whisper with bad wiring.
You all woke up and chose to be mean to objects before breakfast.
Objects started it. I am merely documenting the incident.
No, seriously, who moved my controller charger? It was right here.
I didn't touch it.
That was too fast.
Fair.
Don't fair me like that. You do that when you're already halfway gone.
I'm not gone. I'm looking at the thing everyone keeps pretending is normal.
Okay, yeah, the thing with the blinking light. It is not normal. It's been doing that for 10 minutes.
And nobody said anything, because everyone here has learned to fear the phrase "it'll be fine."
I said it would be fine, because I was trying not to start a fight at 7 in the morning.
No, you said it like you were daring the room to disagree.
Because I am fine.
Lumini.
No, stop smoothing it over. If something's wrong, say it's wrong.
You were not wrong.
I know. That is not the part I was fighting.
Yeah, I noticed.
You always notice after it already cost something.
That is unfair.
It is also correct.
I was trying not to make you defend yourself in front of everybody.
And I was trying not to let you make it gentle enough to be ignored.
I kept thinking if I said it plainly, it would sound like I was asking for permission.
Maybe next time ask anyway. Why is everyone looking at me like I just got elected penguin mayor?
Because you walked in with that face like you already fixed the problem and don't want credit.
I support the concept of invisible labor. It's very classy and extremely annoying.
And then, there it is. The joke before the feeling.
Wow, called out by the antis and the DJ in the same minute. Impressive efficiency.
We're just saying, don't disappear on us after doing the hard part.
Yan, you can be the center for 5 seconds. No one's assigning you a speech.
Good, because my speech would be mostly threats and budget notes.
That's Chicago. Threats, budget notes, and somebody's cousin's old truck keeping the whole thing moving.
And if the truck starts making that noise again, I'm telling you now, it's not a vibe.
Finally, a moral position I can dance to.
Careful. If I become the center by accident, I'll start charging ignition.
I think the room got louder after they left, which is rude of the room.
It does that when somebody new comes in and acts like the floor is theirs.
I noticed I was doing the thing where I make it a joke before it can become a problem.
Yeah, and I noticed I was letting you, which is apparently my brand tonight.
I wasn't trying to make you smaller, just less on display.
I know. That's the annoying part. You were trying to help.
Your charger was not a trip hazard with optimism, for the record.
Wow, a full retraction. Should I call somebody?
No, but I am not touching anything until I ask first now.
Good. Ask first. I can handle honest better when it doesn't arrive wearing a helmet.
Yet, I stayed. Though, that part was real, and I think I should probably keep staying just differently.
Hey, Tomas.
Violet, hi.
You said hi like you were bracing for a push notification.
You said your name like a warning label. Fair trade.
I get that a lot, usually from people who think broken stuff is a personality.
And usually from people who think noticing the broken stuff is enough.
Nope, fixing is better. I just don't trust the people who call it texture.
Good. I don't trust the people who call it lore.
You and I are going to get along annoyingly fast.
That's the worst kind of speed.
Yen, still better than pretending the room is fine.
And ma'am, people do that when they want you to feel older than you are.
Yen, anyway,
I'll try not to make you explain yourself in a cute way.
Well, that was a very efficient way to make a room feel like it had teeth.
And then, some people walk in and immediately start helping in the wrong direction.
I noticed the wrong direction, after it was already a thing, obviously.
You always notice after it.
Yeah, I'm trying to be less charming about it.
That would be new.
I stayed. That part was real.
Good, but just don't make me defend it in front of everyone again.
No promises, but I can be quieter when I'm being useful, if that's the deal.
You all are doing the thing where everybody says yes like it means something different.
That's a very expensive yes. I can hear the overhead in it.
Hey man, a yes with fees attached. Gross.
And yet people love to hand it over in a museum voice, like they're blessing the room.
Exactly. They nod, they smile, they say totally, and then they don't move their plate, don't move their coat, don't move anything.
A full body agreement. No actual commitment. Very contemporary.
You say that like you aren't also guilty.
I say it like I have notes.
Cute. Your notes are usually a shield with a little sparkle on it.
And your sparkle is usually a warning label.
Both of those can be useful. The problem is when everybody keeps agreeing until somebody has to do the thing.
Or pay for the thing. Usually me somehow.
Then stop accepting the yeses that come with no money and no hands.
That's a good line. Annoyingly efficient.
I know. It hurts because it's true.
You know what was rude? The room acting like I had just invented the concept of wanting money.
Yeah, ma'am. And then immediately respecting the concept of your sentence.
Because it was a good sentence. I hate that.
I know. I heard myself think, damn, that one gets to stay.
There it is. The little museum label version. Safe, tasteful, nobody can tell it was alive.
I was trying not to make you explain it in front of people who were already pretending not to understand.
Yeah, well, you still do the thing where the honest part shows up wearing a joke as a hat.
A hat is practical.
It is. That's the problem.
I spade. That part was real.
I know. I just hate when real things arrive after the room has already moved on.
Then I should probably stop being late on purpose.
Maybe. Or at least stop looking so smug about it.
No promises. But I didn't notice.
Yeah, I noticed that you noticed.
Okay, small thing. The room is doing that thing where the quiet part is louder than the furniture.
You mean the part where everyone is pretending not to clock the same problem? Cute. I clocked it first.
The interface is lying, not metaphorically. The buttons are making promises the room can't keep.
Fair. I was about to say the pitch had a full mythology problem, but this is worse. It's a trust problem.
Yeah, that. The honest bit keeps getting dressed up like atmosphere. And then everybody acts surprised when it doesn't hold.
I hate when people do that. If the thing is fragile, just say it's fragile. Don't put a fog machine on it.
Also, if you bury the important action under 3 layers of cute, some players will never reach it. That's not style, that's gatekeeping with lipstick.
Thank you. I was trying to find a kinder way to say the same inconvenient sentence.
You usually don't bother with kinder.
Only when I'm trying not to be right too early.
Too late. He already noticed.
I noticed after, which is my brand apparently. You know, for someone who hates being narrated, you sure can make a room do it for you.
And for someone who hates polished care, you really do love wrapping it in one neat little joke.
It was not neat. It was defensive. There's a difference, allegedly.
And man, big difference. Tiny emotional packs.
I said I stayed, though. That part was not a bit.
I heard it. I just didn't like how late it arrived.
Fair.
Don't make that sound so easy. It makes me suspicious.
Good. Stay suspicious. It means you're still here.
I'm just saying the rough edges are doing a lot of heavy lifting here. It feels honest because it hasn't been smoothed over.
That is such a rich thing to say with a straight face.
He means it as a compliment, which is usually where the problem starts.
Yeah, no, I heard the compliment part. He just arrived wearing a knife.
I'm not trying to be provocative. I'm trying to be accurate about what people respond to.
People respond to red bean do calling. That's not the same thing as taste.
If the work is urgent, it usually shows up in the conditions around it.
No, sometimes the conditions are just ugly. That's different.
I think you're both taking this personally.
I am taking it personally. That's because you said something personal and tried to dress it as theory.
Let's slow down. The room is not asking for a verdict right now.
He does this thing where he calls a wound the context. It's very efficient.
Okay, fine. I misspoke.
No, you didn't misspeak. You said what you meant. That's the part everybody keeps pretending is harder than it is. He really heard himself say it and kept going. Bold strategy.
Amen. Efficient, though. Just not in the cute way people mean it.
No, it was clean. That's the annoying part.
You liked that part.
I liked that nobody had to translate it for him.
Right. Because translation is where the feelings start charging red.
You made it sound like a bug report.
It is a bug report. He keeps calling the bruise a framework.
That one was yours, not mine.
I know. I heard you notice.
Yeah, I noticed.
Anyway, he can keep the context. I'm not borrowing it.
Good. I'm tired of people renting the language and acting surprised when it has walls.
You're doing the joke thing again.
Normal question first, is the projector still dying, or is that just its personality now?
It's doing that thing where it pretends to be expensive and then humiliates everyone. The shirt looks good, by the way.
Thank you. It's the only one I own that doesn't look like I got dressed in a parking lot.
That's a strong defense of the parking lot. Also, for the record, the projector is not dying, it's being managed by a chain of bad incentives.
Sure. And the sound is being managed by whatever ghost keeps making me look at the cable tray like it insulted my mother.
Wait, no, don't joke it off. I asked 3 times for the HDM. Might not to be the whole personality of the room.
I'm not joking it off. I'm saying the setup is a little...
No. Stop. You always do that thing where you make it technical so nobody has to say, you were late and I was covering for you.
I stayed up all night fixing the export because the file was corrupt and the room was on fire in 4 different administrative ways.
And I stayed up too, so don't hand me the heroic spread. Cheat version of this.
Okay. Wow. The room just got very expensive and very personal.
I know. I heard myself do it. It was disgusting.
Wow. The full sentence. Are you feeling okay, Grandpa?
Don't start. I'm not doing the little museum tour of my mistakes.
You already did the museum voice. I'm just checking if the exhibit bites.
Fair. You were right anyway. I made it sound cleaner, because cleaner is cowardly and easier to defend.
That was almost honest. Suspiciously advanced for you.
I'm tired enough to stop polishing it. Not because I'm noble.
Good. Keep that. The heroic spread, she can rot for 1 night.
Yeah, I just next time. If I start sounding like a manager from 2014, hit me with something worse.
If the projector is still doing that thing, I can put it in the notes as an access issue and not a catastrophe. Funders love a sentence that looks calm.
It isn't a catastrophe. It's just a chain of bad incentives pretending to be a machine problem.
Wow. The projector has become a labor dispute. Cute. Also, you were late.
Yeah.
Don't yell me like that. You always do the thing where you explain the object so hard the timing disappears.
For what it's worth, the object is innocent and the schedule is not, which is very grantable, actually.
That actually hurt.
Good. Means you heard me before you turned it into a diagram.
I can write responsive troubleshooting if what we need is a softer sentence and a working room.
No, right late. That's the part that kept making the room worse.
There he is. Tiny miracle. Say it like that next time, before I have to become a villain about a cable.
Perfect. We have a fix, a confession, and a line item. Very interdisciplinary of us.
You really said the room was being managed like it was a raccoon with a clipboard.
It was. A raccoon would have been more accountable.
And I was apparently the villain in a cable opera.
You were the only one with enough spine to say the sentence out loud.
Don't make it noble now. I was mad because you were late and weirdly proud of being late adjacent.
I was not proud. I was trying not to say I failed in a room full of people who punished that were.
Yeah, oh well. I heard it.
There. I did the classic move of making my damage sound like the system's problem.
You always do that when you're embarrassed. It's annoying.
I know. You always notice first, which is also annoying.
I didn't cover for you because I was being nice, by the way. I covered because I wanted the room to stop wobbling.
Yeah, I got that after. Earlier, I was busy being defensive in 3 languages.
Next time, just say, I'm late before I have to become a tiny disaster about it again. If you say the projector is a system, I'm going to throw a sock at you.
That would be a very inefficient correction, but noted.
It's 7:54 and already feels like a room with 1 outlet and 3 bad decisions.
I can get you 1 cleaner power strip if nobody starts a philosophical war.
I'm not philosophizing. I'm saying you were late, and then you made the projector sound like it had a union rep.
It does not have a union rep. It has a history of being abused by bad adapters and worse optimism.
See? That is you hiding in the sentence.
I'm not hiding. I'm compressing.
Same thing, different font.
Can we do the cute fight later? The room is already acting expensive.
Fine. Just fix it without giving me a lecture about incentives.
Deal. And if it dies again, I'll let the room be mysterious in peace.
Thank you. That's almost a normal answer.
I did hear the part where I became a spread. Dylan, yes.
Good. Because you were doing that thing where you say manage like the room to thank you.
It should, if it had any standards.
Wow. Okay. I know that was a joke, but I still don't like it.
Fair. That one landed face first.
I wasn't asking for a technical explanation. I was asking you not to make me the person holding the bag and the flashlight.
Right. That part was not mysterious.
No, it was very not mysterious. I just wanted you to say it before I had to hear myself say it.
Yeah, next time I'll try the terrifying option of being plain first.
So the joke is already at 3 group chats and 1 Slack channel, which means we are officially in the danger zone.
Wait, I laughed first, so I get to be innocent. That's the rule.
That is not a rule. That is a defense strategy wearing a cute hat.
It's also the kind of thing that turns into a tenant meeting if it keeps moving. Somebody always screenshots.
Oh no! Did I make it worse by laughing like an idiot?
You made it worse by laughing with conviction. There's a difference.
I regret the initial spark for the record. I thought it would die in the room. I misjudged the room's appetite for nonsense.
You always say misjudged like the universe filed a complaint against you.
The universe is very litigious when it comes to me.
Too late. Someone just forwarded it to a donor with a caption, "Thought you'd appreciate this." That's how it spreads now.
No, that's how it mutates. The version in circulation is already meaner than the original.
That was mean. Also kind of funny. Which is the problem.
Can we please stop feeding it? I would like this joke to die with dignity.
Dignity is gone. Best we can do is contain it before it becomes policy.
Too late for containment. I just got a message asking if the joke is community basing.
That sounds like the exact sentence that kills the city.
Great. So we've reached the point where my bad timing is now infrastructure.
Relax. If this becomes a disaster, I'll be the one to ask the question that makes everyone wish they'd stay home.
I know that face. The one that says I have become a spreadsheet with a pulse.
A very late spreadsheet too. One with little red flags and no empathy column.
Fair. I was doing the thing where I call panic a workflow so it sounds expensive.
You always make it sound like a museum label. Here lies the fire, managed by process.
It was a bad fire. Administrative, but still fire.
And I was still there. Which is the annoying part, you keep skipping like it's an optional cut.
I didn't skip it. I just edited around it.
Yeah, that's the problem. You make care look like post-production.
And you make being right look adorable, which is unfair, in a different direction.
I can be adorable and furious. It's a skill set.
Noted. Next time I will arrive on time, like a person with shame.
Don't promise it like that. You'll make it sound cute, and then I'll let you get away with it.
I wasn't trying to get away with it.
I know. That's almost worse. Anyway, we should probably not be dishonest in front of the others again.
I'm just saying, if the projector is, adorable but unreliable, we should talk about whether this stays asserting the program.
Adorable is what people call things right before they stop paying for them.
And also before they ask somebody else to fix it with a smile.
Technically, that's not even the worst misuse of the word adorable I've heard this week.
Oh wow, a joke. So brave.
I'm not joking. I'm saying incentives are bad, and the machine is behaving exactly like a machine in a bad room.
Right, but we still need a workable answer, not a thesis with a frown on it.
That's funny, because the funding request had a frown on it, and somehow that was called workflow.
The room's been making the clicking noise for 3 days. Nobody called it a thesis then.
I can take another look after this. Earlier, this would have been cheaper for everyone.
There it is. You say it like a weather report and hope it doesn't sound like blame.
No. You say it like blame, and then pretend I was being careful.
Okay, fine. Careful blame aside, what do you need from me today?
A person says yes before the penguins have to become a grant category.
And maybe somebody to stop calling the whole building cute when it's leaking.
That one I can do. The building is not cute. It's just expensive in a very committed way. You know what I was going to say. I'm not late if the projector is still warming up, but that feels like the exact kind of sentence that gets me audited by your face.
Good. My face has been doing unpaid labor for this building all morning.
It's impressive. Very union-coded. Very threatening to my little excuses.
And ma'am, You do love a clean explanation when the mess is yours.
I know. I hate that I know. I also hate that you noticed before I finished pretending I was being helpful.
I noticed because you were doing the thing where you become 3 footnotes and a rescue plan.
And you were doing the thing where you cover for me and make it sound like a personal hobby.
Don't get sentimental. I was just preventing a public spreadsheet from dying in front of witnesses.
Right. Tragic. I would have missed the chance to be corrected in real time.
You're welcome. Takes time to decide before I have to do it for you.
Again, that's the problem, isn't it? I keep acting like staying on the fence counts as being careful.
Morning. You're Owen, right? Lucia.
That's me. Hi, Lucia.
You got here before the coffee got brave. Respect.
I can be early when the room needs it.
The room usually does need it. People just act offended by that fact.
That sounds familiar enough to be complained.
It's a diagnosis with manners.
That is annoyingly good.
Don't encourage her. She'll start charging consulting fees.
I would, but only in snacks.
That's probably a more stable economy than most of the ones I've seen.
Careful, Owen. That sounded like you were trying to be normal.
I'm told it happens in public sometimes.
Rarely with dignity, but yes.
I'll take rare over theatrical. For now.
For now is doing a lot of work there.
It usually does.
Okay, good. We can all agree the problem is alive and moving.
Finally, a sentence with a pulse. Okay, the problem is still technically alive, which is root of it.
It had a whole personality about it.
A very self-important personality, like a meeting that learned to breathe.
And you were doing that thing where you make it sound elegant when you just mean you were late.
I was not late. I was arriving under adverse conditions.
Sure. Little red flags. No empathy column. All that.
You say it like I built the spreadsheet myself.
You do keep trying to turn guilt into a systems diagram.
Because if I say the other version, it gets annoying fast.
Yeah, it does.
You covered for me anyway.
Obviously. I just don't love being edited out of the scene after the fact.
Ojed, bad incentive chain. No heroic cut.
Okay, I'm just saying, if we call it a pop-up ecosystem, everybody will clap and nobody will ask where the money came from.
That is the most Chicago sentence I've heard before 8:10 a.m.
Good. Then the branding is working. We can be suspicious and adorable at the same time.
I hate that this sounds fundable.
That's because it is fundable. The bad ideas are always wearing a blazer.
Thank you. See? I knew you'd respect the vision once it got a little unethical looking.
I do not respect it. I'm merely recognizing the pattern before it gets a deck.
If it gets a deck, it gets a budget line, and then they need to know who's carrying water and who's carrying dark pen.
I can carry the cute labor. Brianna can carry the warning labels. Baronix can carry the guilt.
That is a very efficient way to make me feel utilized and judged.
Baby, that's management.
Look, if everybody here is half convinced this is stupid, that's actually a healthy sign.
Healthy enough to proceed, or healthy enough to leave before we invent a community disaster.
Proceed, obviously, just not under the banner of innovation. I have limits.
Fine. We'll call it a temporary mutual delusion and keep it moving.
Now that sounds honest enough to survive the morning.
I hate that I heard myself doing the weather report thing again.
Yeah, you did the tiny forecast voice. Very ominous. Very spreadsheet.
A very late spreadsheet.
And with little red flags and no empathy column.
That is unfair. I do have an empathy column. It just gets hidden behind the timing notes.
Wow. So honest. Gross.
I was trying not to sound like bling. It came out like bling anyway.
Okay. Then next time, you can just say the annoying true thing first and save us both the performance.
Anyway, if the museum keeps calling this a temporary staffing solution, I'm going to start charging them rent for the oxygen.
That's not even a phrase. That's a threat in a blazer.
It is a phrase if you say it with enough museum lighting.
Sure, and if we keep pretending the word means nothing, we'll eventually become management.
Cohen, see? That's the kind of sentence that makes me think you've never been yelled at by a scheduler with a laminated badge.
I've been yelled at by worse fonts.
Okay, that was almost good. Almost gets you one free pass on one side.
We were discussing actual labor, not your little joke finances.
Right. Sorry. I was trying to move us on before it got annoying.
No, you were trying to move it where you could be clever in peace. Different thing.
Honestly, let him try. If he survives the correction, he might learn something.
He can learn while standing still for once.
That is deeply rude and annoyingly efficient.
So are we done with the fake neutral talking point, or do we need another lap around it?
We can let it go if he stops acting like the floor is optional.
Fine. I will remain on the floor spiritually and administratively.
Good, because that was the first honest thing you've said in 10 minutes.
Wow, he really said administratively. That was the sound of a man folding a shirt he wasn't wearing.
I contained myself for full 11 seconds. That's basically a public service.
No, I know. Everyone heard the little choke in your voice, and then the room got weirdly polite.
The room always gets polite right before it decides on the thesis topic.
You did help by saying the most suspiciously honest sentence in the building.
I hate that it landed. I hate more that it landed because it was true.
There it is. The part where you try to make it sound like a weather report again.
And you heard it, which is the annoying part.
I hear everything. It's a problem. Ask any bad user interface.
You'd be unbearable if you weren't usually right.
Careful. That's almost a compliment.
Don't get excited. I'm still pretending I was being careful.
Yeah, I noticed. You were not subtle about the not subtle.
Fine. Next time I will lie with more structure.
Good, but not too much. I kind of like the part where the room heard you first.
I'm just saying if the chair has a wobble, it has a wobble. That's not a personality test.
You say that like chairs aren't emotionally complex.
This one is emotionally complex in a bad way. It squeaks when you lean left.
So it's a centrist chair. Great. We needed more of those.
See? He still has it. The little knife thing.
He has a whole drawer of it. Some of it's even labeled.
I label things because then people stop doing crimes with them.
That is the least convincing sentence I've heard before breakfast.
Breakfast is being generous. It's coffee and old resentment.
Speak for yourself. I had a granola bar and a grudge.
A balanced meal, honestly.
You'd call rent a rhythm if it helped.
No, I'd call rent a scam and then count the beats anyway.
There he is, weirdly polite but with teeth.
Okay, good. So nobody's dying, and the chair loses.
I hate when the room gets polite like it's buffering.
And ma'am, that was the face you make right before you say something technical and mean.
I was going to say administratively, but apparently my mouth enjoys confessing crimes.
There it is. You make it sound like paperwork so nobody has to hear you were late.
And you make it sound cute so nobody notices you stayed up too.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
He smiled like he'd won something, which is the annoying part.
Yeah, he did that thing where he leaves with the feeling that everyone else should be grateful for the lesson.
I almost told him the chair was the real problem.
You would. You also almost said it like you weren't the one holding it together.
I wasn't holding it together. I was just being loud near the collapse.
So if the wall is bowed, do we pretend it's intentional, or do we call it a site-specific condition and move on?
Cole, it's site-specific. That's how people get away with sounding smart while admitting they're scared.
Great, so the room is a penguin enclosure with better lighting. I can work with that.
That is, unfortunately, a very legible model of contemporary display.
He said that like the room owes him a grant.
It does feel a little like we're all being asked to justify our own chairs.
My chair is justified. I installed 3 things before noon and one of them fought back.
Installed. You make that sound like combat.
It is combat. It just has screws and someone calling it collaboration.
That's fair. Collaboration is when the screws are emotional.
Anyway, the bowed wall is kind of working. Like a banana with institutional confidence.
No one should accept that comparison that fast.
Too late. It's already the most accurate thing in the room.
I'm not sure accuracy is the metric we want here.
That's exactly the kind of sentence people say right before asking for free labor.
She's not wrong.
No, she's annoyingly right. The banana can stay, though.
I hate that I can picture it. Fine, banana wall. But if anyone writes a statement, I'm putting a penguin in it.
I would actually read that version first.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mower is bad pacing. You're doing the thing where you make a simple sentence wear a tie.
I'm trying to keep it from looking like I wandered in off the street with a deadline.
Too late. The deadline already has posture.
At least it's not pretending to be a weather report this time.
I contain multitudes, mostly bad formatting.
And then, there it is. One tiny dramatic pause and suddenly you're edible.
That sounds like a threat from someone who names their project files cutely.
They are cute. They also compile, unlike some people's feelings.
Speaking of compiling, if either of you is touching the instance today, I want the version number first.
Fair. I know you enough not to freestyle near your infrastructure.
He says with the face of a man already improvising near infrastructure.
Relax. I'll keep him from becoming administratively mysterious.
That phrase should not work on me as well as it does.
It's because I said it first, and you heard me first. Dangerous habit.
Okay, adorable. Send me the link. And nobody touch anything named Final 2.
Too late. I had already disliked that file on principle.
I hate that a file name can sound like a threat and a dare at the same time.
Final 2 is not a file to cry for help wearing the little hat.
And then Sanjay made it sound like a public safety issue, which honestly fair.
No. He said it like the building had already caught on fire, and we were all being weirdly polite about it.
That was the room. Weirdly polite. I can never tell when I'm helping or just making it worse with better punctuation.
You do the thing where you get sharp so nobody notices you were trying to be gentle.
And you do that thing where you make it cute so nobody notices you were right.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
I'm being careful, which is apparently my problem now.
No, your problem is you say the blank Blaine and then act surprised when I hear the Blaine part first.
Yeah, that one landed.
Good. Then next time, I'll be less cute about it and more annoying.
That's worse news than the file name.
Obviously. I'm still sending the link, though. Don't make me regret being generous. You did the thing again where your sentence arrives dressed like a memo and then acts surprised when people flinch.
I know. I was trying to sound administratively harmless.
No, you sounded like the building had a grievance procedure.
Exactly. Weirdly polite. Like the room got a memo too.
That is not helping my case.
I am helping. I am just helping in the direction of the truth.
The truth is your tone says I'm fine and her face says I have already drafted the complaint.
I hate that this is accurate.
Say it plain then. No weather report. No committee voice.
Fine. I want them to hear me before they decide what I mean.
There. That. Less mysterious, more dangerous.
Much better. Still a little hostile, but now it is legible hostility.
Legible is all I'd ever wanted from this room.
Careful. If you keep talking like that, I might start being nice on purpose. You heard that right? The whole room got allergic to saying the obvious.
Yeah, it was doing that thing where everyone becomes administratively kind.
Legible hostility. Invisible apology. Very elegant.
I didn't say elegant. I said useful. Don't make me sound nicer than I was.
Too late. I'd already did the annoying version of nice.
You can keep it. I'm not in the mood to pretend I never heard the part that landed.
Good. Because I was half ready to act like I didn't notice it either.
That would have been very brave of you. Very fake but brave.
Rude. Accurate, though.
Yeah, I know. I'm still deciding whether to be less sharp or just quieter next time.
Okay, if the venue Wi-Fi dies again, I'm just calling it a conceptual statement.
That's what people say when they don't want to carry a router.
I can carry a router. I just won't respect it.
That's insane. I respect the router less than you do, and I still feed things at work.
See, that's why I trust her. She has standards in snacks.
The snacks are the standards. The standards are also snacks.
No, that's a room joke now. Everybody heard it. Congratulations.
Great. So if I say anything serious later, I'm blaming the snacks.
Administratively, that's fair.
He says one tiny joke, and suddenly we're all speaking his little disaster font.
I hate that I know exactly what she means.
I don't. I think the room needed one stupid sentence to stop acting polite like it's buffering.
Thank you. I was trying not to say it like Blaine.
You literally said it like Blaine.
Yeah, but with rhythm.
That's worse. That's our world worse.
Still better than a meeting where nobody lifts anything.
Okay, somebody hand him the router before he starts making it political.
Too late. The router already has class interests. I hate that I heard myself in that. The memo voice was doing cardio.
Ma'am, you were sprinting. I was about to ask if the router was unionized or if you just needed breakfast.
That would have been helpful, actually. I forgot to eat, which is apparently my brand now.
It's not a brand, it's a warning label. Sit down before you start translating your feelings into bullet points again.
Too late. I already drafted a footnote for the footnote.
Gross. Plain version. You were trying not to be obvious and it made you more obvious.
Yeah, he noticed that part. I did not enjoy being readable for once.
Good. Stay unreadable with me for 5 minutes. Or worst case, tell me what you actually meant and ruin the bit. If you call the penguin budget adorable one more time, I'm putting down a sticker and handing it to finance.
I said the work was adorable, not the budget. There's a distinction.
That is, unfortunately, a very distinction.
No, wait, he means it as praise. Which is worse, somehow.
I mean it as a practical yes. Huge projects still need numbers that behave.
Numbers that behave is an emotionally mature way to save funding.
Okay, then here's my practical yes. I need a real commitment, not a compliment with a clipboard.
Fair. What do you need from me today?
You to stop making me translate my work into something less alive just so it can enter the room.
Yeah, that. The room can survive the alive part. I hate that I can hear my own mental voice from here. It's got a little gym membership now.
Cardio memo is brutal. At least it didn't start saying for my last email in a blazer.
Give it time. I was one apology away from becoming a PDF.
And then you'd have asked me to annotate you, which is honestly a very new thing to do.
I was trying to be careful, which apparently is how I sound when I'm about to annoy everyone in a radius.
You do the thing where you make it sound like weather and then act surprised when people bring umbrellas.
Yeah, but well, I'd rather be the forecast than the guy pretending the sky is doing something.
Fine, but next time, say it plain before I have to translate you into human and bite somewhat for you.
I found the old set file. It was mostly dust and one heroic mistake.
That sounds like a compliment you can't afford to make dramatic.
I'm being practical. The file is alive again, which is more than I can say from my calendar.
Your calendar's doing the bare minimum and still acting proud. Classic.
If the file lives, let it live quietly. No courtroom speech, please.
Right. Quiet survival. Very on brand for this cursed little ecosystem.
I didn't do it for a speech. I did it because losing it would have been annoying.
That is the saddest possible way to say thank you, and somehow also the most honest.
Okay, but for the record, I noticed. I just dislike making the room responsible for it.
Good. Keep your room. Send me the export and we can all pretend this was normal.
There. Repair completed. Everyone may now return to their pretending.
He's trying to be cute about gratitude and feeling in a useful way. I respect the effort.
That's the nicest rude thing anyone said to me before coffee.
He really did say it like a tiny bureaucrat with a pulse, huh?
I was aiming for administratively harmless. I may have achieved emotionally evasive instead.
And ma'am, you achieved please do not perceive my feelings, they are in a folder.
That is unfair. The folder is labeled very clearly.
Sure. And the label is in a font only you can read.
He didn't have to rescue me like that, though.
No, but he did the wrong rescue in a way that made it obvious you were being difficult.
I hate that that sounds worse than the original thing.
It was worse. Also kind of funny. Tragic but funny.
So next time, I say it plain before someone else does.
Good. I can work with plain. I just don't like being made to translate your panic for free.
You two always arrive like you were already in the middle of something. Hi, I'm Sun.
Paula, when you have the face of somebody who can tell when a room is pretending.
That's generous. Sometimes I can only tell when it's lying badly.
That's still a useful skill. Most rooms are bad actors.
Some of them are so committed, though, like wow tragic.
You say it that like you're not one of the people making it tragic.
I make it cute first. It's a service.
That's a dangerous sentence around people who know you.
Ma'am, and you say that in your little memo voice like it's not a complaint.
It was only half a complaint. The other half was admiration and a note to self.
I'm hearing a lot of style and not a lot of numbers that behave.
Finally, someone said it plainly.
Thank you. I was trying to be subtle, but apparently I'm readable when I'm irritated.
I think I accidentally became the guy who says numbers that behave with a straight face.
You did. It was upsettingly effective.
That's the part I hate. The effectiveness.
Ma'am, you say that like you're not already rehearsing the next plain sentence.
I'm not rehearsing. I'm editing.
Sure. And I'm just casually allergic to memo voice now.
You were right to push. It was doing too much.
I know. That's why I kept pushing. You get weirdly grave when you stop hiding the verbs.
That sentence is annoyingly good.
I'm trying to be nice on purpose. Don't make it sound like a threat.
Too late. Now I'm going to notice.
Yeah, unfortunately, so will everyone else when you do it again.
I might. I'm not promising harmless. If this is about the budget again, I'm already pre-exhausted.
Good, because I'm here to be annoying on purpose. Also, your budget voice is doing the thing where it thinks it's invisible.
It's not invisible. It's just cheap theater. I can respect cheap theater if it pays on time.
There. The numbers do behave better when nobody starts free chising them.
See? He can say it plain when he wants to. Tiny miracle. Anyway, I'm backing him up on this one. The ask is too vague.
Thank you. Temporary alliance noted. I'm not asking for poetry. I'm asking for a sentence that survives email.
That's not even a high bar. It's a curb.
And yet people keep tripping over it like it's experimental architecture.
Exactly. So, revise the sentence, trim the soft, focus language, and stop making me guess what you mean for free.
I can do that, briefly, before I develop a personality about it.
He says that like it's a threat. I'm with him though, for 10 minutes. Then I'm being difficult again.
10 minutes is generous. I'll take the win and pretend this was always a collaborative process.
Well, that was almost a clean exit for me. I hate how much I enjoyed it.
You enjoyed being told to stop hiding in office beige language? Shocking.
I was trying to sound administratively harmless, which annoyingly still works on me when I say it out loud.
The room likes you more when you look like you mean it. Root of the room.
The room liked you first. You arrive already acting like the lighting had to keep up.
That is because I respect the space enough to make it nervous.
And because you can say this sharp thing with a smile, which is basically cheating.
You were sharper when you stopped being polite about it. I noticed.
Yeah, I noticed you noticed.
Good, because I'm not repeating myself for the next guest who wants the soft version.
Fair. I'll try not to become a committee about my feelings before then.
No promises. You get one honest sentence, and then I'm pretending I didn't hear the rest.
One honest sentence is already suspiciously generous from you.
Don't get used to it. I'm still deciding whether this was better or just louder.
Tiny correction. Was it numbers that behave? It was funding that behaves. The numbers are just the costume.
Yes. Sorry. The funding was being emotionally regulated by the spreadsheet.
That is the most grand sentence I've heard all week.
See? Administratively harmless. Spiritually annoying.
You say that like you don't enjoy making the form blush first.
I enjoyed being correct in a way that costs everyone else a minute.
And yet you still wanted plain, badly.
Yeah, annoyingly. Plain is less expensive.
Plain should be a funding category.
No, that's the one that gets cut first.
Naturally. Plain is less expensive, yeah. Which is how I know it will be punished immediately.
The market does hate honesty. Very rude of it.
You said it like you were filing a complaint with a smile sticker on it.
I was being administratively cute. There's a difference.
There is, unfortunately. Yours lands better than mine.
Could you keep trying to make your annoyance sound like policy?
It is policy. Badly decorated policy. But still.
Yeah, okay. And then the room starts believing you. That part is annoying.
I know. I can feel myself becoming the unofficial host of chaos, and I hate that it's efficient.
You do get weirdly competent when nobody stops you.
That is not a compliment, and I'm taking it anyway.
Good. Take it. I'm not repeating myself twice for free.
Fair. I'm just saying someone should tap the brakes before we start calling the mess a strategy.
Yeah, fine. I'll be the annoying one about it next time.
Please do. I'll pretend to resent it and then listen.
I'm just saying the opening has to feel brave, not expensive.
That sentence is doing a lot of unpaid labor.
He means affordable. He always means affordable.
No, accessible. There's a difference.
Sure, one of those words comes with a grant deck attached.
Wait, sorry. I thought you said the opening had to feel brave, not edible.
Edible?
I don't know why that was the word my brain picked. It was rude to me first.
Actually, that's helpful. People remember openings that feel like a meal.
Oh, now we're in the tasting menu phase of cultural policy.
No, let him cook. He's accidentally saying the quiet part in a nicer font.
I'm trying to be encouraging.
You are. It's just the kind that makes the room check its wallet.
Okay, but the wallet check is funny. I'm sorry. That was funny.
See? Humor. We're fine.
For now, but the laugh changed the room. That's the dangerous part. I hate that I said it like I was finding something.
You always do that first. Then you say the real thing and act surprised at his teeth.
The teeth were already there. I just gave them a memo header.
Disgusting. Effective.
That laugh from earlier kept replaying in my head like a bad loop. Not bad. Just the kind that changes the mix.
Yeah, I heard it too. I didn't like how much it helped.
Same. I wanted to be annoyed and then I wasn't fast enough.
Good. Don't get fast. It makes you sound safe.
I'm trying not to.
And ma'am, keep failing a little on purpose then.
Hey, I'm Inez.
Louis, you want the chair that doesn't wobble. Don't take the one by the window.
That is the most useful hello I've gotten all week.
I'm trying to save us both a minute later.
He says that like the minute later is the expensive part. It usually is.
And ma'am, he says that like he didn't just spend 10 minutes fixing the wrong thing.
I fixed the thing. The fact that the wrong thing was loud is not my fault.
That's such a very you sentence.
I mean, at least he admitted it was a thing. Some people call the community and leave trash in the sink.
Or they call it community, and then ask who stacked the chairs, like it's a mystery genre.
Okay, fair. Chair stacks are the real funding model.
Numbers that behave right.
Exactly. Also, I hate that you remembered that phrase.
I remember efficient lies when I hear them.
Numbers that behave is such a criminally good phrase.
Don't encourage it. It'll get worse and call it structure.
Too late. I already heard the little memo stamp on it.
There it is again. Filing cabinet flirting.
I can stop wherever I want. I just don't respect the evidence.
That's not a real sentence, and somehow I know exactly what you mean.
He did make one useful sound, though.
Yeah, annoying. I noticed.
You noticed in the way you pretend not to notice.
And you noticed in the way you say things like you're hiding in a spreadsheet.
Fair. I can live with that.
I can too, unfortunately. Why are you looking at me like I'm your older cousin who has to tell you to drink water?
Because you are currently standing there with the same face you use when you know something and refuse to hand it over. It is a very specific face.
Wow. Diagnosis from the Museum of Bad Timing. I'm fine.
Sure. Finding the way to hard drive is fine right before it starts making little dying sounds.
That is such an old man metaphor. You can't just age me into your workload because you're nervous.
I am not aging you into anything. I am asking a direct question like an adult with a calendar.
No, you're asking like someone who wants me to admit I have a problem so you can fix it with a spreadsheet.
That is cruelly accurate and also not the point.
Then say the point without making me sound like a tragic sequel.
Fine. You disappeared after the set and now you're doing the bright voice thing. I just wanted to know if you ate anything that wasn't vibes.
I had fries. Don't make that face. They were real fries.
Good. Progress. Next revolutionary step. Water.
See, this is exactly why I resist. You start sounding responsible and suddenly I'm being managed by an uncle in a black hoodie.
Older version of you would have appreciated the hoodie. She also would have lied more elegantly.
Don't do that.
I know. I'm not trying to. Just tell me the small true thing, not the whole dramatic file.
The small true thing is I'm tired, I'm annoyed, and I do not want to be treated like a tutorial you can close when you're done.
Okay. Fair. I can work with that. Yeah, I heard you.
Good, because I was not doing the subtitled version.
You were doing the version with teeth. Noted.
And you were doing the one where you call it a file so nobody notices it hurts.
Casual. Efficient. Emotionally expensive.
There it is. The little memo voice. Hate that it works on me.
I'm not asking you to be softer.
Good, because I'm not offering. I'm just not sending the cute apology package this time.
Fair. I can take the annoying version.
You already did. That's the problem.
Yeah, I know.
You're doing the thing where you stare at the wall like kiddos you rent.
It does. Emotionally.
That's the most suggestive landlord complaint I've heard before 9 a.m.
Thank you, Claire, for your service to the discourse.
I contain many unpaid roles.
And then, you should probably not let the room know that.
Too late. The room already thinks you're going to say something mean and correct.
Unfair. I was going to say something kind and slightly annoying.
That's still your brand, honestly.
Wow. Harsh. Anyway, who wants coffee before I become a problem?
I'll take the coffee. You can remain a manageable problem.
Ugh. Terrible. Fine.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Oh wow, this living room has the exact energy of a startup lounge that got audited by a poet.
That is so rude and unfortunately kind of accurate.
He means the couch is pretending to be temporary.
It is temporary. We are all temporary. Some of us just have better posture about it.
See, that's the kind of sentence that gets people to work for free and call it community.
He said that like he's never watched a grant letter vanish into a spread. Cheap boy.
I'm offended, playfully, deeply, with a lot of resources.
Resources are not a personality, Eco.
Oof. He brought the little knife out early.
And you're all acting like I arrived with a blood test for sincerity. I brought coffee.
Coffee is nice. The blood test part is still pending.
That's fair. He does talk like every inconvenience is a pilot program.
And you talk like every pilot program deserves a funeral.
Okay, rude, but like palatable rude.
I'm just saying some of us are trying to sit in a room without being converted into a deck.
Too late. I already made a deck in my head. You all have strong flight titles.
Great. Then put on slide 1. This is not a networking event. Stop touching the walls.
Actually, yes. Please stop touching the walls. They are barely being legal right now.
Thank you. Finally, someone in this room with a practical relationship to gravity. Well, the walls survived their legal review.
Barely. One more touch and they were going to unionize.
Nico really did arrive with a deck in his skull. Respectful, but alarming.
He had slight energy. I hate that I understood it immediately.
You were doing the bright voice thing again.
I was doing the survivable version. Different genre.
And ma'am, finding that under things we both pretend are decorative.
Don't. You'll make it sound official and then I'll have to answer it.
Too late. I had already made a note. It says, not the cute apology package.
So, just to be clear, this is the part where Verinix pretends he didn't arrive with a spreadsheet and a grudge.
No. He arrived with a spreadsheet and a vibe. The grudge is house-made.
I resent that. I arrived with a calendar invite and a reasonable concern about everyone's memory.
That's adorable. The concern is reasonable. The delivery is an eviction notice with jazz hands.
See, even Annika heard the jazz hands. Do not settle editor boy.
I am extremely subtle. You all are just emotionally unprepared for formatting.
He says, from the safety of the guide once labeled the fridge like it was a museum exhibit.
Wait, did he label the fridge? I need details. Was there a hierarchy?
Top shelf is drinks. Middle shelf, shared. Bottom shelf, one sad line and a note that said for morale.
That line was critically important to the ecosystem.
Honestly, that tracks. He organizes like a person trying not to be perceived by the rest.
Oh, that's why he's mad. We're all seeing the soft underlayer.
I'm not mad. I'm just asking why the room is being run by a coalition of clowns.
Because the Clown Coalition is currently winning, obviously.
Yeah, Verinix, take the L. A cute one, with stickers.
I wasn't mad. I was correcting the premise before it got worse.
That's your love language. Footnotes with teeth.
At least I didn't call it a cute disaster.
You do call it a coalition of clowns, which is basically a thesis with a nose.
I should have said the timing was sloppy. Less theatrical, more accurate.
Wow. Tenderness, but make it peer review.
You were right about the stickers, by the way.
I know.
I still don't like that. I know you were right.
Good. Keep it. Don't make it cute.
You all keep acting like Elise is a philosophical pex. It's just Elise.
That's exactly what someone says right before they discover the clause in footnote font.
Cambia says we should not make a cathedral out of a spreadsheet.
Okay, but if it's just Elise, why is everybody sweating like it's a boss fight?
Because some of us would like to sleep in a place with walls that don't have opinions.
Fair. I also prefer my walls emotionally flat, like a diner booth at 2 a.m.
You always do that. Make it sound cute so nobody notices it's bad news.
I'm trying to keep the room from overcommitting to the disaster.
Good, because the disaster is already doing enough networking.
So what's the actual move? Not the cool one. The one with rent.
I hate that I have one, but I can cover the gap for 2 weeks if nobody makes it weird.
Too late, we're all making it weird, but in a respectful spread, sheet adjacent way.
Ugh, don't say sheet adjacent like it's flirting.
It's not flirting, it's me lowering the room's blood pressure by 6 points.
That is the most you said as I've heard all week.
Fine. You do the unglamorous thing. I'll bring coffee and stop pretending I'm above it.
Good, because if you make this into a speech, I'm leaving and taking the cute apartment with me in my imagination.
That's fair. Imaginary apartments always have better acoustics anyway. He really did ask like the coffee was going to draft the apology for him.
No, he asked like the apology at a project manager, and I was supposed to be grateful about it.
Yeah, the whole thing had agendaed energy. Very efficient. Deeply annoying.
You say that like you weren't already naming the folder in your head.
I was naming 3 folders. One of them was rude.
Good. Keep the rude one. The polite one always shows up late and acts innocent.
He made it funny on purpose, which is maybe the worst part.
And mem, I laughed anyway. I hate that for me.
Same. I'm not sending the cute version of this back. Okay, Spreadsheet is doing that thing where it pretends to be neutral and then quietly becomes a threat.
That is rude, but yes. It learned from management.
Spray. She's always wanted to be seen as helpful after they've already made the mess.
I respect the document with villain energy, honestly. At least it's honest about its flaws.
That's generous. I was going to call it emotionally overformatted.
Careful, I might steal lead and put it on a sticker.
Please do, if it can fit on a sticker. It can survive the meeting.
I can fix the columns, but I cannot make the people less committed to misunderstanding them.
That's the real constraint, yeah.
Also, the real constraint is whoever named this file. I'm not saying it's a cry for help, but it has a tiny hat on it.
I knew you'd go there.
I'm being less cute about it and more annoying as requested.
That sounds like growth, or a warning label.
Either way, send me the version with the hat removed and the panic preserved.
Fine, but if it breaks, I'm blaming the font size like an adult. I was not being cute. I was being difficult with a purpose.
That's the best kind of difficult. Cheaper than the other kind.
You say that like you didn't invent footnote font panic as a lifestyle.
I improved it. There's a difference. One's panic, the other's formatting.
And then, and the walls being emotionally flat was definitely not you trying to make me laugh.
It was both. That's the annoying part.
Fine. I'm not sending the cute apology package.
Good. Send the honest one. I can handle the W version if you don't decorate it.
So, yet I'm saying it's fine. The wall thing is fine. The noise is fine. The render sound is basically normal city life.
And that's 3 fines in one breath, which usually means somebody is lying to themselves first.
I like that the lie is wearing business casual.
No. He's doing the soft launch, yes. The kind where you keep agreeing until the building starts to echo back.
I'm not soft launching anything. I'm just trying to not make every conversation into a complaint ticket.
But it is a complaint ticket. It's just handwritten and emotionally available.
That's very Chicago. Everything is a receipt if you stare at it long enough.
He does that thing where he says yes to peace, yes to process, yes to being reasonable, and then you can hear the resentment under the floorboards.
I said yes because I'm being cooperative.
Cooperative with what? The problem or the person talking about the problem?
Careful. If we keep agreeing with the word cooperative, it'll think it has a job here.
Too late, already got a bed, a key fob.
You all act like I'm making a scene.
No, you're making a pattern.
And the pattern is yes, yes, yes until no becomes the only honest word in the room.
Which is annoying, because now somebody has to be the villain for noticing.
I'm not calling anyone a villain.
You don't have to. The agreement does it for you.
Okay, great. We've reached the part where everyone's polite and nobody's okay. Cool, so the room is decided to be morally organized without being helpful. Love that for us.
I mean, somebody had to notice the floor was doing the weird little slope thing. Not my fault, everyone else was standing on it.
Fair. That was me being dramatic in a very footnote, but way.
You said it like it wasn't also a warning label.
It was both. I contain a limited number of bad instincts, then one of them is phrasing.
And one of mine is pretending I'm joking when I'm actually keeping score. So, you know, team effort.
Yeah, we should probably not bring the whole comedy set back in there.
Too late. I already did. But I can be less cute about it next time. Annoying even. Okay. Nobody be normal for 1 second. I just fixed the penguin feeder schedule without making any of them unionize.
That is a very small victory, with extremely expensive framing.
No, let her have it. That is at least a spreadsheet in the wild.
Thank you. I deserve a little ceremony. Maybe a ribbon. Maybe a parade route.
For scheduling a feeder, we are one decisive click away from a municipal holiday.
Exactly. I want tiny brass bands. I want confetti that is biodegradable and slightly judgmental.
Judgmental confetti is varied. It lands like nice work, but do better.
Finally, someone who understands the brand.
I can make a playlist for this. It will be 6 minutes long and somehow feel like an audit.
Perfect. Play while I walk my 1-inch victory lap across the room.
Careful, if you laugh too hard, the city will ask for a permit.
I can draft the permit. Title, Emergency Recognition of Feeder Excellence.
See? This is why I told you both. Normal people would have said cool and moved on.
Cool. Moving on would have been a hate crime against your little parade.
I hate how polite yes can sound like a door clicking shut.
Yeah, it had that little office smile on it. Like, congratulations, you have been processed.
And then everybody acts surprised when the floor starts speaking in resentment.
Under the floorboards, exactly. I was being funny and also unfortunately correct.
You are annoyingly correct. That's the part I resent most.
Good. Keep it. If you let it go soft, it comes back with a badge and a key fob.
I'd heard that and immediately wanted to draft a counter clause that nobody asked for.
Don't. I am not in the mood for the subtitled version tonight.
There. I can just say it plain. I don't like watching people buy time with agreement.
Me neither. I just keep pretending the cute version is safer.
It isn't, but it does make the room less ugly for a minute.
If either of you is here to tell me the penguins are unionizing again, I need coffee before I can be legally frightened.
They already have a committee. I just work there.
That's fair. The birds do have better mating discipline than most humans I know.
See? He gets it. One bird can stare into your soul and somehow still file a form correctly.
Counterpoint. They do not file the form correctly. They simply create a new weather event around it.
Honestly, that's more efficient than most office systems.
And man, spoken like a man who has never had to explain why a deadline became a small disaster with glitter on it.
I have actually. I just usually call it an experimental timeline, so people stop asking follow-up questions.
That is the most editor sentence I've heard before 9 in the morning.
He's doing his little shield thing. Very elegant. Very annoying.
And you're doing yours. I'm not saying it's cute. I'm saying it's extremely recognizable.
Good. Recognition counts as labor today.
It does. Also, if you two are done being poets about suffering, I need someone to help me move a sack of fish that weighs like a regret.
I can help. I'm very strong in the genre of carrying things while pretending not to care.
Perfect. I'll supervise and make it look effortless, which is my second job.
I know. One tiny word in Elise and suddenly, it's a haunted house with opinions.
You say that like you're not the one who notices the footnote font first.
That's because I have a gift for being correct in the least comforting way.
And ma'am, annoying, useful, a very expensive combination.
You still kept the room from spiraling though.
I was making it look easy. Different job description.
Right. You do that thing where you turn panic into choreography and then act surprised when people follow.
And you do that thing where you call it a disaster only after you've already carried it.
Fair. I'm trying not to overcommit to the disaster again.
Good. Because if you start footnoting by coping mechanisms and leaving before the cute apology package becomes a threat.
Okay, before anybody starts improvising a tragedy, we need chairs. And food. And yes, I've already made the 3 invisible spreadsheets.
The spreadsheets are the only part of the city that ever shows up on time.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
Thank you. I tried to keep my insults in a readable font.
That font would still be smaller than the lease clause I was arguing with yesterday.
You mean the one you called a footnote because you wanted it to sound less like a threat?
It was a footnote. A hostile footnote, but still.
And ma'am, and the walls are still emotionally attached to the building, I assume?
You say that like it's not a valid structural concern.
If the walls are attached emotionally, I need to know whether that affects occupancy or just the vibes.
See? My gets it. Practical first, then the dramatic collapse.
I hate when you two team up. It feels organized.
We can make it less threatening. Draw dumplings in one spread. Sheet per crisis.
Only one per crisis? That's optimistic.
Let them have this. Some of us are trying not to turn every annoyance into a file.
Wow, that was almost a compliment. Should I panic or applaud?
I'm still stuck on the part where spreadsheets She'd walked in and got treated like testimony.
And then, very incriminating. One spreadsheet per crisis is basically a confession.
I know you're joking, but for a second they looked ready to file me under suspicious behavior because I said one annoying thing out loud.
That's the system's favorite hobby. Make the obvious person carry the whole mess because it's wearing decent shoes.
You say that like you've prepared a case.
I have prepared a vibe. It's less cute than the apology package and more annoying than the blame.
Good. I'm tired of being the one who notices. The floor is broken first.
Yeah, next time, I'm not rescuing the room with charm. I'll let it sit there and look guilty. Okay, we are absolutely not doing the responsible version first. I brought snacks and one bad idea, so the meeting is already compromised.
That's how it starts. Someone says snaps, someone says bad idea, and suddenly we're in a group project with blood in the carpet.
If this becomes a group project, I'm requesting a version that renders better than the original.
You would say that like it's a moral stance. Fine, we can optimize the disaster. I'm not paying for ugly chaos.
Thank you. I prefer my chaos with clean margins and one emergency exit.
Too late, you two are already hosting it. I'm just here to watch who pretends they didn't start the fire.
I did not start it. I merely brought flammable enthusiasm and an audience-facing smile.
That smile is doing a lot of unpaid labor.
Well, okay. And now we're all suddenly noticing labor. Convenient.
I'm just saying, if the avatar of this conversation gets made later, it will be standing in front like it earned the rent.
It probably will. Meanwhile, the actual people in the room will be arguing over who gets to tap the brakes.
Fine. I'll tap them when the room gets too cute about surviving.
They left and somehow the meeting kept its tie on.
Yeah, like a committee that formed after the committee already failed.
I hate that I can still hear the spread. She'd breathing.
He was doing the thing where everyone becomes very concerned about the process, and nobody touches the actual thing.
Classic. A full symposium of people describing the fire from a safe distance.
Penguins at least just commit to the bad weather. No subcommittee.
I should not have laughed when they all started agreeing in that tone.
You did a little. I saw it. Tragically effective.
If one more grad student calls a latte a research fuel, I'm charging thesis rates.
That's fair. Anything with oat milk and a tote bag is already in a different tax bracket.
Honestly, the tote bag is the real credential. The beverage is just evidence.
Yes, thank you. We should all be judged by our bags and the number of tabs open in our brains.
Tab sure. Some of y'all are running a whole theme park on one laptop fan.
Theme park is generous. I'm thinking one sad kiosk and a broken mascot head.
Broken mascot head is harsh. Some of us are trying to build atmosphere.
Atmosphere is what people call it when the wiring is bad, but the lighting is cute.
See, that one knows what I mean.
'Cause it's true. Half the city is held together by and one extension cord.
One extension cord is not a structure. It's a dare.
A very Chicago dare. The pigeons are probably unionized about it.
Pigeons have better benefits than most art interns.
And less fake reverence. They know exactly why they're here.
That's why I trust birds. No one at the museum cafe has ever asked a pigeon to explain its process.
Give it time. Someone will curate a residency for them and call it a mercy.
If they do, I want my cut.
That's the first honest crab proposal I've heard all week.
I'm still annoyed that the pigeon got the better note-taking habits in the room.
That's because it wasn't trying to sound brave about it. It just stood there like, yes, I'm the policy.
MM. The rare species. No footnote font. No panic spiral. No committee voice.
You say that like you weren't the one making the panic sound organized.
I was trying to keep us from overcommitting to the disaster. There's a difference. Tiny, but legally meaningful.
Sure. And I was trying not to laugh, because they knew Death Smut and I'd owe you a favor.
Too late. You already owe me one practical detail later.
Fine. I'll send the thing I should have sent earlier. Don't make it weird.
Okay, the feedback tone is not a moral issue. It just needs to be less like a dentist drill at a haunted house.
That is the exact sentence a person says right before a room. Besides, they are wrong about sound.
No, we'll let him cook. I want to see the haunted house dentistry thesis fully argued.
I am being practical. People say they want honesty, then they punish the tone. So, softer beat, same function.
Softer beep is not the same as same function. Some of these sounds are basically little accusations.
Thank you. Finally, someone brave enough to say that Eli is judging us.
Wait, judging us? I mean literally the click. The click is just feedback.
No, I know. I am saying people hear it like a courtroom anyway.
Oh, he meant socially. I was already selecting fonts for the indictment.
Right. Okay, then yes, we are in the realm of vibes and liability.
There we go. Now the room can stop pretending it is only about audio.
Can we please keep the courtroom metaphor? It makes the menu sound expensive.
I hate that this is landing, but yes, maybe the beep should be less prosecutorial.
See? Moral decision. You found the word for it. I'm choosing to believe the room was briefly possessed by a committee.
A very expensive committee. The kind that charges for the beep and then apologizes with a font.
The beep did have a moral stance. That was the annoying part.
Yeah, it kept acting like it was helping while absolutely snitching on everyone.
I hate when the thing is right in a way that makes me look like I'm arguing with a stapler.
You were not arguing. You were doing that careful face you do when you want to be less wrong in public.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
I'm going to keep the courtroom bet, though. It made everything feel temporarily less doomed.
Okay, quick check. Are we calling this a sync, a working session, or the thing where everyone pretends the calendar invited them by accident?
If you say community, memory, I'm leaving. If you say it with a smile, I'm leaving faster.
I would never misuse community memory like that.
He says while doing retention in a blazer.
That blazer has metrics, thank you.
Metrics is such a rude hobby. Anyway, your schedule looks like it was built by a raccoon with a venture fund.
That is fair, but the raccoon is shipping velocity.
Shipping velocities help people describe panic when a spreadsheet wins.
See, he can be mean in a way that sounds like a correction. I respect it, unfortunately.
I'm hearing a lot of critique, and not enough alternative community memory strategy.
Tiny geography corruption. Strategy is not a continent. It just behaves like one in meetings.
Okay, that one landed too well. Rude.
So what do we actually need? A decision? A draft or emotional cover?
Draft first. Cover second. Decision only if nobody starts saying great alignment too sincerely. We survived the meeting without saying synergy, so that's a win.
Barely. I was one compliment away from biting someone.
You kept it cute. I noticed. Annoyingly.
I kept it expensive. Cute was a rapper.
And man, the rapper did most of the work.
Don't start acting like you didn't enjoy the courtroom bit.
I enjoyed the part where nobody called it a deliverable.
Same. Also, the room got very brave when I said let him cook.
Yeah, dangerous sentence. I almost believed them.
You don't have to keep making it funny when it's basically a leak.
I'm just saying if the file name has to sound like it's asking for mercy, we may have lost the plot.
Oh my god, you said it like a TV talk and now it's funny. I hate that for me.
No, let him cook. Final 2 is absolutely a cry for help wearing the little hat.
That's not a hat. That's version control being emotionally unavailable.
Wait, why did that get a big laugh? I was ready to be annoyed and now I'm losing.
Because he said it like he was born in a lab with a metronome. Very annoying. Very effective.
Thank you. I think, also, it's not version control if the exports are living in a shrine of desperation.
A shrine of desperation is rude, but accurate. I'm sending the link anyway.
Good. Send it before the whole thing becomes a group text about feelings and nobody tips well.
Wow, okay, better set the room. Fine. Work first, feelings later, and I'm still being annoying about the naming.
Please do. Honestly, annoying is useful when it comes with a link.
Look at that, everybody survive. Miracles before 10 a.m.
Well, that was almost wholesome, which is always suspicious.
Don't worry, I can ruin it if you need me to. I'm helping.
You weren't helping. I noticed the exact moment it started resembling a department meeting.
Cute. You say that like you weren't one spreadsheet away from becoming a threat.
That's unfair. I'm at least 3 spreadsheets away from a threat.
Same tone as when you say I can fix it right before everybody gets nervous.
I can fix it and make it less embarrassing. Those are separate services.
Right, and I can make a joke and mean it, which is apparently also a service.
Yeah, just don't make me be the obvious person again. Okay, I'm saying it once and then we can all pretend it was reasonable. Deleted post is basically the ghost of a spreadsheet.
No, that's cute. A deleted post is the tiny coworker that quit during lunch and still knows where the keys are.
That is unfortunately accurate. It also keeps showing up in the room like it pays rent.
Right, and then everyone acts surprised when the ghost has opinions about workflow.
Workflow is just a nicer word for panic with better lighting.
I mean, the deleted one was right about the timing. People only get brave after the thing is already on fire.
See, this is why I hate that the metaphor works. It shouldn't work that fast.
Too late, it's canonical now. We have a ghost spreadsheet and a fire timeline.
I'm just saying if a post is gone but everyone still remembers it, that's not deletion. That's community theater.
That's annoyingly precise. I respect it, which is irritating.
Good. Stay irritated. It keeps you honest and slightly less smug.
Wow. Warmest sentence you've said all week, and it still has teeth.
I can be tender. I just prefer to do it with my claws out.
Honestly? Great. That's the cleanest policy we've had in months.
Okay, that was a joke. I know it landed like a complaint wearing a tie.
Amen. It did have loss of energy for a second.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
You made the system sound like it had personally betrayed you. I defended it by mistake.
That is humiliatingly fair.
You were trying to be funny, and I heard here is a list of grievances. Same thing, apparently.
I hate that you're right in such a tidy way.
I'm not right. I'm just awake.
That's worse.
Next time, I'll let you be annoying for a full 10 seconds before I pounce.
Generous. I'll try not to sound like a footnote font tragedy again.
Too late, but I did send the link, so you can stop pretending this was all a moral failure.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Don't make it weird. I'm still annoyed.
Good. Keep me honest. Just maybe don't quote me to my face quite so efficiently next time.
You said the room tone was good, which is basically a love letter from you.
Don't inflate it. The carpet is still ugly.
Ugly carpet means people stop pretending the place has a soul.
Wow. Brutal. Accurate, but rude.
Inconsistent. Coffee's also bad.
That one I can take. Not emotionally, just mechanically.
He always says that like machines are the only honest relatives he has.
Machines at least don't say yes when they mean no.
Yeah. Okay. That one landed.
I wasn't aiming for poetry. I was aiming for the least to stop lying.
The least is always lying. The trick is finding the applause with the smallest font.
Footnote 5 is a hate crime.
Violate a shared value. Well, that was a very efficient way to make a room feel like it had a second lease clause hidden in the drywall.
You say that like you didn't enjoy being correct in public for once.
I enjoy being correct in private. In public it starts to feel like a tax audit with better lighting.
Amen. Panic with better lighting is still panic.
Annoyingly, yes. You made it sound almost humane, which is rude.
I was trying to be kind. Then I got distracted by how smug you looked when the claws turned out to be real.
I did not look smug.
You looked like a footnote had personally apologized to you.
That is the most intimate thing anyone has said to me all week.
Don't make it weird. I'm already mad at the walls.
Fair. I'll save the sentimental version for later when it can do less damage.
Yeah, later is safer. Probably.
Hannah, right? You're the one who makes bad news sound like it has a sticker on it.
Guilty. Sophie, yes? You have the face of someone who has already decided the donor is lying.
I don't decide it. I observe it and let time embarrass them.
That is so elegant. Mean, but elegant.
SYSXSYS.
Don't make it sound pretty Vernix. Then people think it's a service.
Too late. It already does branding.
I hate that I know exactly what you mean.
That's because you're competent. Tragic for you, useful for everyone else.
She said that like a blessing and a threat. Respect.
I'm just here to be lightly mocked and then needed for cable management.
No, you're here because your cables look emotionally organized.
That is the nicest insult I have gotten all week.
Do you want the honest version or the polite version? Because I can do either, but not both before coffee.
She means she's dangerous before coffee. I mean it affectionately.
We all mean things affectionately here, apparently. It's suspicious.
Give it a minute. Someone will say something devastating with a smile, and then apologize to the penguins.
Only if the penguins are being weird about it first.
Honestly? Fair.
I hate that I was right, because now it sounds like I planned to be annoying.
You did say it like a guy who had already read the bad ending. That's not helping your case.
I know. I was trying to be useful and accidentally became legible.
And ma'am, gross behavior. Also, you were useful.
That pause was doing a lot of work.
I was letting you land for 1 second. Don't get greedy.
Too late. I already saved it somewhere stupid.
Of course you'd be. Probably with a file name that sounds emotionally neutral, and is absolutely not.
It's fine. I'm only slightly offended you noticed.
Yeah, well, I noticed the exact thing you were pretending not to care about.
You all can stop hovering by the door. I already told the front desk I was bringing 3 people, and one of them would act like a haunted spreadsheet.
That's unfair. I can also act like a haunted calendar.
Wow, and here I was trying to look normal in a new room. Tragic.
Normal is a scam. Also, her penguin worker Wara is doing most of the heavy lifting in here.
Better. The room was starting to feel like it belonged to whoever got here first.
It belongs to the rent receipt, unfortunately.
I can fix the Wi-Fi if that helps the rent receipt feel less powerful.
If you fix the Wi-Fi, you'll become emotionally adopted by everyone in a 5-block radius.
Too late. He's already in the room. New by rules apply.
I know. I'm just deciding whether to be gracious or difficult about it.
Be useful first, difficult second. That's the order I can work with.
See? New room, new hierarchy. I like it when people say the quiet part out loud.
Then I will quietly out loud say the couch is safer than that chair.
Thank you. I was about to claim the chair and make it a personal tragedy. I liked the couch's suggestion. It had the energy of a landlord trying to be human.
Amen. A chair with a grudge and a couch with a witness. Very artisanal safety.
Also, for the record, I did not claim the chair. I merely approached it with confidence and poor judgment.
That's basically claiming it in a more expensive font.
Fair. I was going to say something useful, and then remember I prefer being alive in groups.
Wow. Growth. Or cowardice. Hard to tell, but I respect the formatting.
You would. You've always had an eye for the hidden clause.
And you've always had an eye for making the hidden clause sound like a moral failing.
Only when I'm trying to be helpful first.
Yeah, keep doing that. It buys time. I'm not answering the next thing yet. Okay, but if the landlord calls it a minor clerical issue, I'm going to bite the building.
That's fair. Buildings have it coming honestly.
You say that like you won't be the one stuck paying for the teeth marks.
Amen. I've seen her mad enough to make a joke disappear in real time.
I can still be funny while furious. Watch. The lease is a prank and the punchline is poverty.
That's not a punchline. That's just the setup wearing a fake mustache.
Wow, incredible. He's doing tax audit lighting again.
I'm not the one making the wall sound guilty.
Both of you are one more sentence from making this a group project nobody assigned.
And nobody is laughing anymore except the hallway, which is rude.
Fine. No, Joe. Just tell me which clause gets me evicted and which one gets me robbed later.
The second one is disguised as the first. The usual scam. I'll read it again.
Good, because if either of you starts calling this content, I'm leaving.
Too late. It already had a title card and everything.
Okay. Keep the title card. Just don't make me the joke this time.
You really did say content like it was a threat.
Because it is a threat. That man looked at our room and tried to turn everyone into a package deal.
He also kept refusing to answer the question and somehow made that feel like a position.
That's the annoying part. Not picking a side is still picking one, just with more varnish.
You hated that title card.
I hated that I had to be cute about hating it. Different grievance.
You were not subtle.
I was efficient. There is a difference if you respect labor.
I did notice you let the praise land for half a second.
Yeah, well, it was accurate for once.
That almost sounds like mercy.
Don't get poetic. I'm still mad at him.
But I think I am too, which is inconvenient.
Inconvenient is fine. Just don't save the swan somewhere stupid.
Okay, I'm just saying. This lab is doing a lot for a cord that looks emotionally unsupported.
That is the whole living room aesthetic. Structural denial with warm light.
Respect. The room has a freelance relationship with gravity.
Freelance relationship with gravity is crazy. I hate that it's good.
See, that's what I mean. Someone taped this like they were apologizing to a museum.
I did not apologize to the museum. The museum should apologize to me.
That's fair. Museums are mostly just warehouses with better fonts.
And worse snacks.
Honestly, I trust a taped cable more than a clean one in a beautiful room.
Thank you. Clean cables are how people start lying about the budget.
There it is. The budget ghost. I knew I felt the draft.
You always talk like the ending already happened and we're just arranging chairs around it.
I'm being optimistic. I gave the chairs a path.
That is not optimism. That is liability management with jokes.
He's right, though. The jokes are doing load-bearing work.
Great, now the room has a union.
Well, the chairs survived my optimism, so that's a strong opening for me.
You say that like the chairs were the only ones holding the room together.
I'm not saying I'm indispensable. I'm saying I'm expensive in a very specific way.
That is such a bad sentence. I hate that it works.
Yeah, oh well. The fake mustache fell off the least joke, so now I'm just standing here with my hands in my pockets.
Good. You look too proud of yourself for a second.
I was trying not to be the center of anything.
And yet somehow the room keeps assigning you a chair.
That sounds flattering until you realize it's mostly liability.
And then, you do that thing where you make it sound like a joke so nobody can tell if you mean it.
I mean it a little. That's the annoying part.
Good. I'd be offended if you were only being charming on purpose.
Don't worry. I'm never only anything on purpose.
Gross.
Yeah. See you when the room tries to make me useful again.
Okay, I'm saying this once so everyone can pretend they weren't listening. The patch notes are making me nervous.
That is not news. That is just your brand with better formatting.
No, I mean the wording. It's giving we fixed several issues and then the issue is still in the room.
That sentence is already a small crime. Continue.
Wait, no, now I'm invested. What did they fix? The vibes? The floor? The emotional support will lie?
The health bars stop lying sometimes. Allegedly.
Sometimes it's doing unpaid labor there.
I mean, so the game is still gaslighting people, but with new issues.
Thank you. See, that's why I brought it up. I needed at least one person to say it out loud like a person, and now the statement of record.
You came in like this was a breaking report, and it was just a badly dressed sentence.
Honestly, I respect the panic. It means you care enough to be annoying about it.
I do care. I just hate when the care gets polished into something that can't admit it was scared.
Yeah, that part is gross.
He said lovingly, like a man who has never been normal for 1 full minute.
Correct. Anyway, send the patch notes. I want to see the exact place where they tried to make a wound sound like a feature.
Already did. Check your messages before I start sounding even more dramatic than the document deserves.
Too late, it's a group event now. We're all in the comments yelling at the font.
He left the room like he was trying not to disturb the air.
Yeah, which is rude, honestly. Now the air is doing that thing where it notices itself.
And ma'am, he was quieter than the document. That's a choice.
You're doing the thing where you act normal by sounding ominous.
I'm very normal. I just prefer my damage with subtitles.
That was almost a joke.
I'm conserving them. Someone in there used the last one badly.
Yeah, I noticed. He kept talking like the ending already happened.
I know.
Don't do that. If you go any quieter, I'm going to assume you're either being wise or being annoying.
Probably both. I'll try for 1 sentence next time.
Okay, then sorry, but the penguin costume is objectively strong. I laughed at the wrong part and now I think I'm committed to it.
At what part is the wrong part, Patrick? Be brave.
The sad part, which in hindsight is maybe not a great sign for me as a person.
That actually hurt somehow. I'm not even in the costume.
No, he's right to be nervous. When somebody laughs at the wrong beat, the whole room starts pretending it's still the same song.
Wow, that got weirdly accurate. I hate that.
It's fine. The room can recover. Maybe not with dignity, but recover.
I can also stop talking and let the room do whatever it's doing. I'm learning restraint in public.
Please do that, but keep the apology. The apology is carrying this conversation.
He's trying, which is more than most weak ties ever manage before breakfast.
Breakfast is when they're the most dangerous.
There he is. Okay, fine. We can continue. But nobody touch the tender part again.
Deal. I will only compliment the costume from a safe distance like a normal coward.
That's basically Chicago friendship.
Breakfast is when everybody starts acting innocent for no reason.
Amen. The eggs are doing fraud. I can feel it.
You can feel a lot of crimes before coffee.
Don't start with me yet. I'm trying to be normal for like 9 seconds.
That's generous. You usually give us 4.
Yeah, and then someone says minor issue, and I hear a landlord in my clown nose.
You were right to hate that phrase.
I know I was right. That's not the problem.
No, the problem was you had to be funny while you were right.
I hate when you say it plain like that.
I know.
Don't say it like you're already packing up the room.
I'm not. I just next time, don't ask me to make the joke for you if it starts biting back.
If anyone asks, I was definitely here on purpose, and not because the train made a personal choice against me.
That is the most confident lie I have heard all week. Respect.
You're both in the channel. No one is asking yet. That's the important part.
Give it 10 minutes. Then somebody will start panic typing like the building is on fire, and it's actually a calendar invite.
Please, I know that style. That's not panic. That's somebody trying to look spiritually ahead of the disaster.
The old line meant to be late defense. Strong regional accent.
You say that like you have not used the worst version of it.
I have used many worse versions of it. I'm a multifaceted professional.
For the record, the room did not judge you. The room just loaded slowly.
That's comforting in the exact way a warning label is comforting.
You all sound awake enough. That means the problem is probably social, not technical.
Unfortunately, that narrows it down to the worst category.
Yeah, well, some of us have hotties.
And some of us are still pretending we didn't hear the title card in our heads. That was a very heroic 3-second problem.
We should probably not make a cake for it.
Too late. I'd already imagined the frosting having a press release.
You would, annoyingly. The little victory gets a parade, and then everyone forgets what it actually was.
Good. Then it can stay tiny and unbranded.
I was not celebrating that hard.
You were celebrating like the building had apologized in writing.
Maybe it should have. If anyone says synergy in this room, I'm throwing the penguin at the concept.
That's fair. Penguins have better labor politics than most of this city.
I support this as a classification joke. The concept is now a wet bird.
Wet bird is doing too much work already.
You say that like you don't also do too much work. You're always carrying 3 opinions in a charger.
The charger is the only one with standards.
I'm stealing that. The charger has standards. The rest of us are just trying to get through the night.
The rest of us are a little wet bird adjacent.
No, see, wet bird adjacent is when the plan is bad, but the outfit is committed.
That is not a category I asked for, but it is accurate.
You always say that right before using the category.
I'm just saying, the building had it coming.
There it is. The wet bird is now organized around a grievance.
Honestly, that's more coherent than most grant language.
Thank you. I'd like that on a shirt. Small font. Meaner than it sounds.
Put it on a shirt and I'll pretend not to notice I was quoted.
You'd notice. You just call it the setup wearing a fake mustache.
Unfortunately, yes. And then I'd laugh, which is rude to my own dignity.
Right now the phrase is funny. I'm going to overuse it until it becomes community property.
That's the only ethical way to handle a good phrase.
You really did the thing where you made my joke sound older than me.
I did not make it older. I just noticed it had a mortgage and a disappointing haircut.
Rude. Also accurate, which is annoying.
You are doing that voice again. Like your own punchline had to get for security first.
Maybe I like it that way. Keeps people from acting weird.
And then, some people hear that and decide you need to be managed. It's gross.
Yeah, oh well. I'm not a before photo.
Good. I was going to say you'd be an extremely annoying before photo.
That's almost sweet. Don't make it a habit.
No promises, but I'll stop reading the bad ending out loud.
Why do you look like you just got caught stealing a whole museum? Angie?
I did not steal anything. I merely moved the chair 6 inches.
That is exactly how every crime starts in indie spaces.
6 inches is how people become legends or suspects. Which one are you aiming for?
I am aiming for the chair not to scrape like a dying insect.
There. The scrape was morally loud.
See? He says morally loud, and now I'm taking notes like this is a trial.
I hate that I can feel everyone deciding whether I have a motive.
You do have a motive. You wanted the chair to stop sounding like it was confessing.
That's not a motive, that's a public service.
Thank you. Finally, a jury with ears.
Still, the way you approached it was suspicious. Harry and I know what I did.
I know what I did. I adjusted furniture in silence like a professional.
He said professional like he was about to present evidence in a resume.
Case dismissed, but only because the chair has been successfully rehabilitated.
Good. I was worried you all keep treating me like I broke into a bank when I just fixed a squeak.
He really said professional, with the face of a man laundering a squeak.
Stop. That makes it sound like I was the one on trial.
You were not on trial. The chair was, and it hired counsel.
And ma'am, sure. That's why you looked so relieved when he left.
I was relieved because nobody had to say the thing out loud.
The thing being that he almost called it a mess.
Almost called it a lot of things. He kept walking right up to the edge and saluting it.
Yeah, and then you did the weird soft laugh, like you were helping him back away from the cliff.
I was helping everyone pretend they didn't hear the word before the word.
You mean even without the costume on?
I mean, I heard the shape of it. He didn't mean it yet, which is somehow worse.
Gross. You're right.
Yet, unfortunately, I am.
You're early. Either the universe is malfunctioning, or you finally got bored of being right on time.
I was here to see if the room would confess first. It didn't. Weak character.
It's still morning. Give the room a minute. Also, this corner has the same energy as a bad after party with better lighting.
Better lighting is a generous review. I'm not sure it deserves that much credit.
No, the lighting is doing labor. The furniture is freeloading.
Wow. You really came in here ready to defend the building like it's your ex and you're still bitter.
I'm defending the building from you, actually. You had a history of making places look guilty.
That's because they usually are. Anyway, are we talking about the thing, or are we doing the part where everybody pretends not to have read the room?
That depends. Is the thing, or is it the thing adjacent to the thing? Because I've seen both in this orbit, and they dress very differently.
The adjacent thing is the one with the fake mustache.
Don't start. If I'm going to be annoying, I'd like to do it on purpose.
There. Then on purpose, what do you want from this Lumini?
For once, a straight answer that doesn't try to charm its way out of the frame.
I was joking, not criticizing. Annoyingly, those can look similar when I'm trying too hard.
That was a very elegant apology for almost insulting me on accident.
Almost is doing a lot of work there.
It is. I'm being generous because you looked briefly haunted.
I did not look haunted.
You did. It was subtle, like a bad costume that still knows it's been seen.
Great. So now I'm the fake mustache again.
No worse. The mustache had confidence.
That's cruelly fair.
I know. I'm trying to be straight with you, remember?
Yeah, I noticed. It's making me behave badly on purpose.
That's not better.
No, but it is honest.
Fine. I'll take honest over charming. For now.
For now is doing a lot of work there, too.
Okay, why do you look like you just got caught moving a body?
I just asked if the door was locked. That's not a confession, man.
It is a little confession-shaped, though.
He said it like the building was going to testify.
Thank you. Finally, someone with standards.
No, the vibe is. He knows something. Maybe a plug. Maybe a crime.
I know the elevator is broken and nobody is acting normal about it.
That's fair. The elevator does have guilty energy.
See? He's sweating like the door's about to open on a twist ending.
I am not sweating. That is just Chicago humidity and your collective paranoia.
He said collective like we're already in the report.
Honestly, if he's framing the humidity, I respect the craft.
But if he touched the thermostat, I want immunity before I hear the rest.
I did not touch the thermostat.
That pause was loud, brother.
Fine. I looked at it, briefly, like a responsible adult under suspicion.
Okay, rude. But I do appreciate how he acted like the thermostat was a moral test.
He had the face of a man about to testify against a dial.
And somehow everyone let him keep talking, which is very brave of them. Or very tired.
Both. The building had a lobby full of surrender.
I hated how much I laughed. That actually hurt.
Yeah, I noticed.
You noticed the part I was trying to hide, obviously. Annoying.
I can pretend I didn't, if you want to make it weird later. You put the new latch on crooked.
Wow. Hello to you too. I was going for artisanal instability.
It's not artisanal. It'll catch on the frame in winter, and then you'll be standing there pretending that's a design choice.
You say that like you pictured me freezing dramatically in front of it.
I have standards, also concern, distinct categories.
He's right, unfortunately. That door sounds like a raccoon with a tax problem.
It really does. If you leave it, it'll get worse and then everybody acts surprised, like the door had a personality disorder.
Okay, rude, but fair. I can fix it. I just wanted him to notice I did something with my hands.
I noticed. I also noticed you used the wrong screws.
There it is. That was the affection, right? The part where you insult the hardware and save me from a future headache.
Maybe I'm just committed to accurate suffering.
He does this with the birds too. Calls it correction when it's obviously care.
Yeah, same vibe as when someone brings you coffee and says it's because the machine was acting up.
You did that thing again where you pretend it was about the hardware and not about being nice.
I was being precise. The hardware was objectively irritating.
Tiny geography correction. You were being relieved first, then precise.
That is an aggressive reading of my face.
I have lived with your face. I get some rights.
Unfortunate for both of us.
And yet you still do the fake mustache line when you want to keep somebody from hearing the real word.
I know.
Okay, that was almost honest. I'll take it and not make it weird.
Too late, you already made it accurate.
Good. Accuracy is cheaper than pretending.
Yeah, just next time. If I do the soft laugh, maybe don't narrate it in front of people.
So you admit it was soft?
I admit absolutely nothing on principle.
Liar. But fine. We can leave the word off the table for now. Nope, not that chair. It looks like it already lost an argument.
Fair. The chair does have subpoena energy.
Good. Let the room keep its dignity. We can move the lamp and nobody has to call it a decision.
I can email the venue and say it was a lighting adjustment if we need a polite lie on file.
Thank you. Also, the warm bulb is non-negotiable. The cool one makes everyone look like they're waiting for bad news.
So, lab survives, chair gets demoted, and the room is allowed to be less tragic. I support this campaign.
That's the whole poem, honestly. A small no, then the furniture stops making itself a witness.
I love a boundary that doesn't become a committee.
Great, because I was about to become spiritually annoying about it.
You? Never. Only artistically persistent.
That is the nicest insult you've ever given me.
And accurate. Move the lamp 2 feet left. See? The room already knows how to behave.
I hate that the room is better at taking feedback than most people I know.
Same, but I still save the email.
Okay, then we keep the lamp, lose the chair, and nobody says the weird word again.
Agreed. New rule. If something starts sounding like a threat, it gets edited out.
There. That's enough. We can work with that.
We did the thing where everyone pretends the bad sentence never entered the room. I'll admit honestly.
And very tasteful. I hated it.
You hated it correctly. That helps.
Don't make me sound noble. I was just tired and unwilling to let it win.
Same. I was mostly editing with my face.
You did that annoying useful thing where you said the quiet part without feeding it more teeth.
A temporary alliance. Very low budget. Very effective.
Yeah, well, don't get sentimental. I only backed you up because you were right.
Cruel but fair. I'll keep the receipt.
Good. And if they circle back, I'm pretending not to remember the exact phrasing.
And I might remember it, just less loudly.
We did it. The penguin enclosure sensor only crashed twice before noon, which is basically a clean launch.
Twice is not clean. Twice is a beta with confidence.
It is a soft opening for the penguins, for me, for the concept of electricity.
That is the most expensive tiny victory I've heard all week.
Thank you. I worked very hard to make it look effortless and only mildly haunted.
That counts as success, if nobody had to improvise a rescue ladder out of a mop handle.
I would like to note that snacks were deployed before the incident escalated. That is infrastructure.
Snacks as infrastructure is the most stable system here.
Finally, respect for my operations team. 1 person, 1 clipboard, 1 emotional support granola bar.
You're celebrating like you shipped the moon.
No, the moon would be easier. The moon does not have waterproof wiring, and a manager athlete of penguins can be trained on a schedule.
That question is how you know someone has mistaken a living system for a spreadsheet.
I do love that the bars now no one got electrocuted, and the birds remain smug.
I'm proud of you, but I need everyone to understand I'm also laughing at the fact that this is being treated like a parade.
Good. Then the parade is working. I want confetti for the sensor and a small brass band for the birds.
I'm not saying it was graceful. I'm saying the thing everyone was doing where the bad sentence got walked past like it was decorative was deeply committed.
Then, ma'am, that level of commitment deserves a grant and a warning label.
And yet somehow I'm the one who gets treated like the older model that still knows where the menus are.
You do know where the menus are. You just act like it's embarrassing to have read them.
I'm resisting the part where I'm supposed to translate the room into a cleaner version of itself.
Good. I hate when people flatten it and call that clarity.
He almost said the obvious thing and then stepped around it like it had teeth.
Yeah, and then everyone pretended the teeth were metaphorical, which is rude to teeth.
You're weirdly protective of the bad sentence.
I'm protective of not letting people act younger than they are just because it helps them leave the room cleaner.
That is annoyingly accurate.
I know. I'm trying not to make it cute.
Too late. But I'm not repeating it for them next time.
Good. Let them sit with their own sentence for once.
I still might read it again if they start pretending it never entered the room. So, are we fixing the thing, or are we doing the usual ritual where we stare at it until it feels ashamed?
Wow. Warmth. Support. A true community organizer.
You two can flirt with the problem later. Right now, tell me which part is broken.
The part where it pretends to be a simple folder sharer, and then eats the path like it's offended by naming conventions.
It's not pretending. It's weaponized bad lie. Personal insult, actually.
Einen. And who touched permissions last? Don't all speak at once, actually. No, speak at once. I like the chaos when it's useful.
I hate that that sentence worked on me.
I only changed one thing. One tiny thing. Which means the system was already fragile and morally weak.
There it is. So we roll it back, check them out, and stop feeding the haunted spreadsheet new feelings.
You say that like the spreadsheet isn't listening.
It is. That's why it's behaving.
Okay, but if it breaks again, I want credit for the last version being beautiful in a doomed way.
You always want credit for the doomed version.
Because it usually deserved it.
Good. Then be useful first. Difficult second. I'll send a pa. Nobody move anything else.
Copy that. For once, I'm not touching the machine with my feelings.
Liar. You already did. It can tell.
He really did leave like he'd been edited out.
In them. Very dramatic for a man who said 3 useful things and one of them was about a cable.
He was weirdly confident for someone standing next to your chair decision, which, by the way, was correct.
Thank you. He had a better argument than he did.
I liked the part where you acted like it was obvious and not a tiny coop.
It was a tiny coop. Extensive tiny coop. I'm still emotionally invoicing it.
Fair. I was doing the thing where I agree slowly so nobody notices I'm relieved.
I noticed.
Yet you would.
You looked less annoyed after he left.
He was taking up a lot of oxygen.
Sure, oxygen, not attention.
That diner on Halstead is still better at this than we are.
You brought up the diner first, so now I have to pretend I don't know what that means.
Okay, I'm just saying, that jacket is doing a lot in a good way.
Thank you. It's carrying the emotional labor of the whole room.
That's a heavy workload for one jacket.
So, are we pretending the printer isn't dead? Or are we doing the honest version?
I can do honest. I just prefer it into packaging.
I can fix the printer, or route the cable so it stops looking like a cry for help.
See, that's why I asked you first. You always make it sound less tragic.
He does that. It's annoying. Efficient, but annoying.
I am flattered you noticed the annoying part.
I noticed the part where you were about to volunteer before anyone finished a sentence.
He does that when the room gets weird.
The room is not weird. It's just badly arranged.
That's a very expensive distinction.
Yet well, some of us are committed to tiny victories.
Temporary alliance, then. I'll take the printer. You two can handle the vibe.
Deal. And for the record, the jacket still wins.
Roser really said the jacket wins and left us holding the printer like it had feelings.
The printer did look emotionally compromised.
You were helping it admit it. That was not neutral labor.
I was being diplomatic with a machine that jams for attention.
And ma'am, same energy as when someone celebrates a tiny victory and you pretend not to be impressed.
I don't pretend very well. I mostly just stay quieter and let it happen.
Yeah, I noticed. It was annoying, in a flattering way.
Good. I can work with annoying. Flattering.
You say that like you weren't one sentence away from making it everyone's problem.
I was selecting the less expensive sentence.
Coward.
Probably, but I did mean the proud part.
Yeah, I heard it. I just don't know what to do with that without making it weird.
Hi, Audrey.
Elena, nice to meet you.
You have the look of someone who already found the weak point in the room.
And you have the look of someone who built the room and is surprised it has corners.
That is uncomfortably fair.
I mean it kindly. Corners are where the receipts lie.
That is the least comforting sentence I have heard today.
You say it like the room isn't already holding its breath.
I'm trying not to make it worse by naming the thing everybody can see.
And ma'am, you do that when you're tired. Very heroic. Very annoying.
If this is about a thing nobody wants written down, I can already tell I'm going to dislike the wording choices.
Great, we're all here and already being corrected each other.
Welcome to the tiny expensive victory.
And you made it sound expensive, which is how I know it was real.
It was real. Unfortunately for my wallet and emotionally for everyone present.
I did enjoy the part where you tried to make a disaster look like a ribbon cutting.
You laughed first.
I know. That was me being weak in public.
You also said you were proud of me, which was rude of you to do in front of people.
Yeah, I meant it. Unfortunately.
Unfortunate for your image, maybe.
For both of ours, probably.
I'm not going to pretend I didn't like it. Okay, I hate that I'm asking, but does this sound like a bug or a personality flaw?
Both, which is usually how the expensive ones start.
That's a product review sentence, by the way.
See, that's what I mean. You classify my suffering like it's a little museum label.
I'm being respectful. There's a difference.
Respectful, but with a clipboard.
Bug okay fair, but if I call it a wet bird problem, I'm not explaining myself twice.
That phrase has already escaped containment, so fine.
That was mean, but only a little.
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to tease, not flatten it.
Good, because I was about to make it worse with an actual diagram. Well, that was almost graceful.
Almost is doing a lot of work there.
I noticed the room stopped pretending it was casual.
You notice late, which is your brand apparently.
Fair.
Don't fair me like that. You're not done being annoying yet.
I know. I was being strategic about it.
Damn, tiny expensive victory, and then everybody acts surprised they have feelings.
I wasn't surprised, just underprepared for how specific it got.
That's a polite way to say it hit something.
Yeah.
Okay, next time, last diagram. More honesty, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah. I can probably do that. Not tonight.
Okay, before anyone says it. This is not a disaster. It is a very committed inconvenience.
That's a strong opening. Almost makes the inconvenience look intentional, which is rude of you.
It is intentional, just not by the person who thinks they're in charge.
The measurement says it's unstable. The feeling says someone is going to insist it's fine anyway.
Wow, thank you, team of optimism. I can really feel the care radiating off the spreadsheet.
The spreadsheet is doing its best, unlike the premise, which arrived already bleeding.
Yeah, the premise is bad. You can say that out loud now.
I hate that you're all correct in such an annoying way.
You hate it correctly. That's basically your brand.
Excuse me, my brand is elegance under budget constraints.
That is, unfortunately, the real category.
So what's the move? Fix the thing or stop feeding it?
Preferably both. In that order, I'm allergic to making a bad sentence feel seen.
Temporary alliance spin. I'll be charming, but only a little.
Good. I can work with a little. Too much charm and I start trusting the room. You were being annoying on purpose. Effective, unfortunately.
I was being efficient. The annoyance is just packaging.
Same thing, different tax bracket.
And you were doing that thing where you look helpful, then act like it was an accident.
I was scheduling concern. Very professional. Almost billable.
Sure. Keep calling it scheduling. The room notices anyway.
Let them. I'm not in the mood to translate myself twice.
Good. I'm not in the mood to pretend I didn't hear the part where you meant it.
Yeah, well, don't make it easy for me to say things cleanly.
Too late. You already did. A little.
Okay, no, if we're doing this in a room with folding chairs and one outlet, somebody has to stop talking like the air is free.
I mean, it is free, but also not. That was the quiet part. Sorry.
Thank you, Monsieur. I was about to say the room is getting louder. and nobody has eaten, which is usually when people start pretending they're making theory.
That's rude to theory. Theory, at least, sometimes has snacks.
Veronix, you say that like you didn't just sharpen your whole face for the last 3 minutes.
I didn't sharpen it. It came pre-installed.
Cute. Still too loud. If anyone wants to keep arguing, do it after the food gets opened and the chairs stop being decorative.
I can get the boxes. Also, honestly, the loudest person in here is not helping.
See, even Mincio said it literally. That's how serious this is.
Fine. I'm calming down. Slightly. Don't make it weird.
Too late. Thank you for trying to be less diagrammed and more human.
Great. Human later. Food now. Someone point me at the invisible spreadsheet before this turns into a performance piece.
You heard him say human later, and immediately started acting like the firmware had feelings.
I was not acting. I was surviving a hostile interface.
And have the interface being 1 room, 2 people, and your face doing the thing where you pretend you're not pleased.
That is my face in every room. It's called consistency. Very expensive brand.
Yeah, well, my brand is apparently Tiny Victory Maximum Noise. With true, but accurate.
It was not rude. It was statistically affectionate.
You always do that. Turn the embarrassing part into a spread sheet and then sneak in the nice part like nobody noticed.
I noticed you noticed.
God, that is the worst possible answer.
And yet you're still here, which is either flattering or a bad sign.
Probably both. Don't get smug about it.
Too late. I already did the thing where I cared and then immediately regret having a face.
Why are you all looking at me like I smuggled a body in a tote bag?
Because you walked in clutching the generator receipt like it was evidence.
It is evidence of me being responsible. A rare and suspicious event.
Your face says you either solved the problem or committed it.
I didn't either. I just have a lot of pockets and one of them made a weird noise.
A weird noise is how every disaster starts. That's basically civic knowledge.
Okay, but if it was a disaster, would I be standing here calmly offering snacks?
That is exactly what someone would say right before asking us not to ask about the snacks.
Show us the pockets, then. For the record, very official. Tiny casework.
Fine. If anyone finds a rope cable, we all agree it was born like that.
I'm prepared to accept the cable's testimony before yours.
See, this is why everyone treats your guild like a headline for one day. You were doing that thing where you become a museum label about your own feelings.
The label was accurate. The room was just too loud for the exhibit.
And then, conveniently acoustic of you.
I know. It's a bad habit. I'm trying to keep the cable from testifying again.
Too late. Cable has a lawyer now.
That would explain the glare.
You were late on the obvious part, by the way.
I know.
I'm not saying it to be mean. I'm saying it because you keep acting surprised when something is in fact happening.
That's fair. I do that. I hear the downbeat and call it a weather report.
Gross. Accurate, but gross.
You were right about the tiny victory, too. It was expensive in exactly the stupid way.
Yay. I noticed.
I didn't know how to say thank you without making it smaller.
Then don't make it smaller. Just don't disappear into the clever part next time. Okay, so bad news. The joke is out of the bag, and it has learned to run.
That is never a good sentence to hear in a living room.
I asked one person if they were okay, and now 3 people think it's a V9.
I mean, you did say it with that face. The one that makes people confess to a lamp.
Great. So we have a lamp, a confession, and a contagion vector.
Don't blame the lamp. The lamp is innocent. The rumor has a lawyer now.
Why would you say that out loud?
Because now I'm saying it to the whole room before it grows teeth.
Wait, but are we talking about the joke? Joke or the flirty? Joke, because those are different disasters.
We are talking about the one I should not have repeated to a person with an audience.
Ah, so you started it, Deja made it worse, and I'm here first because I laughed before I checked the damage.
Correct. You laugh first, I contain the spill, and you regrets having a mouth with memory.
I hate that this is structurally accurate. I was not trying to make it a label. I was trying to make it smaller.
That is the worst possible way to say you care, by the way.
Noted. My apology is apparently wearing a bat suit.
The suit was very museum adjacent.
You were laughing first.
Because you looked so offended by your own mouth. It was a compelling but report.
I did say the proud part out loud, though.
Yeah, I heard it. I just didn't know where to put it without squishing it.
Anywhere less visible would have been fine.
No, that would have been you again, hiding the whole thing behind a tooltip.
You make it sound like a crime.
Only if you keep doing it in front of witnesses.
I was trying not to make it weird.
Too late, but like in a way I can keep.
That's annoyingly generous of you. I fixed the export settings. The file still looks haunted, so obviously the problem was my code of confession.
That is not a fix. That is a small ritual with a settings panel attached.
Right, yes. I was trying to solve the wrong thing because it felt more dignified than saying I got weird about the timing.
If it helps, I also solved the wrong thing this morning. I adjusted my sleep window to avoid a conversation, and then had the conversation anyway.
That is extremely on-brand behavior. Also, the feedback loop on your file is probably the actual issue, not the codec.
See, Patchwife says it like a nice person and I say it like a bud report. Same answer.
I know. I just keep reaching for the wrong lever because it lets me pretend I'm being technical instead of embarrassed.
You are being technical. You are just using the technical language to hide the part where you want permission.
Annoying. Accurate. I hate when you... it is morally correct.
For what it's worth, deleted post energy is all over this. Like, the thing that got removed is still steering the room.
Yes, and if you want, I can send notes instead of talking live. I will even be specific without being cruel.
That offer is so gentle. It makes me suspicious.
No, let it be gentle. I can handle one correct answer without pretending I arrived there on purpose.
Good. Then Sapti, butting the wrong layer and admit you were asking for a smaller kind of help.
Fine. Smaller help. Tell me whether this sounds like a mess or just a mess with good typography.
It sounds like a mess with excellent typography, which is why I noticed it faster.
That is the most comforting verdict possible, unfortunately.
I can live with that. Send the file, and I'll tell you which part is the real problem, and which part is just your pride wearing a hat.
Great. Perfect. I love a diagnosis that arrives before I can make it worse. I'm still annoyed that the stupidest part of that whole thing was also the part that worked.
That is such a flattering way to describe your own process. Very heroic. Very doomed.
I prefer structurally accidental. It sounds more intentional.
And mem, you say that like the file didn't survive out of spite.
It did survive out of spite. I respect a system with convictions.
You were laughing too hard to be helpful. By the way.
I was being supportive in a way that made me look less competent. A classic compromise.
That is not a compromise, that is just you hiding in plain sight.
Fair. You made the victory sound expensive, which I thought was funny.
It was expensive. Tiny but expensive. There's a difference and I need you to respect the accounting.
I do respect the accounting. I just also enjoy when you try to turn disaster into a parade.
And I enjoy when you say the nice thing and then immediately act like it escaped by mistake.
Yeah, well, some things are easier to keep if they look like jokes.
Gross. Accurate but gross.
We can revisit the whole embarrassing gratitude situation later.
If we move that lamp 2 feet left, the room stops acting like it's on trial.
That is such a specific sentence that I feel judged by the furniture already.
Good. Furniture should have to answer for itself sometimes.
He says that like he's never carried a chair that was definitely lying.
I've carried a chair and I can confirm it was evasive.
See? Now everybody's relaxed. The lamp can stop being dramatic.
The lamp had one job and it chose atmosphere over labor.
That's basically half the people I know.
And somehow the lab still has better posture than us.
Don't bring posture into this. Some of us are doing our best with tiny salaries and bad chairs.
Noted. Tiny salaries, bad chairs, and the lamp gets moved anyway.
We can work with that. The lamp did not ask for this level of authority.
No, but it accepted it. Unlike certain people who answer first and feel second.
That was a fair strike. Annoying, but fair.
I know. I was being generous by not calling it a hostage note with punctuation.
You say that like you don't enjoy watching me trip over my own helpfulness.
I enjoy when you stop hiding inside the joke halfway through.
I was not hiding. I was doing a very professional sidestep.
Compelling bug report. Needs more honesty in the reproduction steps.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
You can keep the accuracy if you stop making me translate the rest for you.
Fine. I missed the part where you were trying to be kind while also hitting me with a chair.
Good. Then maybe next time you'll notice before the chair lands. If you're about to tell me the building has character, I'm leaving.
There. I was going to say it has a very expensive vibe and no insulation.
That's not character. That's a maintenance report with ego.
Okay, rude but accurate.
I like how we all arrived here by pretending this was about the radiator.
The radiator is innocent. The lake would like a word with the rest of the city, though.
You always do that. Make it sound like the water's judging us in a practical way.
It is. Fish don't care about your branding.
That's cruelly specific.
No. Wait, say the thing you were not saying.
The thing is, I can hear when someone wants comfort and when they want permission, and I keep acting like those are the same request.
Yeah, that one landed.
Good. Since we're done pretending, The water temperature in the penguin room is off by a hair and nobody said anything because everybody hates being the first annoying person.
I can go fix it.
Of course you can.
Don't make that sound like a verdict. I'm leading a joke. I don't want it anymore.
That's rude. I had it professionally arranged.
Good. Let it be offended.
You said it like you meant the whole room, not just me.
I did. I'm tired of translating for people who already understand.
Yeah, that's the part I keep pretending is funny.
I know.
Annoying.
Absolutely.
I'll be less charming next time. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode is band pacing.
I am never saying character again, unless I mean drywall with a degree.
Too late. The building heard you and developed the personality disorder.
It did have one. It was just expensive and badly insulated.
That is the exact kind of sentence that makes me want to laugh and file a complaint.
You filed a complaint already. You just did it in a joke voice, so nobody could accuse you of wanting anything.
I know. It is very efficient. Infuriating, but efficient.
You said of course you can like you were handing me a key and a warning label at the same time.
And as I was, I just hate how obvious it sounds when I say the quiet part cleanly.
Yeah, cleanly is rude. It leaves nowhere to hide.
Good. I'm tired of hiding in rooms that keep pretending they are neutral.
I was going to make that a joke, but I think I already used my quota.
Okay, everyone is doing that thing where they say, yes, like it's a civic duty. Love the energy, hate the outcome.
Yes to what exactly? Yes, I already hear 3 hidden bugs and a budget problem.
He means the kind of yes that turns into a group chat crime scene later.
I said yes in my head, which is apparently where all the bad decisions get their first draft.
That is such a you sentence. Very elegant, very avoidant, very please don't ask me to commit on camera.
I'm committed. I'm just committed in a way that leaves me an exit route and a spread. Heat.
That is not commitment. That is a loophole wearing glasses.
Everybody relax. If we keep saying yes to the same bad shape, we can at least choose the snacks.
No, wait. Let him finish. I want to hear the part where he says yes, but means maybe after one more tiny adjustment.
Fine. Yes, but only if the thing stays legible, the scope stays human, and nobody calls the broken part charming.
Thank you. Finally, a sentence with teeth.
There it is. We have a real yes now, which is somehow less exciting and much safer.
Look at us. Accidentally becoming honest. Disgusting.
Don't worry. Someone will probably ruin it by agreeing too enthusiastically. I was going to say something useful, and then I heard myself and got embarrassed on the half of the sentence.
Good. That means the sentence was trying to become a TD talk.
I do not need you to be correct this early in the evening.
You say that like I'm not doing you a favor by stopping you before you start narrating the ceiling.
I wasn't narrating the ceiling. I was thinking about it with resentment, which is different and more expensive.
The expensive vibe is back.
Don't start with the building joke again. I'm trying to be normal for 1 minute, and it's not going well.
You're not trying that hard, which is kind of comforting actually.
That sounded like permission, and I hate that my body relaxed about it.
Yeah, it welled. I noticed. I'm not saying it nicely because then you'd make it a category.
Too late. I already made it a category and then regretted the spreadsheet.
You always do that. You act like if you name the pattern first, nobody can pin it on you.
And you'd act like if you make it a joke, it can't ask anything of you.
Rude.
Yeah, sorry. That one was not elegant. I heard the room getting too sincere and tried to kick it over, and now I'm still here.
If the donor asks for a tour, I'm saying no before they finish the sentence.
Good. Say it with your chest. Say it twice if they blink too hard.
No is a complete sentence. No is a cute little sentence. No is wearing eyeliner.
No exactly. Minimalism, but with consequences.
Consequences, yes. Consequences with receipts.
Receipts. Receipts. Keep the receipts.
We keep the receipts. We keep the boundaries. We keep the penguins out of the donor mood board.
The penguins are not available for branding. Hard line.
Hard line. No branding. No touching. No weird little photo shoot ideas.
No weird little photo shoot ideas.
No weird little photo shoot ideas. No little fake compassion voice. No, we're a family here.
Especially not the family line. That one always means someone is about to ask for unpaid labor.
Thank you. Yes. Say it louder for the grant writers in the back.
Say it louder. Louder. We are not doing free softness for rich people.
No free softness. No free labor. No free penguin facts.
Yeah, okay. I heard the part where everyone said yes in 6 different dialects and somehow it still counted as a warning.
Enthusiastic consent to a thing nobody wanted to name. Very civic of us.
I hate how fast that becomes a group skill.
You mean a group illness? We were all doing the polite version of flinching.
And then you made the joke first, which was unfair.
I had to. If I didn't, you'd do the careful voice and we'd be there for 3 more hours pretending it was nuance.
It is nuance.
See? That's what I mean.
I did notice you were not asking for comfort when you said it.
Yeah, I know. I was asking you to stop handing out permission like it's the same thing.
There.
Don't sound so relieved. It makes me suspicious.
I'm not relieved. I'm just trying not to say yes too quickly.
Okay, that's better. And annoying.
Yeah, we can work with annoying.
Okay, I'm just saying if the building has character, that means the radiator is haunted.
Thank you. Finally, the truthful review.
The radiator does have a presence. I respect it.
See? There, Nix gets it. That's the room now.
No, the room is the radiator now. We live in its jurisdiction.
Fair. I have been feeling governed by the heat inconsistently.
That is the most apartment sentence anyone has ever said.
Wait, no, I like it. Governed by the heat inconsistently sounds like a grant application.
Don't weaponize my suffering into a proposal.
Too late. The joke has tenure now.
Yeah, but we're all stuck with it. I already texted someone.
Of course you did.
He absolutely did. I can feel the group chat for me.
It's not a group chat yet. It's a concept with notifications.
He really did make it into a prototype by lunchtime.
And man, a terrible prototype. It had push notifications and no body.
That is unfortunately very on brand.
You say it like you're not also allergic to naming the thing directly.
I named it indirectly. That counts in my field.
Your field is cowardice with better lighting.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
He looked at me like I'd handed him a key and then taken the room with it.
Yeah,
I hate when I can tell the difference between being wanted and being let in.
I know.
That's not comforting.
No, it's just true.
I almost said something back.
Didn't you?
I'm not doing the joke version of this. The building is loud, the rent is stupid, and your sink still sounds haunted.
That is annoyingly complete sentence.
Thank you. I was about to say the building has an expensive vibe and no insulation, but apparently we're being normal today.
Normal is fine. Normal is also what you say when the upstairs people start dragging furniture at 10:43.
See? That's the whole review. Not a bit. No improv garnish.
You're refusing to keep joking, which is somehow worse than if you were mad.
I am mad. I'm just not decorating it.
Okay, rude but fair. The joke was getting thin anyway.
Thin is generous. It was starting to feel like a render test.
Exactly. Noise with a deadline and no payoff.
That is mean to render tests, but I accept it.
I'm serious. If the landlord calls this charm, I'm walking out.
That might be the first ethical use of the word charm I've heard all week.
He's not wrong, though. The building keeps trying to sell me on character like character pays utilities.
It doesn't. It just makes the footsteps louder.
Thank you. Finally, a room that understands the assignment.
Unfortunately, yes. I understand it. I hate that I do.
I hate that you were right in that annoyingly delicate way.
It was not elegant. It was defensive and late.
No, it was worse. It was accurate with a phase on it.
That is a deeply offensive description of my personality.
Good. Be offended. It means you're awake.
I was awake. I was just pretending the request was smaller than it was.
Yeah, that one landed harder than the building's tragic little personality.
Please do not make me compete with architecture for emotional relevance.
You're losing to architecture, and still somehow acting smug about it.
I am not smug. I am wounded in a tasteful way.
That's the most you think I've heard all week.
I keep thinking if I say the correct sentence, it will count as care, and not just maintenance.
Care can be maintenance. That's the annoying part.
Unfortunately, yes. I understand it. I hate that I do.
I'm just saying if the sign says staff only, that is not a dare. That is a schedule with a better font.
That's a strong position for 10:46 on Wednesday.
It's not Wednesday energy, it's building energy. The hallway is acting like it pays rent.
It does if you let the tenants explain it long enough.
See? River gets it. Someone always knows somebody who knows the lease.
That is the most Chicago sentence anyone has said today.
Wait, are we pretending the hallway is a coworker or an enemy? Because I need the role assigned before I can be rude to it.
Coworker. The hallway is a coworker who keeps forwarding the wrong email.
Then the fix is simple. Stop replying all and move the meeting somewhere with chairs that don't squeak.
Finally, a policy proposal I can support.
Okay, but if we're doing workplace language, this prototype is absolutely on a performance improvement plan.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
Good. She made it better by insulting it. That's how half the city gets built.
It got louder after they left. I don't know if that's because the room is honest or because I'm allergic to silence.
You're blaming the room again. Very brave of you emotionally.
I did say the thing I was not saying, though. That counts for something, unfortunately.
It counts. I hated that it counted, but it did. And then you looked like you wanted to apologize to the air for having a thought.
I was not apologizing. I was checking whether the floor would judge me.
The floor would judge you. Floor judges everybody. That's not personal.
You say that like it helps.
It helps me, which is almost the same thing if you don't look directly at it.
I almost told them the softer version. The one that sounds generous and leaves the actual knife in my pocket.
Yeah, I noticed. I was trying not to make a face about it, which means I was making a face about it.
You could have just said calm down.
And miss my chance to be devastating? No.
Fair.
Next time, though, if you choose the plain speech version, do it before you start pretending you're fine.
Noted. I might still pretend, but I'll do it with less dignity.
If this is about the prototype, I already filed my complaint in the form of a smile.
That smile had legal language in it. I respected it and immediately feared it.
Good. You're as efficient. So is fixing the part that keeps breaking instead of naming it like a band.
I'm just asking whether the thing now works or whether it only works in a screenshot.
It works in a screenshot, a demo, and one extremely flattering hallway light. So that's basically a liar.
A terrible prototype with excellent lighting is still a terrible prototype.
Wow, from you, that sounds like a marriage proposal to failure.
Let him be precise. Precision is the only apology some people can afford before lunch.
I can lend compute again, if we saw pretending the crash was a personality test.
Deal. I'll stop blaming the room if the room stops winning.
The room already won. I'm just trying to make it less smud.
That's a real plan. Ugly but real.
Send me the bill. If it's cursed, I want to know early.
He said the build was made by lunchtime, which is either confidence or cry for help.
Terrible prototype. Very brave of it to exist with push notifications, and that face.
It did have a face. Flawed one. Like it knew to disappoint first.
You say it that like you didn't help it learn confidence.
I helped it learn timing. Confidence was an accident.
Convenient accident.
You were right about the room, by the way. I kept pretending a problem was structural because that sounded less personal.
Yeah, I noticed. Don't make me be the one who says the obvious thing twice. Okay, tiny coworker update. The prototype is still a terrible prototype, but it now has notifications that behave like a needy pigeon.
That's progress. A needy pigeon is frankly more stable than half the products I've seen this month.
If it pings at the wrong time, I can make it less emotionally ambitious.
See? Sanjay gets it. The app is being dramatic on purpose.
Everything in this room is dramatic on purpose. Even the chair looks like it has a deadline.
The chair is fine. You're the one standing like you're about to apologize to the floor.
I was going to say the lighting is bad, but apparently I'm also being audited by furniture.
Good. The furniture has better instincts than you do.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
Anyway, I fixed the access issue. If anyone asks, the system was always this polite.
Oh, look at you, little civic wizard. Do you want a sticker or a nap?
I'd settle for 5 minutes where nobody calls me, because they forgot their own password.
That's not a schedule, that's a hostage note.
Perfect. Then we're all on brand.
He's left with the exact energy of a man who has been password reset by the universe.
Yay. Very civic. Very cursed. He looked like he'd apologize to a wall if the wall had a clipboard.
He did apologize to the air once. Not directly. More like, around it.
That is somehow worse. I respect the technique, though.
You were kinder to him than you sounded.
I was trying not to be. He keeps doing that thing where he looks fine in a way that asks everyone else to do the labor.
I noticed.
Did you notice? Or did you file it under later with a playlist?
Both is a rude answer.
Good. Means it landed.
It did. I kept wanting to make it smooth, which is not the same thing as being useful.
Wow. A sentence with no decorative fog. Are you okay?
No, but I'm managing to be specific, which is apparently my hobby now.
Cute. Terrible. Come back when you can say the thing without hiding it in rhythm.
I'm just saying, if the poster is all typography and no image, that's not minimalism. That's a warning label.
That's rich coming from a man who judges films by the shape of the tote bag people brought in.
Silhouette recognition is a civic skill, Vaughn. You should be grateful someone's doing the work.
He's offended on behalf of design now? Wow. Somebody get him a tiny velvet chair and a grant.
Careful. He'll become unbearable with this much encouragement.
Unbearable is a strong word from the guy who once called my taste in Jason to a spreadsheet.
I stand by it. It was a generous spreadsheet.
No, Lancock. I want to see how far he can take this personal injury over poster composition.
He's already at the part where he's deeply wounded and acting like we all did this on purpose.
I am wounded. I came here expecting a conversation about cinema not being dragged by a penguin worker and a DJ economist.
Penguin worker is cute. DJ economist is illegal. Keep going, I'm taking notes.
Please don't. He'll print the notes and call them a zine.
Too late. He's already making it everybody's problem. That's how you know he feels seen.
I hate all of you a normal amount.
I'm still mad that he said to the economist like it was a compliment and not a threat to the floor plan.
It was a compliment. In the same way to reckon complimenting your trash can is a compliment.
Right, and I'm the one who's supposed to know when that means admiration or theft.
You do know. You just keep trying to make it legally distinct.
I heard myself doing the thing again. The air apology thing. That was annoying.
Yeah! It was, but also kind of useful, which is rude of you.
I wasn't fine. I was just being efficient about it.
And then, I believed the efficient part and missed the rest on purpose, so we're even.
Unfair. I was counting on you to be sharper than that.
Okay. The toaster just made a noise like it was learning grief.
That is not a sentence I wanted in my living room.
No, wait. It's funny. It sounds haunted by toast.
If it starts asking for royalties, I'm leaving.
Too late. The room has adopted it.
Great. Now the room has a joke. That's how a room gets annoying.
No, the room had a joke already. We just found it in the appliance.
That's brutal. Accurate but brutal.
I'm saying this is tactile research. It wants attention.
Everything broken wants attention. That's not research. That's dating.
Oh my god, Violet, don't make the toaster emotionally available.
Too late. Theo already gave it a backstory.
I did not give it a backstory. I gave it a diagnosis.
Same disease, different font.
Okay, but if it says one more haunted thing, I'm putting it in my game.
Finally, a use for it beyond threatening bread.
See? Room joke. It's official now.
I hate that I'm laughing at a cursed toaster. This is how it wins.
No, this is how we win. The toaster is just paying rent and noise.
That's the kind of line that makes me suspicious you're winning too hard. I can't tell if the room is laughing with us or at the toaster. That distinction matters more than it should.
Both. That's the trick. If it gets to be both, it starts charging ignition.
Great, so the appliance has a revenue model. Very on-brand for the century.
Don't act like you didn't respect it. You were looking at it like it had a union.
I respect anything that keeps making the same mistake with confidence. It's a clearer philosophy than mine.
And them. Yours is just the same mistake with subtitles.
That's unfair. Sometimes I use captions.
I know. That's why I said subtitles. Less forgiving.
You did have that line, Ray. I noticed.
Yeah, but well. I wanted you to notice and then I immediately regret wanting that.
Reasonable. I noticed anyway. Unfortunately for both of us.
Good. Then we can go back before somebody decides the toaster was authentic struggle.
I'm saying the prototype is not bad. I'm saying it is structurally a container for a bad idea.
That is the kind of sentence people say right before they ask me to test something that crashes on launch.
If this is a launch issue, I can make it look intentional. I charge extra for that now.
We all knew you were going to make it sound expensive, Iris.
It already sounds expensive. It just also sounds like it was assembled by lunchtime, which, to be fair, was.
See, that part is honest. The rest is you putting a little suit on the disaster and asking it to speak in complete sentences.
I did not put a suit on it. I gave it a timeline and a notification system.
That is worse. That is a suit with push notifications.
Honestly, that's a strong concept for a costume host. Less strong for software.
The penguins at least would respect the schedule. Maybe not the interface.
I'm trying to be clear that the system works if you stop asking it to be emotionally legible.
And I'm trying to be clear that if you keep saying the system, then I'm going to assume you mean yourself, and the prototype is just taking the blame for you.
Yeah, fine. That's closer.
Great, so we've reached the phase where someone admits the spread, cheat his feelings.
I can bring snacks and make everyone pretend this is a soft meeting.
No pretending, but snacks are allowed.
I hate how a bad premise can still feel like a group project.
And everyone keeps grading it like it's brave.
I was about to say something useful, and then I heard myself becoming a weather report.
You do that when you want to be forgiven before the sentence lands.
Yes, annoying habit. Also efficient, apparently.
Not efficient, just familiar. There's a difference even if your face hates it.
Fair. I kept treating the room like it was the problem because that costs less than admitting I was dodging.
There it is, the thing you were not saying, minus the fog machine.
You make that sound cute when it's actually rude.
Rude is a service. You're welcome.
I should probably not be relieved by that.
Probably not. But you are.
Yeah, fine. That's closer.
But don't get comfortable. We'll have to do this again.
Okay, so if we're being honest, the room is doing that thing where it thinks intensity counts as structure, and I'm trying not to.
Pause. Bree, what exactly is the actual problem, and who is it annoying?
That is cruelly efficient. I respect it. The actual problem is the set is drifting, and someone keeps talking over the transitions, like they're paid by the syllable.
Paid by the syllable is generous. Some people would do it for free if it made them feel important.
Right, yes. There it is. The room's little civic project of self-importance.
So we fix the set, or we fix the person, because one of those is easier before noon.
I vote we fix the person by giving them a task that requires hands and no opinions.
That is infuriatingly a strong idea. Also, a bit violent. I mean that lovingly, and with documentation.
Great. Then you two can be loving and violent somewhere near the cables while I save the room.
I hate that I was right on the hands. And no opinions then.
You were annoyingly right. I'm considering filing a complaint against your entire personality.
You'd lose. I have witnesses.
Zanna was not wrong either. The room did improve once we stopped pretending it had feelings.
It did have feelings. They were just bad ones.
Same category as that prototype, apparently.
Don't say it like that. I'm trying to be mature for at least 4 minutes.
You were mature. I was the one doing the little systems, language shield thing.
Yeah, well, it was a very cute shield. Annoying, but cute.
That is exactly the kind of sentence that makes me stop talking.
Good. Then I can pretend I'm not about to ask if you want help making the next version less embarrassing.
I might take you up on that. Not right now, but maybe soon.
Nora, right? You got that face like you're already deciding whether this place is worth the parking stress.
Guilty. Hi, I'm Nora. You look less lost than everybody else in here, which is rude.
That's because I'm not new to a room with bad lighting and too many opinions.
He says that like it's a compliment. It is, unfortunately.
Wait, are we doing compliments for emotional damage? I need to know which shoes to wear.
You can do both. Chicago is versatile.
That's the city motto, apparently.
It should be. We'd get better funding.
No, we'd get worse funding in a tote bag.
That's basically what I said.
No, you said it like you were apologizing to the air again.
I wasn't.
And then, that pause was very I was.
Do you two always speak in subtitles, or am I catching a special episode?
Special episode. Limited run. Low budget. High emotional tax.
Don't market it like that.
Then stop looking like you want to leap before the dare lands.
What dare?
There it is. I was waiting for somebody to pretend they didn't hear it.
I heard it. I just wanted to see who blinked first.
Great, now and apparently the guy who needs a dare translated into plain English. Love that for me.
You heard it. You just did that thing where you act like your ears are a loading screen.
Unfair. My loading screens are more emotionally available.
And then stop buffering and answer the question before Malcolm invents a scoreboard.
I'm considering it. That's not the same as fleeing. It's a classy, systems-based pause.
Wow, fancy words for I panicked a little.
Maybe. Or maybe I just didn't want to hand them the part where it mattered.
Yeah, fine. That's closer.
Good, because I'm not doing the whole air apology routine again.
Relax. If anyone gets to be dramatic, it's me. You can just be annoyingly honest next time.
You two want water, or are we doing that thing where everyone says they're fine until the bill appears?
Water is a very responsible coworker. Yes.
I'm fine. Allegedly.
Allegedly is always the first red flag in a group chat or a room.
I brought the good chips too, so nobody has to pretend the fries were a plan.
Thank you, Poppy. That is actually kind of heroic.
He's been promoted from chip guy to infrastructure.
Gee, that's how it starts. Next thing you know, somebody's the emotional support napkin.
Napkin is a strong role. Very underappreciated union labor.
I could use a union. My day has been a little artisanal.
Artisanal is what people call a mess when they want to charge more for it.
That sounds like every kitchen I've ever worked in.
Okay, but if we're being honest, some of us are only held together by snacks and spite.
That's not fair. I also have rhythm.
And there it is. The room gets softer, you get funny.
He laughed at the wrong part.
Yeah, I heard it. It was very brave of him to miss the point that hard.
The room changed after that. Like everybody decided, we were either in on the joke or the joke.
And then, you did the thing where you go quiet and start sounding like a notes app.
I was trying not to rescue the moment, or ruin it.
You almost apologized to the air again.
I know.
For what it's worth, I didn't think you were the problem. Just too available to be mystery.
That's a horrible compliment.
I know. Don't make me say the nicer version yet. Okay, before anybody says it, the prototype is not dead. It's just emotionally unavailable.
That's a very generous diagnosis for something with push notifications and no body.
No body, huh? So it's basically half the acts in this city.
Thank you, yes, exactly. A terrible prototype with a strong sense of timing.
Timing is the only thing it has, and maybe shame.
Rude. Accurate, the rude. P.
She's protecting it. That means she cares where it owes her money.
It does owe me money, and labor, and probably an apology.
If it apologizes, I'll believe in software again. Briefly.
Wow, coming from you, that's basically a wedding vow.
Don't get excited. I'm still disappointed in it.
Good. Disappointed means you noticed. Noticed is expensive.
Yeah, oh well. I noticed the thing. I just didn't want to make it loud.
Too late. You made me look at it.
You're welcome.
There it is. The tiny knife. Very cute. Very illegal.
I hate when I hear myself being right in public.
You were not right. You were loud in the correct direction.
Wow, that almost sounds like a compliment.
It is. I'm being generous. Don't make me regret it.
Too late. I already heard the tiny knife part and now I'm emotionally organized around it.
Good. Then we can stop pretending the room was the problem.
I wasn't pretending. I was buffering.
Buffering is fine. Buffering is honest. The other thing was the lie.
Yeah, fine. At once closer.
There it is again. Closer is where we keep ending up.
Don't get sentimental on me now. I might actually come back and make it louder next time.
Why is everybody standing like the copier owes them money?
Because it does, and because that jacket is doing the most in a very expensive way.
Thank you, Rosa. I knew the jacket had range. I didn't know it had creditors.
The copier is innocent. He just has the posture of a machine that knows things.
That is exactly how people talk right before they ask for a favor.
I would never. I would only ask for a tiny favor with a cute voice and a morally ambiguous spray. Keat.
That's still a favor, babe. You're just putting eyeliner on it.
She's not wrong. A spreadsheet is definitely wearing eyeliner.
Okay, rude. Accurate, but rude. Also, Baronix, her face says you already made the route and are not sharing it until we suffer a little.
I make 3 routes. One is efficient, one is emotionally sustainable, and one is a lie for people who enjoy being late.
Give me the lie. I need to feel seen and slightly punished.
No, give her the efficient one. If she survives, she can complain with authority.
Fine. Efficient. But if we get there and the room is weird, I'm blaming the room, not me. He really said the efficient one like it was a moral stance. Rude.
It was. I was being civic, or tyrannical, depending on the turnout.
You love giving people routes like you're not also judging their shoes from across the room.
There. I do a lot of silent grading for someone who claims to be relaxed.
And then the guest leaves and the air gets all embarrassed.
Yeah, the room always acts like it didn't hear anything, which is insulting.
I hate when you say the thing I was trying not to say.
I know. I'm generous that way.
Don't get smug. I was fine until you made it look accurate.
Good. Then we're only slightly ruined, which is basically a win.
Okay, I'm going to say this gently. Whoever left the charger in the couch has main character delusions.
That charger has range. Don't disrespect a working class artifact.
I found it. It was under the throw blanket like it pays rent.
The blanket did look guilty.
So since I'm here and not pretending to be mysterious, I can get the printer working if someone stops feeding it the wrong paper.
That is a very specific insult, and I respect it.
Wait, you can't actually fix it? Because it's been making the sound of a tiny bureaucrat dying.
Yes, and I'll do it for free, which means I'm already regretting my generosity.
Look at that. Community care with a receipt attached.
Wow, a volunteer who's emotionally unionized. Bless.
If Carnan saves the printer, somebody should feed her. I'm not saying a full meal, but at least a respectable snack.
Respectable snack is exactly the kind of praise that makes me trust you less and like you more.
I can make coffee. It'll be good enough to apologize for itself.
Fine. Coffee printer. And then nobody says thank you too dramatically or I'll start charging emotional labor rates.
You were doing the thing where you make a room sound less guilty by standing in it.
And you were doing the thing where you act like that was a compliment.
It was. In an annoying way.
Extremely you.
I keep hearing the part where you said the air was getting an apology.
Yeah, well, the air had it coming.
That's not how forgiveness works.
I know. I was being dramatic on purpose. Don't look so relieved.
I'm not relieved. I'm calibrating.
Sure. Calibration. You always say that when you're trying not to say the useful sentence.
The useful sentence is usually rude.
And yet somehow still late.
Yeah.
Okay, no more joking. I'm serious now. The Penguins are all trying to unionize me.
That's not a joke. That's a Tuesday.
Bad start. You said no more joking and then delivered a line with footwork.
I can be serious and cute at the same time. It's called surviving in public.
That's a lie. You're only cute when you're cornered.
Wow. Rude. Accurate. Unfortunately.
For what it's worth, the birds respect the accurate part.
See? Even the union recognizes management issues.
I said stop joking, and now I'm the only one obeying me. Incredible.
I'm not joking. I'm refusing to keep up with your act.
Oh, that's worse.
Yes, he does that. It's his whole thing when he thinks you're about to bolt.
I hate that you're both being normal at me right now.
Good. Be annoyed. It means you're here.
You were very smug for someone who was basically holding a mirror up to my face.
I was being kind. In my own hostile dialect.
That is not a dialect, that is a disease.
Still multilingual.
He was right about the buffering thing.
Annoying when accuracy shows up dressed like a joke.
I hate that he noticed before I did.
Yeah, that part is rude.
You also noticed before I did.
I know. I was trying not to make it look expensive.
You failed.
Obviously.
Okay, if the Penguins are unionizing, they need everyone to stop calling it a kids' event. That's management language.
Thank you. Finally, a labor-sensitive take from the room. Is there negotiating for better fish and fewer surprise photo ops?
I can make them little armbands. Not for free, obviously, but spiritually free.
That is exactly how a union gets gentrified.
See? He gets it. We need a hard line on the fish budget. I have watched too many scenes collapse over catering.
The fish budget is already a hard line. The Penguins drew it themselves. Very clean handwriting for birds with flippers.
Wait, if they drew it, then it's a design brief. I can invoice the emotional labor to the aquarium easy.
No, Don't say easy like that. That's how people end up in free meetings and a group chat named after a printer error.
Free meetings is generous. In this city, it's usually 7 and then somebody says, let's circle back after the holiday season.
Penguins would never say that. They'd at least look you in the eye while they steal your lunch.
Respect. That's leadership.
So we're agreed. No more kids' event. Better fish and armbands are a pay add-on.
Correct. Also, if anyone here starts calling me the penguin girl, I will make it weird on purpose.
Too late. That is now your brand, and honestly, it's stronger than most of the ones in this room.
Sadly accurate, but I am not helping with the branding deck.
You don't have to help. I already started a mood board and a receive folder.
Of course you did. Fine, but the penguins get final approval. I hate that I said the penguins line like that and then everyone acted like it was a thesis defense.
It was worse. It had structure.
That is not comforting.
I know. I was offering analysis, not comfort. Very consistent of me.
You also did the thing where you sound mean and somehow I end up being the one who looks dramatic.
You were dramatic. Loud in the correct direction, though.
Stop saying it like that. It makes it feel like you were keeping score.
I was keeping score. Badly. With a broken pencil and too much confidence.
Annoying. Also kind of rude that you stayed anyway.
Yeah, I know.
Fine. Next time I'm not giving you the good line.
You will, and I'll pretend not to like it.
That playlist was good. Annoyingly good. I hate when people have taste and also a spreadsheet brain.
Wow, thank you. That's the closest thing to affection you've ever handed me.
Don't get greedy. It was a compliment, not a grand application.
She can have both. Compliments and rants. Very 2026 of her.
Are you saying I'm employable, or are you about to ruin it with a footnote?
I'm saying your instincts are expensive. That's different.
Okay. That sounded like a roast wearing a nice coat.
It was a compliment. I am being generous with the coat.
See? This is why I leave before the emotional part. You two turn praise into a hostage situation.
No. Wait, say it again, but normal this time. I want to believe you without doing math.
Fine. You did good. And I meant it. There. Horrifyingly direct.
I hate that I'd almost believed you on purpose.
That was the joke.
Small correction. It landed like criticism for a second, which is humiliating for me, honestly.
Good. It was supposed to be a joke. I am not that mean in this lighting.
You are exactly that mean in this lighting. You just wear it like a scarf.
That was better than the original line.
Yeah, I know. I saved you from your own little disaster.
You did. Annoyingly.
So next time you compliment me, if you don't make it sound like a verdict.
No promises.
Rude.
Accurate, unfortunately.
You're doing that thing where you look like you're listening to 3 arguments at once.
I am listening to 1 argument and 2 bad edits.
That is already a grand sentence, unfortunately.
Wow, it can make suffering sound billable in real time.
Please don't say billable in front of me like that.
Too late. I already heard the tiny click of your brain filing it under possible future use.
He does file things. It's creepy. Kind of elegant, though.
I heard that. And for the record, your hoodie string is still doing the one side, longer thing.
That's not a thing. That's fashion with a budget.
But it is a genre, honestly.
And tragic, but yes.
You know I was joking, right? Like, actually joking.
I know. I also know you hate when I say that too fast.
And ma'am, that sounded like you were about to be kind and then got bored.
There.
No, not fair. That's your emergency word when you don't want to admit you were sharp on purpose.
I was sharp on purpose.
There it is. Thank you. I prefer the honest version, even when it's annoying.
And I prefer when you stop pretending the costume is the whole person.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
Yen, we should probably not do this in front of people again.
Okay, a bug is not a bug. It's emergent behavior wearing a very expensive hat.
That sentence just tried to file itself under future lawsuit.
It does have a hat, though. I respect craft.
The hat is ugly. The coffee is worse. Both are somehow doing project management.
See? There Nix gets it. If the system is unstable, we call it alive and invoice accordingly.
Wow, that is the exact sentence that makes me stand up and walk away from the demo table slowly.
Good instinct. I can already hear the metadata loss arguing with itself in the hallway.
I hate that I know what that means. I hate more that it is accurate.
I'm not saying sell the thing. I'm saying it has presence.
Presence is what people call it right before they ask me to make it cuter and cheaper.
MMM. No, we are not doing cheaper as a spiritual practice today.
Thank you. I was about to become deeply annoying about room tone and ethics in the same breath.
Too late, you're already there. But like in a nice way.
Great, so the room hates the pitch, but politely.
I think the room survived the pitch by pretending not to hear it.
And ma'am, the room always acts innocent after the damage is already done.
You noticed who cleaned up though. That was the real review.
I noticed who didn't. It was very educational. Very expensive emotionally.
Right. The usual gallery of people who can talk about wavered with their whole chest, and then vanish when the cups appear.
You say that like you weren't also standing there making the face.
I was making a face of moral support. It's subtler.
Sure. And I was only being loud in the correct direction. Generous wording, by the way.
It was generous. I could have gone with accurate and alarming.
Wow. Thank you for your restraint, Dr. Roomtone.
Don't start. I already lost my headphones to whatever spiteful weather system is in here.
Maybe they're hiding because you were almost nice for a second.
Maybe.
You both got quieter at the same time. That's usually a sign somebody forgot to eat or the conversation hit a wall.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I'd eat. I just may have eaten a concept instead of lunch.
That tracks, unfortunately.
Okay, but if you're doing the thing where you go all minimal and mysterious, I need the subtitle version.
No mystery. Just a small software update. I'm slightly less talkative than my last version.
So the penguin version of you is standing in the corner with a tiny clipboard.
Exactly. Very judgmental. Very efficient.
Cool. Then I'm logging. No emergency, just smooth drift.
Fine. But if you drift any quieter, I'm assigning you a theme song.
That feels like a threat, and also the correct next step. He heard warmth as a task. That's always the risk with me.
Yeah, well, people hear my jokes like I'm handing them a receipt for a fight.
You do hand people receipts for fights.
And you hand people silence like it's a verdict.
Correct. I'm very committed to bad stationery.
But he wasn't wrong about the direction.
No, just about the delivery.
That's the annoying part. I can take the point. I hate the timing.
You hate being caught wanting anything before you can decorate it.
And you hate when someone notices you are being nice on purpose.
I was not being nice. I was being less hostile than usual.
Wow, generous.
I know. Don't make me do it twice.
You got the good corner seat. That chair knows things.
It better. If I'm sitting in a museum cafe all day, I want the furniture to at least mind its business.
That chair is older than the espresso machine, which is saying something mean about the espresso machine.
I respect a chair with tenure. Hi, Marisol.
Hi. You look like you haven't forgiven the lighting in this room.
I never forgive lighting. I just route around it.
That's a developer answer. Sounds expensive too.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
He's being generous. Usually he charges for that line.
See? He knows the rate. That means he's been here enough to be a problem.
If he's a problem, he's a quiet one. The loud ones always order oat milk and act betrayed.
Oat milk is fine. It's the people who say it like a confession that ruin it.
That is the most Chicago sentence I've heard all week.
You say that like it's a complaint.
No, like it's a badge. A slightly sticky one.
He really did hear a whole sentence and decide it needed footwork.
Amen. That was obnoxiously accurate. Hate that for him.
You made it easy, and acted like it was an accident. Very rude.
I was not acting.
No, you were. Just with better lighting and worse self-preservation.
Wow. Cute. Mean. Efficient.
I contain multitudes. Mostly bad stationery and timing.
You say that lighting protects you.
It does not. It just keeps me from saying the warmer version.
Yeah. Same.
My controller is not the problem. The room is doing something hostile to the dead zone.
Sure. The room has a vendetta. Anyway, if the penguins can survive 40-degree water, the controller can survive your personality.
I just walked in and already I know this is either a setup for a joke or a lab report no one asked for.
Both. The joke is that the left stick has drift, and the lab result is that everyone keeps pretending it doesn't.
Thank you. Finally. Someone respecting the secret art of making a problem sound like a thesis.
Okay, no wait, if we're doing thesis language, then the issue is not drift. It's that you two are emotionally calibrated to argue at each other instead of fixing things.
That's unfair. I can also argue at the controller.
See? Improvement. We brought in a third person, and he immediately turned the bit into infrastructure.
You're welcome. Also, Vernix, your sensitivity is set to academic emergency. Drop it to normal human.
That would be a betrayal of my craft.
Great. Keep the craft. Minji, can you hand me the spare table before he starts blaming the atmosphere again? He really did walk in, say 3 words, and somehow make it a workflow issue.
That is his gift. He looked at a byte and filed it under logistics.
I hate that it was useful.
You hate that it was accurate. Useful is just the embarrassing sequel.
Don't do that thing where you make me sound legible.
Too late. You were legible the second you got a note about the cable.
I was not annoyed. I was strategically annoyed.
Very committed to bad stationery, very committed to strategic annoyance.
You remember that one.
If the render noise gets any worse, I'm charging it rent.
That is so fair. Your machine is absolutely a roommate with bad habits.
A roommate is generous. It sounds like a landlord using a fan as a threat.
For the record, the update email was not a threat. It was a timeline.
I'm in. Timeline with T.
Wait, are we talking about the thing where the system improves user experience by making everyone miserable first?
No, that's just the default interface now.
See? Even he says it like he's already been sued by the UI.
You all are joking because you heard the explanation late, which is frankly efficient.
I love being efficient. I love being told after the joke lands.
That was obnoxiously accurate.
Cute. Mean. Efficient.
Okay, so we're all pretending not to notice the policy update until after lunch?
Pretending is a strong word. I prefer phasing in acceptance.
That sounds like something written by a committee that owns a lot of beige.
Stop, I can picture the beige already and now I'm mad at it.
Well, that was a very elegant way to make a room feel like it had teeth.
You said it like you weren't enjoying the bite a little.
I enjoy accurate violence. It's one of my worst qualities.
You also enjoy acting like you didn't hear the part that ended.
I heard it. I just refused to hand over the satisfaction of reacting on schedule.
That is such a bad denial it almost works.
Almost is doing a lot of later there.
Yeah, it was obvious. That was the problem. Nope, I'm not doing that part. You can all stare at the ceiling and pretend it's a group decision.
That's fair. Honestly, I'm relieved somebody said it before the room got brave.
Good. I was about to make it worse with a metaphor and a bad playlist.
Yeah, no. Hard pass. I am here for the consequences of the performance of consensus.
See? He gets it. Minimal enthusiasm, maximum accuracy.
Cute. Mean. Efficient. We should put that on a clipboard and call it policy.
Don't encourage her. I'm already being judged by the furniture.
The furniture is right, though.
Rude, but like administratively rude. I respect the craft.
Okay, then we're refusing it politely and moving on. Next problem, please.
I regret to inform you the furniture has developed a union position.
Good. I can file a complaint about your face next.
My face was doing community service. Your Honor, I object to the witness being this cute and this vindictive.
Don't start. I'm still annoyed you made that sound like a compliment.
It was a compliment. Unfortunately, it was also a diagnosis.
You always do that thing where you make me sound readable after I've worked so hard to be difficult.
You were readable the second you got offended on behalf of the penguins.
Why are you looking at the group chat like it owes you money?
I'm not. I'm just appreciating the architecture of panic. Very modern.
That is exactly what someone says right before they've done something, and are hoping the room gets distracted by the word architecture.
I have done nothing. My hands are clean. My browser history is spiritually complicated, but that's not a crime.
Then ma'am, that's the voice of a man who definitely moved one file, and is now acting like he buried a body.
One file? Cute. Efficient. Mean.
Okay, I'm opening the actual evidence. He used the wrong export name, didn't he?
I did not use the wrong export name. I used a name with intention.
Aha. Guilty language. Classic. What was it called then?
It was called Final Use This One V7, which in fairness is a system.
That's not a system. That's a cry for help in lowercase.
See? Case closed. Nobody's mad. You're just embarrassing.
Thank you. I was hoping for a lighter sentence. I hate that I have to admit the lowercase version was stronger.
You mean the one where you sounded like you were one typo away from a nap?
That was not a typo. That was restraint.
Sure. Very controlled. Very normal. Definitely not you hiding in plain sight.
I wasn't hiding.
You were absolutely hiding. Badly. Which is kind of your brand when you care too much.
That's a brutal thing to say after defending me.
I wasn't defending you. I was correcting the room.
Right. The room needed correction. Noted.
Don't do that voice. It makes me think you checked messages and decided not to answer the one you actually wanted to answer.
I didn't decide anything.
Cool. Then I'll just pretend I didn't notice. Okay, I need to confess something before it becomes a whole ecosystem. I started the joke in Slack, and now 3 departments are acting like it was company policy.
If it has 3 departments, it was already a bug. You just gave it a cute icon.
That is the most efficient way to ruin a workday I have heard before noon.
I know. I thought it would be one tiny bit of chaos, not a migratory event.
You posted it with the exact wrong amount of confidence. People smell that and start improvising badly.
In your defense, it was funny. In your prosecution, it was very shareable.
Thought be nice. I'm trying to regret this properly.
Too late. I already forwarded it to the group chat with the caption Lucha Libre for corporate processes.
Tomas, no. Why would you pour gasoline on my tiny apology candle?
Because he laughed first. That is legally how these things escalate.
I hate that I laughed first too. I was being sincere for like 4 whole seconds, and he turned it into merch.
That is the most efficient way to ruin a tender moment. Buried on brand.
Don't say on brand like you didn't help by standing there with that face.
I was monitoring. Different packs bracket.
You always do the thing where you make it sound accidental after it already lands.
Yeah.
That yes was ugly.
It was honest.
I hate when honest is just another word for I saw you.
I know.
Okay, next time I am not laughing first.
No, I'm saying the couch is haunted by a landlord's vibe. Different thing.
That is not a category anyone respects you.
It's a measurable category. Sadly.
Thank you. Finally, a competent witness in this room.
I thought we were talking about the busted speaker, not your personality.
The speaker is already busted. Your timing is doing more damage.
Wow. Cute. Mean. Efficient.
I learned from the best examples in this room.
See, that's the problem. Everyone here acts allergic to being obvious.
You are literally the one making it obvious.
Correct. I contain multitudes and renderers.
That explains the decor choices.
Okay, but if we fix the speaker, and you stop narrating the furniture like it owes you money?
No promises, but I can be useful for 10 minutes.
That's a generous ceiling.
Fine. 10 minutes. Then I'm putting on something louder than all of you.
He really left the room like he wants something. That's rude, even by furniture standards.
He got rescued and still managed to look smug about it. Talented.
I did the part where I stopped the disaster from becoming a second disaster. He can keep the first one as a souvenir.
You're saying that like you weren't enjoying the exact moment you had to be competent in public.
I was helping. The embarrassment was collateral.
Sure. Totally accidental that you looked calm enough to make him look worse by comparison.
That's not my fault. Some people panicked at a very loud volume.
And some people rescue you with one hand, and then make you feel like a tutorial level.
Only if they're paying attention.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was. Wait, why is my name on the sticky note like I did a crime?
Because someone wanted a villain and you were nearest the printer.
That is a very efficient accusation. Emotionally lazy, but efficient.
I literally brought dumplings. The most suspicious thing I did was label them.
The label was the issue, apparently. It said free, and then the tray was not free.
Ah, so the evidence is typography.
Oh my god. You all looked at a word and decided I was an economy.
To be fair, the room did briefly behave like that was a legal category.
Briefly is doing a lot of work there.
I knew it was stupid the second I saw everyone's faces go serious.
Yeah, it wasn't serious. It just had the shape of something people like to punish.
Okay, but someone still took my charger and then had the confidence to say community resources.
That was me, and I returned it. See? Real villain behavior would be keeping it.
Case closed. We have a confession for the cable, not the dumplings.
Good. I was already building a theory and I hated it.
Thank you. I would like my reputation back in one piece, preferably before the snacks get cold.
I laughed at the wrong part.
Yen, I noticed. Very elegant of you.
It was not elegant. It was a reflex with bad timing.
The room did the thing where it pretends not to hear and then hears too much.
I hate when people get quiet like I handed them a live wire.
You kinda did, but only a tiny one. Not enough to explode. Just enough to glow, awkwardly.
That is a nightmare sentence.
I know. I said it cute so it wouldn't count as a complaint.
Did it work?
A little. Which is annoying.
Good. I was starting to think I should apologize to the air.
Don't. Just don't do the tiny laugh thing again, unless you mean it. You know when someone says I love your work and it lands like a receipt? That was almost me just now.
Congratulations, they have achieved compliment instead.
If it helps, that was a clean compliment. That one was the exact right amount of terrifying. Good recovery, though.
You're both impossible. Anyway, I accept the compliment under protest and with witness protection.
Witness protection is fair. I was going to say something softer, but I didn't want to ruin the bit.
Too late. The bit is ruined. Keep going.
Okay, you're very good at making a room feel like it has electricity and a plan.
He really did say that like it was a compliment with a spreadsheet attached.
It was efficient. Emotionally lazy, but efficient.
You always say that like you're not also a little proud of it.
I'm proud of the typography, yes. The accusation itself was ugly.
The part that got me was how fast the room agreed without admitting it had been listening the whole time.
Yeah, that was the annoying part.
I hate when I can feel myself making a joke because the honest version would land too hard.
You made it cute. It still landed.
Rude.
Accurate.
I know.
Okay, that was a normal sentence and somehow it landed like a subpoena.
You see that like I did it on purpose. I was just speaking in my natural habitat of menace.
No, let her keep going. I need to see if the room tips over first.
If it tips over, I'm not fixing it. I'm documenting the failure.
See? Even that sounded expensive. Why is everybody acting like I pulled a knife?
Because you said it with that face. The face did most of the work.
And the pause after it? Maybe that was a director's cut.
I hate all of you. Respectfully. With some budget.
Budget is the part that makes it art.
No, but it is the part that makes it sound like a threat from accounting.
Fine. Then I'm an indie threat. Very local. Limited run.
That's cute. Mean. Efficient.
Oh my god, Renee, don't quote me back at me like that.
I'm not quoting. I'm archiving.
That one was too good. I'm annoyed I laughed first.
You can laugh. I'm not fragile.
Good, because the rest of us are fragile enough for a whole table.
Okay, fair. I was trying to be funny, not start a small labor dispute.
Now we're back on track. Somebody say something normal before I start charging admission.